The Dawnbreakers. Nabil's narrative of the early days of the Bahá'í revelation. I stand life in hand, ready, that perchance through God's loving kindness and grace, this revealed and manifest letter may lay down his life as a sacrifice in the path of the primal point, the most exalted word, Baha'u'lláh. Translated from the original Persian and edited by Shoghi Effendi. To the greatest holy leaf, the last survivor of a glorious and heroic age, I dedicate this work in token of a great debt of gratitude and love. Introduction. The Bahá'í movement is now well known throughout the world, and the time has come when Nabil's unique narrative of its beginnings in darkest Persia will interest many readers. The record which he sets down with such devoted care is in many respects extraordinary. It has its thrilling passages, and the splendor of the central theme gives to the chronicle not only great historical value, but high moral power. Its lights are strong, and this effect is more intense because they seem like a sunburst at midnight. The tale is one of struggle and martyrdom. Its poignant scenes, its tragic incidents are many. Corruption, fanaticisms and cruelty gather against the cause of reformation to destroy it, and the present volume closes at the point where a riot of hate seems to have accomplished its purpose, and to have driven into exile or put to death every man, woman and child in Persia who dared to profess a leaning towards the teachings of the Bab. Nabil, himself a participant in some of the scenes which he recites, took up his lonely pen to recite the truth about men and women so mercilessly persecuted, and a movement so grievously traduced. He writes with ease, and when his emotions are strongly stirred, his style becomes vigorous and trenchant. He does not present with any system the claims and teaching of Baha'u'lláh and his forerunner. His purpose is the simple one of rehearsing the beginnings of the Bahá'í revelation and of preserving the remembrance of the deeds of its early champions. He relates a series of incidents, punctiliously quoting his authority for almost every item of information. His work, in consequence, if less artistic and philosophic, gains in value as a literal account of what he knew or could from credible witnesses discover about the early history of the cause. The main features of the narrative: the saintly, heroic figure of the Bab, a leader so mild and so serene, yet eager, resolute and dominant. The devotion of his followers facing oppression with unbroken courage and often with ecstasy. The rage of a jealous priesthood inflaming for its own purpose the passions of a bloodthirsty populace. These speak a language which all may understand. But it is not easy to follow the narrative in its details, or to appreciate how stupendous was the task undertaken by Baha'u'lláh and his forerunner, without some knowledge of the condition of church and state in Persia, and of the customs and mental outlook of the people and their masters. Nabil took this knowledge for granted. He had himself travelled little, if at all, beyond the boundary of the empires of the Shah and the Sultan, and it did not occur to him to institute comparisons between his own and foreign civilizations. He was not addressing the Western reader, though he was conscious that the material he had collected was of more than national or Islamic importance, and that it would, before long, spread both eastward and westward until it encircled the globe. Yet He was an Oriental, writing in an Oriental language for those who used it, and the unique work which he so faithfully accomplished was, in itself, a great and laborious task. There exists in English, however, a literature about Persia in the 19th century which will give the Western reader ample information on the subject. From Persian writings which have already been translated, or from books of European travellers like Lord Curzon, Sir J. Malcolm, and others, not a few, he will find a lifelike and vivid, if unlovely, picture of the Augean conditions which the Bab had to confront when he inaugurated the movement in the middle of the 19th century. All observers agree in representing Persia as a feeble and backward nation, divided against itself by corrupt practices and ferocious bigotries. Inefficiency and wretchedness, the fruit of moral decay, filled the land. From the highest to the lowest, there appeared neither the capacity to carry out methods of reform, nor even the will seriously to institute them. National conceit preached a grandiose self-content. A pall of immobility lay over all things, and a general paralysis of mind made any development impossible. To a student of history, the degeneracy of a nation once so powerful and so illustrious seems pitiful in the extreme. Abdul-Baha, who in spite of the cruelties heaped on Baha'u'lláh, on the Bab and on himself, yet loved his country, called their degradation the tragedy of a people. And in that work, The Mysterious Forces of Civilization, in which he sought to stir the hearts of his compatriots to undertake radical reforms, he uttered a poignant lament over the present fate of a people who once had extended their conquests east and west, and had led the civilization of mankind. In former times, he writes, Persia was verily the heart of the world, and shone among the nations like a lighted taper. Her glory and prosperity broke from the horizon of humanity like the true dawn, disseminating the light of knowledge and illumining the nations of the East and West. The fame of her victorious kings reached the ears of the dwellers at the poles of the earth. The majesty of her King of Kings humbled the monarchs of Greece and Rome. Her governing wisdom filled the sages with awe, and the rulers of the continents fashioned their laws upon her polity. The Persians, being distinguished among the nations of the earth as a people of conquerors, and justly admired for their civilization and learning, their country became the glorious centre of all the sciences and arts, the mine of culture and a fount of virtues. How is it that this excellent country, now by reason of our sloth, vanity, and indifference, from the lack of knowledge and organization, from the poverty of the zeal and ambition of her people, has suffered the rays of her prosperity to be darkened and well-nigh extinguished? Other writers describe fully those unhappy conditions to which Abdul-Baha refers. At the time when the Bab declared his mission, the government of the country was, in Lord Curzon's phrase, a church state. Venal, cruel, and immoral as it was formally religious. Muslim orthodoxy was its basis and permeated to the core both it and the social lives of the people. But otherwise, there were no laws, statutes, or charters to guide the direction of public affairs. There was no House of Lords nor Privy Council, no synod, no parliament. The Shah was despot, and his arbitrary rule was reflected all down the official scale through every minister and governor to the lowliest clerk or remotest headman. No civil tribunal existed to check or modify the power of the monarch, or the authority which he might choose to delegate to his subordinates. If there was a law, it was his word. He could do as he pleased. It was his to appoint or to dismiss all ministers, officials, officers, and judges. He had power of life and death without appeal over all members of his household and of his court, whether civil or military. The right to take life was vested in him alone, and so were all the functions of government, legislative, executive, and judicial. His royal prerogative was limited by no written restraint whatever. Descendants of the Shahs were thrust into the most lucrative posts throughout the country, and as the generations went by, they filled innumerable minor posts too, far and wide, till the land was burdened with this race of royal drones who owned their position to nothing better than their blood, and who gave rise to the Persian saying that camels, fleas, and princes exist everywhere. Even when a Shah wished to make a just and wise decision in any case that might be brought before him for judgment, he found it difficult to do so because he could not rely on the information given him. Critical facts would be withheld, or the facts given would be distorted by the influence of interested witnesses or venal ministers. The system of corruption had been carried so far in Persia that it had become a recognized institution, which Lord Curzon describes in the following terms. I come now to that which is the cardinal and differentiating feature of Iranian administration. Government, nay, life itself in that country, may be said to consist for the most part of an interchange of presents. Under its social aspects, this practice may be supposed to illustrate the generous sentiments of an amiable people, though even here it has a grimly unemotional side, as, for instance, when, congratulating yourself upon being the recipient of a gift, you find that not only must you make a return of equivalent cost to the donor, but must also liberally remunerate the bearer of the gift, to whom your return is very likely the sole recognized means of subsistence, in a ratio proportionate to its pecuniary value. Under its political aspects, the practice of gift-making, though consecrated in the adamantine traditions of the East, is synonymous with the system elsewhere described by less agreeable names. This is the system on which the government of Persia has been conducted for centuries, and the maintenance of which opposes a solid barrier to any real reform. From the Shah downwards, there is scarcely an official who is not open to gifts, scarcely a post which is not conferred in return for gifts, scarcely an income which has not been amassed by the receipt of gifts. Every individual, with hardly an exception in the official hierarchy above mentioned, has only purchased his post by a money present either to the Shah or to a minister or to the superior governor by whom he has been appointed. If there are several candidates for a post, in all probability the one who makes the best offer will win. The Madakhel is a cherished national institution in Persia, the exaction of which in a myriad different forms, whose ingenuity is only equalled by their multiplicity, is the crowning interest and delight of a Persian's existence. This remarkable word, for which Mr. Watson says there is no precise English equivalent, may be variously translated as commission, perquisite, douceur, consideration, pickings and stealings, profit, according to the immediate context in which it is employed. Roughly speaking, it signifies that balance of personal advantage, usually expressed in money form, which can be squeezed out of any and every transaction. a negotiation in which two parties are involved as donor and recipient, as superior and subordinate, or even as equal contracting agents, cannot take place in Persia without the party who can be represented as the author of the favour or service claiming and receiving a definite cash return for what he has done or given. It may, of course, be said that human nature is much the same all the world over, that a similar system exists under a different name in our own or other countries, and that the philosophic critic will welcome in the Persian a man and a brother. To some extent this is true, but in no country that I have ever seen or heard of in the world is the system so open, so shameless, or so universal as in Persia. So far from being limited to the sphere of domestic economy or to commercial transactions, it permeates every walk and inspires most of the actions of life. By its operation, generosity or gratuitous service may be said to have been erased in Persia from the category of social virtues, and cupidity has been elevated into the guiding principle of human conduct. Hereby is instituted an arithmetical progression of plunder from the sovereign to the subject, each unit in the descending scale remunerating himself from the unit next in rank below his, and the hapless peasant being the ultimate victim. It is not surprising under these circumstances that office is the common avenue to wealth, and that cases are frequent of men who, having started from nothing, are found residing in magnificent houses surrounded by crowds of retainers and living in princely style. Make what you can while you can is the rule that most men set before themselves in entering public life. Nor does popular spirit resent the act, the estimation of anyone who, enjoying the opportunity, has failed to line his own pockets, being the reverse of complimentary to his sense. No one turns a thought to the sufferers from whom, in the last resort, the material for these successive madahels has been derived, and from the sweat of whose uncomplaining brow has been wrung the wealth that is dissipated in luxurious country houses, European curiosities, and enormous retinues. To read the foregoing is to perceive something of the difficulty of the Báb's mission. To read the following is to understand the dangers he faced and to be prepared for a story of violence and heinous cruelty. Before I quit the subject of the Persian law and its administration, let me add a few words upon the subject of penalties and prisons. Nothing is more shocking to the European reader in pursuing his way through the crime-stained and bloody pages of Persian history during the last and, in a happily less degree, during the present century, than the record of savage punishments and abominable tortures, testifying alternately to the callousness of the brute and the ingenuity of the fiend. The Persian character has ever been fertile in device and indifferent to suffering, and in the field of judicial executions it has found ample scope for the exercise of both attainments. Up till quite a recent period, well within the borders of the present reign, condemned criminals have been crucified, blown from guns, buried alive, impaled, shod like horses, torn asunder by being bound to the heads of two trees bent together and then allowed to spring back to their natural position, converted into human torches, flayed while living. Under a twofold governing system, such as that of which I have now completed the description, namely, an administration in which every actor is, in different aspects, both the briber and the bribed, and a judicial procedure without either a law or a law court. It will readily be understood that confidence in the government is not likely to exist, that there is no personal sense of duty or pride of honour, no mutual trust or cooperation, except in the service of ill-doing, no disgrace in exposure, no credit in virtue, above all, no national spirit or patriotism. From the beginning, the Bab must have divined the reception which would be accorded by his countrymen to his teachings, and the fate which awaited him at the hands of the mullahs. But he did not allow personal misgivings to affect the frank enunciation of his claims, nor the open presentation of his cause. The innovations which he proclaimed, though purely religious, were drastic. The announcement of his own identity startling and tremendous. He made himself known as the Qa'im, the high prophet or Messiah so long promised, so eagerly expected by the Mohammedan world. He added to this the declaration that he was also the gate, that is, the Bab, through whom a greater manifestation than himself was to enter the human realm. Putting himself thus in line with the traditions of Islam and appearing as the fulfillment of prophecy, he came into conflict with those who had fixed and ineradicable ideas different from his as to what those prophecies and traditions meant. The two great Persian sects of Islam, the Shia and the Sunnis, both attached vital importance to the ancient deposit of their faith, but did not agree as to its contents or its import. The Shia, out of whose doctrines the Babi movement rose, held that after the ascension of the high prophet Muhammad, he was succeeded by a line of 12 imams. Each of these, they held, was specially endowed by God with spiritual gifts and powers, and was entitled to the wholehearted obedience of the faithful. Each owed his appointment not to the popular choice, but to his nomination by his predecessor in office. The 12th and last of these inspired guides was Muhammad, called by the Shia Imam Mahdi, Hujjatullah, the proof of God, Baqiyatullah, the remnant of God, and Qa'im-i Muhammad, he who shall arise of the family of Muhammad. He assumed the functions of the Imam in the year 260 of the Hijra, but at once disappeared from view and communicated with his followers only through a certain chosen intermediary known as a gate. 4 of these gates followed one another in order, each appointed by his predecessor with the approval of the Imam. But when the 4th, Abul Hasan Ali, was asked by the faithful before he died to name his successor, he declined to do so. He said that God had another plan. On his death, all communication between the Imam and his church therefore ceased. And though surrounded by a band of followers, he still lives and waits in some mysterious retreat. He will not resume relations with his people until he comes forth in power to establish a millennium throughout the world. The Sunnis, on the other hand, take a less exalted view of the office of those who have succeeded the high prophet. They regard the viceregency less as a spiritual than as a practical matter. The Khalif is, in their eyes, the defender of the faith, and he owes his appointment to the choice and approval of the people. Important as these differences are, both sects agree, however, in expecting a twofold manifestation. The Shias look for the Qa'im, who is to come in the fullness of time, and also for the return of the Imam Hussein. The Sunnis await the appearance of the Mahdi, and also the return of Jesus Christ. When at the beginning of his mission, the Bab, continuing the tradition of the Shias, proclaimed his function under the double title of first the Qa'im and second the Gate or Bab, some of the Mohammedans misunderstood the latter reference. They imagined his meaning to be that he was a fifth gate in succession to Abul Hasan Ali. His true meaning, however, as he himself clearly announced, was very different. He was the Qa'im, but the Qa'im, though a high prophet, stood in relation to a succeeding and greater manifestation, as did John the Baptist to the Christ. He was the forerunner of one yet more mighty than himself. He was to decrease, that mighty one was to increase, and as John the Baptist had been the herald or gate of the Christ, so was the Bab the herald or gate of Baha'u'lláh. There are many authentic traditions showing that the Qa'im on his appearance would bring new laws with him and would thus abrogate Islam. But this was not the understanding of the established hierarchy. They confidently expected that the promised advent would not substitute a new and richer revelation for the old, but would endorse and fortify the system of which they were the functionaries. It would enhance incalculably their personal prestige, would extend their authority far and wide among the nations, and would win for them the reluctant but abject homage of mankind. When the Bab revealed his bayan, proclaimed a new code of religious law, and by precept and example instituted a profound moral and spiritual reform, the priests immediately scented mortal danger. They saw their monopoly undermined, their ambitions threatened, their own lives and conduct put to shame. They rose against him in sanctimonious indignation. They declared before the Shah and all the people that this upstart was an enemy of sound learning, a subverter of Islam, a traitor to Muhammad, and a peril not only to the Holy Church, but to the social order and to the state itself. The cause of the rejection and persecution of the Bab was in its essence the same as that of the rejection and persecution of the Christ. If Jesus had not brought a new book, if he had not only reiterated the spiritual principles taught by Moses, but had continued Moses's rules and regulations too, he might, as a merely moral reformer, have escaped the vengeance of the scribes and Pharisees. But to claim that any part of the Mosaic law, even such material ordinances as those that dealt with divorce and the keeping of the Sabbath, could be altered, and altered by an unordained preacher from the village of Nazareth, this was to threaten the interests of the scribes and Pharisees themselves. And since they were the representatives of Moses and of God, it was blasphemy against the Most High. As soon as the position of Jesus was understood, his persecution began. As he refused to desist, he was put to death. For reasons exactly parallel, the Bab was from the beginning opposed by the vested interests of the dominant church as an uprooter of the faith. Yet, even in that dark and fanatical country, the mullahs, like the scribes in Palestine 18 centuries before, did not find it very easy to put forward a plausible pretext for destroying him whom they thought their enemy. The only known record of the Bab's having been seen by a European belongs to the period of his persecution when an English physician resident in Tabriz, Dr. Cormick, was called in by the Persian authorities to pronounce on the Bab's mental condition. The doctor's letter, addressed to a fellow practitioner in an American mission in Persia, is given in Professor E.G. Brown's Materials for the Study of the Babi Religion. "You ask me," writes the doctor, for some particulars of my interview with the founder of the sect known as BAB'S. Nothing of any importance transpired in this interview, as the Bab was aware of my having been sent with 2 other Persian doctors to see whether he was of sane mind or merely a madman, to decide the question whether he was to be put to death or not. With this knowledge, he was loath to answer any questions put to him. To all inquiries, he merely regarded us with a mild look, chanting in a low, melodious voice some hymns, I suppose. 2 other Sayyids, his intimate friends, were also present, who subsequently were put to death with him, besides a couple of government officials. He only deigned to answer me on my saying that I was not a Mussulman and was willing to know something about his religion, as I might perhaps be inclined to adopt it. He regarded me very intently on my saying this, and replied that he had no doubt of all Europeans coming over to his religion. Our report to the Shah at that time was of a nature to spare his life. He was put to death some time after by the order of the Amir Nizam, Mirza Taqi Khan. On our report, he merely got the bastinado, in which operation a farrash, whether intentionally or not, struck him across the face with the stick destined for his feet, which produced a great wound and swelling of the face. On being asked whether a Persian surgeon should be brought to treat him, he expressed a desire that I should be sent for, and I accordingly treated him for a few days. But in the interviews consequent on this, I could never get him to have a confidential chat with me, as some government people were always present, he being a prisoner. He was a very mild and delicate-looking man, rather small in stature and very fair for a Persian, with a melodious, soft voice which struck me much. Being a Sayyid, he was dressed in the habit of that sect, as were also his 2 companions. In fact, his whole look and deportment went far to dispose one in his favour. Of his doctrine I heard nothing from his own lips, although the idea was that there existed in his religion a certain approach to Christianity. He was seen by some Armenian carpenters, who were sent to make some repairs in his prison, reading the Bible, and he took no pains to conceal it, but on the contrary told them of it. Most assuredly, the Mussulman fanaticism does not exist in his religion, as applied to Christians, nor is there that restraint of females that now exists. Such was the impression made by the Bab upon a cultivated Englishman. And as far as the influence of his character and teaching have since spread through the West, no other record is extant of his having been observed or seen by European eyes. His qualities were so rare in their nobility and beauty, his personality so gentle and yet so forceful, and his natural charm was combined with so much tact and judgment, that after his declaration he quickly became, in Persia, a widely popular figure. He would win over almost all with whom he was brought into personal contact, often converting his jailers to his faith and turning the ill-disposed into admiring friends. To silence such a man without incurring some degree of public odium was not very easy, even in the Persia of the middle of last century. But with the Bab's followers, it was another matter. The mullahs encountered here no cause for delay and found little need for scheming. The bigotry of the Mohammedans from the Shah downwards could be readily roused against any religious development. The Babis could be accused of disloyalty to the Shah, and dark political motives could be attributed to their activities. Moreover, the Bab's followers were already numerous. Many of them were well-to-do, some were rich, and there were few but had some possessions which covetous neighbours might be instigated to desire. Appealing to the fears of the authorities and to the base national passions of fanaticism and cupidity, the mullahs inaugurated a campaign of outrage and spoliation which they maintained with relentless ferocity till they considered that their purpose had been completely achieved. Many of the incidents of this unhappy story are given by Nabíl in his history, and among these, the happenings at Mazandaran, Neyriz and Zanjan stand out by reason of the character of the episodes of the heroism of the Babis when thus brought to bay. On these three occasions, a number of Babis, driven to desperation, withdrew in concert from their houses to a chosen retreat, and erecting defensive works about them, defied in arms further pursuit. To any impartial witness, it was evident that the mullah's allegations of a political motive were untrue. The Babis showed themselves always ready, on an assurance that they would be no longer molested for their religious beliefs, to return peacefully to their civil occupations. Nabíl emphasizes their care to refrain from aggression. They would fight for their lives with determined skill and strength, but they would not attack. Even in the midst of a fierce conflict, they would not drive home an advantage, nor strike an unnecessary blow. Abdul-Baha is quoted in the Traveller's Narrative, pages 34 and 35, as making the following statement on the moral aspect of their action. The minister, Mirza Taqi Khan, with the utmost arbitrariness, without receiving any instructions or asking permission, sent forth commands in all directions to punish and chastise the Babis. Governors and magistrates sought a pretext for amassing wealth, and officials a means of acquiring profits. Celebrated doctors from the summits of their pulpits incited men to make a general onslaught. The powers of the religious and the civil law linked hands and strove to eradicate and destroy this people. Now this people had not yet acquired such knowledge as was right and needful of the fundamental principles and hidden doctrines of the Bab's teachings, and did not recognize their duties. Their conceptions and ideas were after the former fashion, and their conduct and behaviour in correspondence with ancient usage. The way of approach to the Bab was, moreover, closed, and the flame of trouble visibly blazing on every side. At the decree of the most celebrated doctors, the government, and indeed the common people, had with irresistible power inaugurated rapine and plunder on all sides, and were engaged in punishing and torturing, killing and despoiling, in order that they might quench this fire and wither these poor souls. In towns where there were but a limited number, all of them, with bound hands, became food for the sword, while in cities where they were numerous, they arose in self-defense in accordance with their former beliefs, since it was impossible for them to make inquiry as to their duty, and all doors were closed. Baha'u'lláh, on proclaiming some years later his mission, left no room for uncertainty as to the law of his dispensation in such a predicament, when he affirmed, "It is better to be killed than to kill." Whatever resistance the Babis offered, here or elsewhere, proved ineffective. They were overwhelmed by numbers. The Bab himself was taken from his cell and executed. Of his chief disciples who avowed their belief in him, not one soul was left alive, save Baha'u'lláh, who with his family and a handful of devoted followers was driven destitute into exile and prison in a foreign land. But the fire, though smothered, was not quenched. It burned in the hearts of the exiles who carried it from country to country as they travelled. Even in the homeland of Persia, it had penetrated too deeply to be extinguished by physical violence, and still smouldered in the people's hearts, needing only a breath from the Spirit to be fanned into an all-consuming conflagration. The second and greater manifestation of God was proclaimed in accordance with the prophecy of the Bab at the date which he had foretold. 9 years after the beginning of the Babi dispensation, that is, in 1853, Baha'u'lláh in certain of his odes alluded to his identity and his mission, and 10 years later, while resident in Baghdad, declared himself as the promised one to his companions. Now, the great movement for which the Bab had prepared the way began to show the full range and magnificence of its power. Though Baha'u'lláh himself lived and died an exile and a prisoner, and was known to few Europeans, his epistles proclaiming the new advent were borne to the great rulers of both hemispheres, from the Shah of Persia to the Pope and to the President of the United States. After his passing, his son Abdul-Baha carried the tidings in person into Egypt and far through the Western world. Abdul-Baha visited England, France, Switzerland, Germany, and America, announcing everywhere that once again the heavens had opened and that a new dispensation had come to bless the sons of men. He died in November 1921, and today the fire that once seemed to have been put out forever burns again in every part of Persia, has established itself on the American continent, and has laid hold of every country in the world. Around the sacred writings of Baha'u'lláh and the authoritative exposition of Abdul-Baha, there is growing a large volume of literature in comment or in witness. The humanitarian and spiritual principles enunciated decades ago in the darkest East by Baha'u'lláh and moulded by him into a coherent scheme are one after the other being taken by a world unconscious of their source as the marks of progressive civilization, and the sense that mankind has broken with the past and that the old guidance will not carry it through the emergencies of the present has filled with uncertainty and dismay all thoughtful men, save those who have learned to find in the story of Baha'u'lláh the meaning of all the prodigies and portents of our time. Nearly 3 generations have passed since the inception of the movement. Any of its early adherents who escaped the sword and the stake have long since passed away in the course of nature. The door of contemporary information as to its 2 great leaders and their heroic disciples is closed forever. The Chronicle of Nabíl, as a careful collection of facts made in the interests of truth and completed in the lifetime of Baha'u'lláh, has now a unique value. The author was 13 years old when the Bab declared himself, having been born in the village of Zarand in Persia on the 18th day of Safar, 1247 AH. He was throughout his life closely associated with the leaders of the cause. Though he was but a boy at the time, he was preparing to leave for Shaykh Tabarsi and join the party of Mullah Hussein when the news of the treacherous massacre of the Babis frustrated his design. He states in his narrative that he met in Tehran Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, a brother of the Bab's mother, who had just returned at the time from visiting the Bab in the fortress of Tehrir, and for many years he was a close companion of the Bab's secretary, Mirza Ahmad. He entered the presence of Baha'u'lláh in Kermanshah and Tehran before the date of the exile to Iraq, and afterwards was in attendance upon him in Baghdad and Adrianople, as well as in the prison city of Akka. He was sent more than once on missions to Persia to promote the cause and to encourage the scattered and persecuted believers, and he was living in Akka when Baha'u'lláh passed away in 1892 AD. The manner of his death was pathetic and lamentable, for he became so dreadfully affected by the death of the great beloved that, overmastered by grief, he drowned himself in the sea, and his dead body was found washed ashore near the city of Akka. His chronicle was begun in 1888, when he had the personal assistance of Mirza Musa, the brother of Baha'u'lláh. It was finished in about a year and a half, and parts of the manuscript were reviewed and approved, some by Baha'u'lláh and others by Abdul Baha. The complete work carries the history of the movement up to the death of Baha'u'lláh in 1892. The first half of this narrative, closing with the expulsion of Baha'u'lláh from Persia, is contained in the present volume. Its importance is evident. It will be read less for the few stirring passages of action which it contains, or even for its many pictures of heroism and unwavering faith, than for the abiding significance of those events of which it gives so unique a record. Persia's state of decadence in the middle of the 19th century. A. The Qajar sovereigns. In theory, the king may do what he pleases. His word is law. The saying that the law of the Medes and Persians altereth not was merely an ancient periphrasis for the absolutism of the sovereign. He appoints and he may dismiss all ministers, officers, officials, and judges. Over his own family and household, and over the civil or military functionaries in his employ, he has power of life and death without reference to any tribunal. The property of any such individual, if disgraced or executed, reverts to him. The right to take life in any case is vested in him alone, but can be delegated to governors or deputies. All property not previously granted by the Crown or purchased, all property, in fact, to which a legal title cannot be established, belongs to him, and can be disposed of at his pleasure. All rights or privileges, such as the making of public works, the working of mines, the institution of telegraphs, roads, railways, tramways, etc., the exploitation, in fact, of any of the resources of the country are vested in him, and must be purchased from him before they can be assumed by others. In his person are fused the threefold functions of government: legislative, executive, and judicial. No obligation is imposed upon him beyond the outward observance of the forms of the national religion. He is the pivot upon which turns the entire machinery of public life. Such is, in theory, and was till lately in practice, the character of the Persian monarchy. Nor has a single one of these high pretensions been overtly conceded. The language in which the Shah addresses his subjects, and is addressed by them, recalls the proud tone in which an Artaxerxes or Darius spoke to his tributary millions, and which may still be read in the graven record of rock wall and tomb. He remains the Shahenshah, or King of Kings, the Zellullah, or Shadow of God, the Qibla-i A'lam, or Center of the Universe. Exalted like the planet Saturn, well of science, footpath of heaven, sublime sovereign whose standard is the sun, whose splendor is that of the firmament, monarch of armies numerous as the stars. Still would the Persian subject endorse the precept of Sa'di that the vice approved by the king becomes a virtue. To seek opposite counsel is to imbue one's hands in his own blood. The march of time has imposed upon him neither religious council nor secular council, neither ulama nor senate. Elective and representative institutions have not yet intruded their irreverent features. No written check exists upon the royal prerogative. Such is the divinity that doth hedge a throne in Persia, that not merely does the Shah never attend at state dinners or eat with his subjects at table, with the exception of a single banquet to his principal male relatives at Nowruz, but the attitude and language employed towards him, even by his confidential ministers, are those of servile obeisance and adulation. "May I be your sacrifice, asylum of the universe," is the common mode of address adopted even by subjects of the highest rank. In his own surrounding there is no one to tell him the truth, or to give him dispassionate counsel. The foreign ministers are probably almost the only source from which he learns facts as they are, or receives, unvarnished, even if interested, advice. With the best intentions in the world for the undertaking of great plans and for the amelioration of his country, he has little or no control over the execution of an enterprise which has once passed out of his hands and has become the sport of corrupt and self-seeking officials. Half the money voted with his consent never reaches its destination, but sticks to every intervening pocket with which a professional ingenuity can bring it into transient contact. Half the schemes authorized by him are never brought any nearer to realization, the minister or functionary in charge trusting to the oblivious caprices of the sovereign to overlook his dereliction of duty. Only a century ago, the abominable system prevailed of blinding possible aspirants to the throne, of savage mutilations and lifelong captivities, of wanton slaughter and systematic bloodshed. Disgrace was not less sudden than promotion, and death was a frequent concomitant of disgrace. Fath Ali Shah and his successors after him have proved so extraordinarily prolific of male offspring that the continuity of the dynasty has been assured, and there is probably not a reigning family in the world that in the space of 100 years has swollen to such ample dimensions as the royal race of Persia. Neither in the number of his wives nor in the extent of his progeny can the Shah, although undeniably a family man, be compared with his great-grandfather Fath Ali Shah. To the high opinion universally held of the domestic capacities of that monarch must, I imagine, be attributed the divergent estimates that are to be found in works about Persia of the number of his concubines and children. Colonel Drouville in 1813 credits him with 700 wives, 64 sons and 125 daughters. Colonel Stewart, who was in Persia in the year after Fath Ali's death, gives him 1,000 wives and 105 children. Madame de la Foix also names the 5,000 descendants, but as existing at an epoch 50 years later, which has an air of greater probability. The estimate which appears in the Nasikh-ut-Tawarikh, a great modern Persian historical work, fixes the number of Fath Ali's wives as over 1,000 and of his offspring as 260, 110 of whom survived their father. Hence the familiar Persian proverb, "Camels, fleas and princes exist everywhere." No royal family has ever afforded a more exemplary illustration of the scriptural assurance, "Instead of thy fathers, thou shalt have children, whom thou mayest make princes in all lands." For there was scarcely a governorship or a post of emolument in Persia that was not filled by one of this beehive of princelings. And to this day, the myriad brood of Shahzadehs, or descendants of a king, is a perfect curse to the country, although many of these luckless scions of royalty, who consume a large portion of the revenue in annual allowances and pensions, now occupy very inferior positions as telegraph clerks, secretaries, etc. Fraser drew a vivid picture of the misery entailed upon the country 50 years ago, 1842, by this race of royal drones who filled the governing posts not merely of every province, but of every buluk or district, city and town, each of whom kept up a court and a huge harem, and who preyed upon the country like a swarm of locusts. Fraser, passing through Azerbaijan in 1834, and observing the calamitous results of the system under which Fath Ali Shah distributed his colossal male progeny in every government post throughout the kingdom, remarked, "The most obvious consequence of this state of affairs is a thorough and universal detestation of the Qajar race, which is a prevalent feeling in every heart and the theme of every tongue." Just as in the course of his Nasruddin Shah's European travels, he picked up a vast number of what appeared to the Eastern mind to be wonderful curiosities, but which have since been stacked in the various apartments of the palace or put away and forgotten. So, in the larger sphere of public policy and administration, he is continually taking up and pushing some new scheme or invention, which, when the caprice has been gratified, is neglected or allowed to expire. One week it is gas, another it is electric lights. Now it is a staff college, anon a military hospital. Today it is a Russian uniform. Yesterday it was a German man-of-war for the Persian Gulf. A new army warrant is issued this year, a new code of law is promised for the next. Nothing comes of any of these brilliant schemes, and the lumber rooms of the palace are not more full of broken mechanism and discarded bric-a-brac than are the pigeonholes of the government bureau of abortive reforms and dead fiascos. In an upper chamber of the same pavilion, Mirza Abul Qasim, the Qa'im Maqam or Grand Vizier of Muhammad Shah, the father of the present monarch, was strangled in 1835 by order of his royal master, who therein followed an example set him by his predecessor, and set one himself that was duly followed by his son. It must be rare in history to find 3 successive sovereigns who have put to death, from jealous motives only, the 3 ministers who have either raised them to the throne or were at the time of their fall filling the highest office in the state. Such is the triple distinction of Fath Ali, Muhammad, and Nasruddin Shahs. B. The government. In a country so backward in constitutional progress, so destitute of forms and statutes and charters, and so firmly stereotyped in the immemorial traditions of the East, the personal element, as might be expected, is largely in the ascendant, and the government of Persia is little else than the arbitrary exercise of authority by a series of units in a descending scale from the sovereign to the headman of a petty village. The only check that operates upon the lower official grades is the fear of their superiors, which means can usually be found to assuage. Upon the higher ranks, the fear of the sovereign, who is not always closed against similar methods of pacification. And upon the sovereign himself, the fear not of native but of foreign opinion, as represented by the hostile criticism of the European press. The Shah, indeed, may be regarded at this moment as perhaps the best existing specimen of a moderate despot, for within the limits indicated he is practically irresponsible and omnipotent. He has absolute command over the life and property of every one of his subjects. His sons have no independent power, and can be reduced to impotence or beggary in the twinkling of an eye. The ministers are elevated and degraded at the royal pleasure. The sovereign is the sole executive, and all officials are his deputies. no civil tribunals are in existence to check or modify his prerogative. Of the general character and accomplishments of the ministers of the Persian court, Sir J. Malcolm, in his history, wrote as follows in the early years of the century. The ministers and chief officers of the court are almost always men of polished manners, well skilled in the business of their respective departments, of pleasant conversation, subdued temper, and very acute observation. But these agreeable and useful qualities are in general all that they possess. Nor is virtue or liberal knowledge to be expected in men whose lives are wasted in attending to forms, whose means of subsistence are derived from the most corrupt sources, whose occupation is in intrigues which have always the same objects, to preserve themselves or ruin others, who cannot, without danger, speak any language but that of flattery and deceit, and who are, in short, condemned by their condition to be venal, artful, and false. There have no doubt been many ministers of Persia whom it would be injustice to class under this general description. But even the most distinguished for their virtues and talents have been forced in some degree to accommodate their principles to their station, and, unless where the confidence of their sovereign has placed them beyond the fear of rivals, necessity has compelled them to practice a subserviency and dissimulation at variance with the truth and integrity which can alone constitute a claim to the respect all are disposed to grant to good and great men. These observations are marked by the insight and justice characteristic of their distinguished author, and it is to be feared that to a large extent they hold as good of the present as of the old generation. C. The people. I now come to that which is the cardinal and differentiating feature of Iranian administration. Government, nay, life itself in that country, may be said to consist for the most part of an interchange of presents. Under its social aspects, this practice may be supposed to illustrate the generous sentiments of an amiable people, though even here it has a grimly unemotional side, as, for instance, when congratulating yourself upon being the recipient of a gift, you find that not only must you make a return of equivalent cost to the donor, but must also liberally remunerate the bearer of the gift, to whom your return is very likely the sole recognized means of subsistence, in a ratio proportionate to its pecuniary value. Under its political aspects, the practice of gift-making, though consecrated in the adamantine traditions of the East, is synonymous with the system elsewhere described by less agreeable names. This is the system on which the government of Persia has been conducted for centuries, and the maintenance of which opposes a solid barrier to any real reform. From the Shah downwards, there is scarcely an official who is not open to gifts, scarcely a post which is not conferred in return for gifts, scarcely an income which has not been amassed by the receipt of gifts. Every individual, with hardly an exception, in the official hierarchy above mentioned, has only purchased his post by a money present, either to the Shah, or to a minister, or to the superior government by whom he has been appointed. If there are several candidates for a post, in all probability the one who makes the best offer will win. The Madakhel is a cherished national institution in Persia, the exaction of which, in a myriad different forms whose ingenuity is only equalled by their multiplicity, is the crowning interest and delight of a Persian's existence. This remarkable word, for which Mr. Watson says there is no precise English equivalent, may be variously translated as commission, perquisite, douceur, consideration, pickings and stealings, profit, according to the immediate context in which it is employed. Roughly speaking, it signifies that balance of personal advantage, usually expressed in money form, which can be squeezed out of any and every transaction. A negotiation in which two parties are involved as donor and recipient, as superior and subordinate, or even as equal contracting agents, cannot take place in Persia without the party who can be represented as the author of the favour or service claiming and receiving a definite cash return for what he has done or given. It may, of course, be said that human nature is much the same all the world over, that a similar system exists under a different name in our own or other countries, and that the philosophic critic will welcome in the Persian a man and a brother. To some extent this is true, but in no country that I have ever seen or heard of in the world is the system so open, so shameless, or so universal as in Persia. So far from being limited to the sphere of domestic economy or to commercial transactions, it permeates every walk and inspires most of the actions of life. By its operation, generosity or gratuitous service may be said to have been erased in Persia from the category of social virtues, and cupidity has been elevated into the guiding principle of human conduct. Hereby is instituted an arithmetical progression of plunder from the sovereign to the subject, each unit in the descending scale remunerating himself from the unit next in rank below him, and the hapless peasant being the ultimate victim. It is not surprising, under these circumstances, that office is the common avenue to wealth, and that cases are frequent of men who, having started from nothing, are found residing in magnificent houses surrounded by crowds of retainers and living in princely style. Make what you can while you can, is the rule that most men set before themselves in entering public life. Nor does popular spirit resent the act. The estimation of anyone who, enjoying the opportunity, has failed to line his own pockets, being the reverse of complimentary to his sense. No one turns a thought to the sufferers, from whom, in the last resort, the material for these successive madachels has been derived, and from the sweat of whose uncomplaining brow has been wrung the wealth that is dissipated in luxurious country houses, European curiosities, and enormous retinues. Among the features of public life in Persia that most quickly strike the stranger's eye, and that indirectly arise from the same conditions, is the enormous number of attendants and retainers that swarm round a minister or official of any description. In the case of a functionary of rank or position, these vary in number from 50 to 500. Benjamin says that the Prime Minister in his time kept 3,000. Now, the theory of social and ceremonial etiquette that prevails in Persia, and indeed throughout the East, is to some extent responsible for this phenomenon, personal importance being, to a large extent, estimated by the public show which it can make, and by the staff of servants whom on occasions it can parade. But it is the institution of madachel and of illicit pickings and stealings that is the root of the evil. If the governor or minister were bound to pay salaries to the whole of this servile crew, their ranks would speedily dwindle. The bulk of them are unpaid. They attach themselves to their master because of the opportunities for extortion with which that connection presents them, and they thrive and fatten on plunder. It may readily be conceived how great a drain is this swarm of bloodsuckers upon the resources of the country. They are true types of unproductive labourers, absorbing but never creating wealth, and their existence is little short of a national calamity. It is a cardinal point of Persian etiquette when you go out visiting to take as many of your own establishment with you as possible, whether riding or walking on foot, the number of such a retinue being accepted as an indication of the rank of the master. D. The ecclesiastical order. Marvellously adapted alike to the climate, character, and occupations of those countries upon which it has laid its adamantine grip, Islam holds its votary in complete thrall from the cradle to the grave. To him it is not only religion, it is government, philosophy, and science as well. The Mohammedan conception is not so much that of a state church, as, if the phrase may be permitted, of a church-state. The undergirders with which society itself is warped round are not of civil but of ecclesiastical fabrication. And wrapped in this superb if paralysing creed, the Mussulman lives in contented surrender of all volition, deems it his highest duty to worship God and to compel, or where impossible to despise, those who do not worship him in the spirit, and then dies in sure and certain hope of paradise. These Sayyids, or descendants of the Prophet, are an intolerable nuisance to the country, deducing from their alleged descent and from the prerogative of the green turban the right to an independence and insolence of bearing from which their countrymen, no less than foreigners, are made to suffer. As a community, the Persian Jews are sunk in great poverty and ignorance. Throughout the Mussulman countries of the East, these unhappy people have been subjected to the persecution which custom has taught themselves, as well as the world, to regard as their normal lot. Usually compelled to live apart in a ghetto or separate quarter of the towns, they have from time immemorial suffered from disabilities of occupation, dress, and habits, which have marked them out as social pariahs from their fellow creatures. In Esfahan, where there are said to be 3,700, and where they occupy a relatively better status than elsewhere in Persia, they are not permitted to wear the kolah, or Persian headdress, to have shops in the bazaar, to build the walls of their houses as high as a Moslem neighbour's, or to ride in the streets. As soon, however, as any outburst of bigotry takes place in Persia or elsewhere, the Jews are apt to be the first victims. Every man's hand is then against them, and woe betide the luckless Hebrew who is the first to encounter a Persian street mob. Perhaps the most extraordinary feature of Mashhad life, before I leave the subject of the shrine and the pilgrims, is the provision that is made for the material solace of the latter during their stay in the city. In recognition of the long journeys which they have made, of the hardships which they have sustained, and of the distances by which they are severed from family and home, they are permitted, with the connivance of the ecclesiastical law and its officers, to contract temporary marriages during their sojourn in the city. There is a large permanent population of wives suitable for the purpose. A mullah is found, under whose sanction a contract is drawn up and formally sealed by both parties, a fee is paid, and the union is legally accomplished. After the lapse of a fortnight or a month, or whatever be the specified period, the contract terminates. The temporary husband returns to his own lares et penates in some distant clime, and the lady, after an enforced celibacy of 14 days' duration, resumes her career of persevering matrimony. In other words, a gigantic system of prostitution under the sanction of the Church prevails in Mashhad, There is probably not a more immoral city in Asia, and I should be sorry to say how many of the unmurmuring pilgrims who traverse seas and lands to kiss the grating of the Imam's tomb are not also encouraged and consoled upon their march by the prospect of an agreeable holiday and what might be described in the English vernacular as a good spree. Conclusion. Before I quit the subject of the Persian law and its administration, let me add a few words upon the subject of penalties and prisons. Nothing is more shocking to the European reader in pursuing his way through the crime-stained and bloody pages of Persian history during the last and, in a happily less degree, during the present century, than the record of savage punishments and abominable tortures, testifying alternately to the callousness of the brute and the ingenuity of the fiend. The Persian character has ever been fertile in device and indifferent to suffering, and in the field of judicial executions it has found ample scope for the exercise of both attainments. Up till quite a recent period, well within the borders of the present reign, condemned criminals have been crucified, blown from guns, buried alive, impaled, shod like horses, torn asunder by being bound to the heads of two trees bent together and then allowed to spring back to their natural position, converted into human tortures, flayed while living. Under a twofold governing system, such as that of which I have now completed the description, namely, an administration in which every actor is, in different aspects, both the briber and the bribed, and a judicial procedure without either a law or a law court, it will readily be understood that confidence in the government is not likely to exist, that there is no personal sense of duty or pride of honour, no mutual trust or cooperation, except in the service of ill-doing, no disgrace in exposure, no credit in virtue, above all, no national spirit or patriotism. Those philosophers are right who argue that moral must precede material, and internal exterior reform in Persia. It is useless to graft new shoots onto a stem whose own sap is exhausted or poisoned. We may give Persia roads and railroads. We may work her mines and exploit her resources. We may drill her army and clothe her artisans, but we shall not have brought her within the pale of civilized nations until we have got at the core of the people and given a new and a radical twist to the national character and institutions. I have drawn this picture of Persian administration, which I believe to be true, in order that English readers may understand the system with which reformers, whether foreigners or natives, have to contend, and the iron wall of resistance built up by all the most selfish instincts in human nature that is opposed to progressive ideas. The Shah himself, however genuine his desire for innovation, is to some extent enlisted on the side of this pernicious system, seeing that he owes to it his private fortune, while those who most loudly condemn it in private are not behind their fellows in outwardly bowing their heads in the temple of Rimmon. In every rank below the sovereign, the initiative is utterly wanting to start a rebellion against the tyranny of immemorial custom. And if a strong man like the present king can only tentatively undertake it, where is he who shall preach the crusade? Extracts from Lord Curzon's Persia and the Persian Question. Baha'u'llah's tribute to the Bab and his chief disciples. Extracts from the Kitab-i-Iran. Though young and tender of age, and though the cause he revealed was contrary to the desire of all the peoples of the earth, both high and low, rich and poor, exalted and abased, king and subject, yet he arose and steadfastly proclaimed it. All have known and heard this. He feared no one. He was reckless of consequences. Could such a thing be made manifest except through the power of a divine revelation and the potency of God's invincible will? By the righteousness of God, were anyone to entertain so great a revelation in his heart, the thought of such a declaration would alone confound him. Were the hearts of all men to be crowded into his heart, he would still hesitate to venture upon so awful an enterprise. He could achieve it only by the permission of God, only if the channel of his heart were to be linked with the source of divine grace, and his soul be assured of the unfailing sustenance of the Almighty. To what, we wonder, do they ascribe so great a daring? Do they accuse him of madness, as they accused the prophets of old? Or do they maintain that his motive was none other than leadership and the acquisition of earthly riches? Gracious God, in his book, which he hath entitled KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ, the first, the greatest, and mightiest of all books, he prophesied his own martyrdom. In it is this passage: O thou remnant of God, I have sacrificed myself wholly for thee. I have accepted curses for thy sake, and have yearned for naught but martyrdom in the path of thy love. Sufficient witness unto me is God, the exalted, the protector, the ancient of days. Could the revealer of such utterance be regarded as walking in any other way than the way of God, and as having yearned for aught else except his good pleasure? In this very verse there lieth concealed a breath of detachment, for which, if it were breathed upon the world, all beings would renounce their life and sacrifice their soul. And now consider how this Sadr of the Rezvan of God hath, in the prime of youth, risen to proclaim the cause of God. Behold, what steadfastness he, the beauty of God, hath revealed. The whole world rose to hinder him, yet it utterly failed. The more severe the persecution they inflicted on that Sadr of blessedness, the more his fervour increased, and the brighter burned the flame of his love. All this is evident, and none disputeth its truth. Finally, he surrendered his soul, and winged his flight unto the realms above. No sooner had that eternal beauty revealed himself in Shíráz, in the year 60, and rent asunder the veil of concealment, than the signs of the ascendancy, the might, the sovereignty and power emanating from that essence of essences and sea of seas were manifest in every land. So much so, that from every city there appeared the signs, the evidences, the tokens and testimonies of that divine luminary. How many were those pure and kindly hearts which faithfully reflected the light of that eternal sun! And how manifold the emanations of knowledge from that ocean of divine wisdom which encompassed all beings! In every city, all the divines and nobles rose to hinder and repress them, and girded up the loins of malice, of envy, and tyranny for their suppression. How great the number of those holy souls, those essences of justice, who accused of tyranny were put to death, and how many embodiments of purity, who showed forth naught but true knowledge and stainless deeds, suffered an agonizing death. Notwithstanding all this, each of these holy beings up to his last moment breathed the name of God and soared in the realm of submission and resignation. Such was the potency and transmuting influence which he exercised over them, that they ceased to cherish any desire but his will, and wedded their souls to his remembrance. Reflect, who in the world is able to manifest such transcendent power, such pervading influence? All these stainless hearts and sanctified souls have with absolute resignation responded to the summons of his decree. Instead of making complaint, they rendered thanks unto God, and amidst the darkness of their anguish, they revealed naught but radiant acquiescence in his will. It is well known how relentless was the hate, and how bitter the malice and enmity entertained by all the peoples of the earth towards these companions. The persecution and pain which they inflicted on these holy and spiritual beings were regarded by them as means unto salvation, prosperity, and everlasting success. Hath the world since the days of Adam witnessed such tumult, such violent commotion? Notwithstanding all the torture they suffered, and the manifold afflictions they endured, they became the object of universal opprobrium and execration. Methinks patience was revealed only by virtue of their fortitude, and faithfulness itself was begotten by their deeds. Do thou ponder these momentous happenings in thine heart, so that thou mayest apprehend the greatness of this revelation, and perceive its stupendous glory. Distinguishing features of Shia Islam. The cardinal point wherein the Shias, as well as the other sects included under the more general term of Imamites, differ from the Sunnis, is the doctrine of the Imamate. According to the belief of the latter, the vicegerency of the Prophet, Khilafat, is a matter to be determined by the choice and election of his followers, and the visible head of the Mussulman world is qualified for the lofty position which he holds less by any special divine grace than by a combination of orthodoxy and administrative capacity. According to the Imamite view, on the other hand, the vicegerency is a matter altogether spiritual, an office conferred by God alone, first by his prophet and afterwards by those who so succeeded him, and having nothing to do with the popular choice or approval. In a word, the Khalifa of the Sunnis is merely the outward and visible defender of the faith. The Imam of the Shias is the divinely ordained successor of the Prophet, one endowed with all perfections and spiritual gifts, one whom all the faithful must obey, whose decision is absolute and final, whose wisdom is superhuman, and whose words are authoritative. The general term imamate is applicable to all who hold this latter view, without reference to the way in which they trace the succession, and therefore include such sects as the Baqirīs and the Ismailis, as well as the Shia or Church of the 12, Mazhab-i Ithna-Ashariyyah, as they are more specifically termed, with whom alone we are here concerned. According to these, 12 persons successively held the office of Imam. These 12 are as follows. 1. Ali ibn Abi Talib, the cousin and first disciple of the Prophet, assassinated by Ibn Muljam at Kufa, AH 40, AD 661. 2. Hassan, son of Ali and Fatima, born AH 2, poisoned by order of Muawiyah the First, AH 50, AD 670. 3. Hussein, son of Ali and Fatima, born AH 4, killed at Karbala on Muharram the 10th, AH 61, October the 10th, AD 680. 4. Ali, son of Hussein and Shahribanu, daughter of Yazdegerd, the last Sasanian king, generally called Imam Zainul Abidin, poisoned by Walid. 5. Muhammad Baqir, son of the above-mentioned Zainul Abidin and his cousin Abdullah, the daughter of Imam Hassan, poisoned by Ibrahim ibn Walid. 6. Ja'far as-Sadiq, son of Imam Muhammad Baqir, poisoned by order of Mansur, the Abbasid Khalifa. 7. Musa Kazim, son of Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, born AH 129, poisoned by order of Harun al-Rashid, AH 183. 8. Ali ibn Musa Reza, generally called Imam Reza, born AH 153, poisoned near Tus in Khurasan by order of the Khalifa Ma'mun, AH 203, and buried at Mashhad, which derives its name and its sanctity from him. 9. Muhammad Taqi, son of Imam Reza, born AH 195, poisoned by the Khalifa Mu'tasim at Baghdad, AH 220. 10. Ali Naqi, son of Imam Muhammad Taqi, born AH 213, poisoned at Surraman Ra'a, AH 254. 11. Hasan Askari, son of Imam Ali Naqi, born AH 232, poisoned AH 260. 12. Muhammad, son of Imam Hasan Askari and Narges Khatun, called by the Shias Imam Mehdi, Hujjatullah, the proof of God, Baqiyatullah, the remnant of God, and Qa'im al Muhammad, he who shall arise of the family of Muhammad. He bore not only the same name, but the same kunyah, Abul Qasim, as the Prophet, and according to the Shias, it is not lawful for any other to bear this name and this kunyah together. He was born at Surraman Ra'a, AH 255, and succeeded his father in the imamate, AH 260. The Shias hold that he did not die, but disappeared in an underground passage in Surraman Ra'a, AH 329. That he still lives, surrounded by a chosen band of his followers, in one of those mysterious cities, Jabul-Qa and Jabul-Sa, and that when the fullness of time is come, when the earth is filled with injustice and the faithful are plunged in despair, He will come forth, heralded by Jesus Christ, overthrow the infidels, establish universal peace and justice, and inaugurate a millennium of blessedness. During the whole period of his imamate, i.e. from AH 260 till the present day, the Imam Mahdi has been invisible and inaccessible to the mass of his followers, and this is what is signified by the term occultation, ghaybat. After assuming the functions of Imam and presiding at the burial of his father and predecessor, the Imam Hassan al-Askari, he disappeared from the sight of all save a chosen few, who, one after the other, continued to act as channels of communication between him and his followers. These persons were known as gates, abwab. The first of them was Abu Omar Osman ibn Sayyid Omari. The second, Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Osman, son of the above. The third, Husayn ibn Ruh-e-Nobakti. The fourth, Abul Hasan Ali ibn Muhammad al-Simari. Of these gates, the first was appointed by Imam Hassan Askari, the others by the then acting gate, with the sanction and approval of the Imam Mahdi. This period, extending over 69 years, during which the Imam was still accessible by means of the gates, is known as the lesser or minor occultation, ghaybat al-sughra. This was succeeded by the greater or major occultation, ghaybat al-kubra. When Abul Hasan Ali, the last of the gates, drew near to his latter end, he was urged by the faithful who contemplated with despair the prospect of complete severance from the Imam to nominate a successor. This, however, he refused to do, saying, "God hath a purpose which he will accomplish." So on his death, all communication between the Imam and his church ceased, and the major occultation began and shall continue until the return of the Imam takes place in the fullness of time. Excerpt from a traveller's narrative, Note O, pages 296 to 99. Genealogy of the Prophet Muhammad. Quraysh, Abd Manaf, Hashem, Abdul Shams, Abdul Muttalib, Abdullah, Abu Talib, Abbas, Muhammad, Fatimah, Ali, Abbas, Abbasid caliphs, Hassan, Hussein, Umayyad, Umayyad caliphs. Umayyad caliphs 661 to 749 AD. Abbasid caliphs 749 to 1258 AD. Fatimite caliphs 1258 to 1517 AD. Ottoman caliphs 1517 to 19 AD. Birth of Muhammad, August the 20th, 570 AD. Declaration of his mission, 613 to 14 AD. His flight to Medina, 622 AD. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq ibn Abi Quhafa, 632 to 34 AD. Omar ibn al-Khattab, 634 to 44 AD. Osman ibn Affan, 644 to 56 AD. Ali ibn Abi Talib, 656 to 61 AD. Theory and administration of law in the middle of the 19th century. The law in Persia, and indeed among Muslim peoples in general, consists of two branches, the religious and the common law, that which is based upon the Mohammedan scriptures and that which is based on precedent, that which is administered by ecclesiastical and that which is administered by civil tribunals. In Persia, the former is known as the Shar', the latter as the Urf. From the two is evolved a jurisprudence which, although in no sense scientific, is yet reasonably practical in application, and is roughly accommodated to the needs and circumstances of those for whom it is dispensed. The basis of authority in the case of the Shar', or ecclesiastical law, consists of the utterances of the Prophet in the Qur'an, of the opinions of the 12 holy Imams, whose voice in the judgment of the Shia Mohammedans is of scarcely inferior weight, and of the commentaries of a school of preeminent ecclesiastical jurists. The latter have played much the same part in adding to the volume of the national jurisprudence that the famous Juris Consulti did with the common law of Rome, or the Talmudic commentators with the Hebrew system. The body of law so framed has been roughly codified and divided into 4 heads, dealing respectively with religious rights and duties, with contracts and obligations, with personal affairs, and with sumptuary rules and judicial procedure. This law is administered by an ecclesiastical court consisting of mullahs, i.e. lay priests, and mujtahids, i.e. learned doctors of the law, assisted sometimes by qadis or judges, and under the presidency of an official known as the Shaykh-ul-Islam, one of whom is, as a rule, appointed to every large city by the sovereign. In olden days, the chief of this ecclesiastical hierarchy was the Sadrus Sudur, or Pontifex Maximus, a dignitary who was chosen by the king and placed over the entire priesthood and judicial bench of the kingdom. But this office was abolished in his anti-clerical campaign by Nadir Shah, and has never been renewed. In smaller centres of population and villages, the place of this court is taken by the local mullah or mullahs, who, for a consideration, are always ready with a text from the Qur'an. In the case of the higher courts, the decision is invariably written out along with a citation from the scriptures or the commentators upon which it is based. Cases of extreme importance are referred to the more eminent mujtahids, of whom there is never a large number, who gain their position solely by eminent learning or abilities ratified by the popular approval, and whose decisions are seldom impugned. In works upon the theory of the law in Persia, it is commonly written that criminal cases are decided by the ecclesiastical and civil cases by the secular courts. In practice, however, there is no such clear distinction. The functions and the prerogative of the coordinate benches vary at different epochs and appear to be a matter of accident or choice rather than of necessity. And at the present time, though criminal cases of difficulty may be submitted to the ecclesiastical court, yet it is with civil matters that they are chiefly concerned. Questions of heresy or sacrilege are naturally referred to them. They also take cognizance of adultery and divorce, and intoxication as an offence, not against the common law. Indeed, if it were, a matter of precedent, insobriety could present the highest credentials in Persia, but against the Qur'an falls within the scope of their judgment. From the Shar, I pass to the Urf, or common law. Nominally, this is based on oral tradition, on precedent, and on custom. As such, it varies in different parts of the country. But there being no written or recognized code, It is found to vary still more in practice, according to the character or caprice of the individual who administers it. The administrators of the Urf are the civil magistrates throughout the kingdom, there being no secular court or bench of judges after the Western model. In a village, the case will be brought before the Kad Khuda or headman. In a town, before the Dagure or police magistrate. To their judgment are submitted all the petty offences that occupy a city police court or a bench of country magistrates in England. The penalty in the case of larceny or assault or such like offences is, as a rule, restitution, either in kind or in money value, while, if lack of means renders this impossible, the criminal is soundly thrashed. All ordinary criminal cases are brought before the Hakim or governor of a town. The more important, before the provincial governor or governor-general. The ultimate court of appeal in each case is the king, of whose sovereign authority these subordinate exercises of jurisdiction are merely a delegation, although it is rare that a suppliant, at any distance from the capital, can make his complaint heard so far. Justice, as dispensed in this fashion by the officers of government in Persia, obeys no law and follows no system. Publicity is the sole guarantee for fairness. But great is the scope, especially in the lower grades, for pishkash and the bribe. The Daruqes have the reputation of being both harsh and venal, and there are some who go so far as to say that there is not a sentence of an official in Persia, even of the higher ranks, that cannot be swayed by a pecuniary consideration. Excerpts from Lord Curzon's Persia and the Persian Question, Volume 1, pages 452 to 55. Key to the genealogy of the Bab. 1. Descendant of Imam Hussein, resident of Shiraz. 2. Wife of the Bab. 3. Surnamed Afnan Kabir. 4. Wife of Mirza Zainul Abidin. 5. Known as Sakka Khani. 6. Wife of Haji Mirza Sayyid Hassan, son of Mirza Ali. 7. Died at birth. 8. Surnamed Khal Akbar, to whom the Kitab-i-Iqan was addressed. 9. Surnamed Khal Azam, one of the 7 martyrs of Tehran. 10. Surnamed Vakil-id-Dawleh, chief builder of the Mashraq al-Askar in Ashgabad. 11. Surnamed Wazir, native of Noor in Mazandaran, named Abbas. 12. Named Abbas. 13. Named Ali Muhammad. 14. Named Hussein Ali. 15. Wife of Vakil-ud-Dawleh, Haji Mirza Muhammad Taqi. 16. Only son of Haji Mirza Muhammad Ali. 17. Abdul Baha's son-in-law. 18. Descendant of the Imam Hussein, merchant and native of Shiraz. 19. Abdul Baha's son-in-law. 20. Only child of Mirza Abul Fath, the Qajar dynasty. Fath Ali Shah, 1798 to 1834 A.D. Muhammad Shah, 1835 to 48 A.D. Nasir-ed-Din Shah, 1848 to 96 A.D. Muzaffaruddin Shah, 1896 to 1907 AD. Muhammad Ali Shah, 1907 to 9 AD. Ahmad Shah, 1909 to 25 AD. Mirza Abul Qasim Qa'im Maqam, Haji Mirza Agha-सी, Mirza Taqi Khan Amir Nizam, Mirza Agha Khan Noori. Acknowledgement. Grateful acknowledgement is made to Lady Blomfield for her valuable suggestions, to an English correspondent for his help in the preparation of the introduction, to Mrs. E. Hogg for the typing of the manuscript, to Miss Effie Baker for the photographs used in illustrating this book. The translator. Preface. It is my intention, by the aid and assistance of God, to devote the introductory pages of this narrative to such accounts as I have been able to obtain regarding those twin great lights, Shaykh Ahmad-I-AʿSÁ'Í and Sayyid KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ, after which it is my hope to recount in their chronological order the chief events that have happened since the year 60, the year that witnessed the declaration of the faith by the Bab, until the present time, the year 1305 AH. In certain instances I shall go into some detail. In others I shall content myself with a brief summary of events. I shall place on record a description of the episodes I myself have witnessed, as well as those that have been reported to me by trustworthy and recognized informants, specifying in every case their names and standing. Those to whom I am primarily indebted are the following: Mirza Ahmad Qazvini, the Bab's amanuensis, Sayyid Ismail Zabi, Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, Sheikh Abu Turab Qazvini, and last but not least, Mirza Musa, Aghay Kalim, brother of Baha'u'lláh. I render thanks to God for having assisted me in the writing of these preliminary pages, and for having blessed and honored them with the approval of Baha'u'lláh, who has graciously deigned to consider them, and who signified, through his amanuensis Mirza Agha Jan, who read them to him, his pleasure and acceptance. I pray that the Almighty may sustain and guide me, lest I err and falter in the task I have set myself to accomplish. Nabil Zarandi, Akka, Palestine, 1305 AH. The Dawnbreakers. Chapter 1. The Mission of Shaykh Ahmad-I-AʿSÁ'Í. His departure from Bahrain to Iraq. His visit to Najaf and Karbala. At a time when the shining reality of the faith of Muhammad had been obscured by the ignorance, the fanaticism and perversity of the contending sects into which it had fallen, there appeared above the horizon of the East that luminous star of divine guidance, Shaykh Ahmad-I-AʿSÁ'Í. He observed how those who professed the faith of Islam had shattered its unity, sapped its force, perverted its purpose, and degraded its holy name. His soul was filled with anguish at the sight of the corruption and strife which characterized the Shia sect of Islam. Inspired by the light that shone within him, he arose with unerring vision, with fixed purpose and sublime detachment, to utter his protest against the betrayal of the faith by that ignoble people. Aglow with zeal and conscious of the sublimity of his calling, he vehemently appealed not only to Shia Islam, but to all the followers of Muhammad throughout the East, to awaken from the slumber of negligence and to prepare the way for him who must needs be made manifest in the fullness of time, whose light alone could dissipate the mists of prejudice and ignorance which had enveloped that faith. Forsaking his home and kindred on one of the islands of Bahrain to the south of the Persian Gulf, he set out, as bidden by an almighty providence, to unravel the mysteries of those verses of Islamic scriptures which foreshadowed the advent of a new manifestation. He was well aware of the dangers and perils that beset his path. He fully realized the crushing responsibility of his task. There burned in his soul the conviction that no reform, however drastic, within the faith of Islam could achieve the regeneration of this perverse people. He knew and was destined by the will of God to demonstrate that nothing short of a new and independent revelation, as attested and foreshadowed by the sacred scriptures of Islam, could revive the fortunes and restore the purity of that decadent faith. Bereft of all earthly possessions and detached from all save God, he, in the early days of the 13th century of the Hejira, when 40 years of age, arose to dedicate the remaining days of his life to the task he felt impelled to shoulder. He first proceeded to Najaf and Karbala, where in the few years he acquired familiarity with the prevailing thoughts and standards current among the learned men of Islam. There he came to be recognized as one of the authorized expounders of the Islamic Holy Writ, was declared a mujtahid, and soon obtained an ascendancy over the rest of his colleagues who either visited or were residing in those holy cities. These came to regard him as one initiated into the mysteries of divine revelation and qualified to unravel the abstruse utterances of Muhammad and of the Imams of the faith. As his influence increased and the scope of his authority widened, he found himself besieged on every side by an ever-increasing number of devoted inquirers who asked to be enlightened regarding the intricacies of the faith, all of which he ably and fully expounded. By his knowledge and fearlessness, he struck terror to the hearts of the Sufis and Neoplatonists and other kindred schools of thought, who envied his learning and feared his ruthlessness. Thereby he acquired added favor in the eyes of those learned divines who looked upon these sects as the disseminators of obscure and heretical doctrines. Yet, great as was his fame, and universal as was the esteem in which he was regarded, he despised all the honors which his admirers lavished upon him. He marveled at their servile devotion to dignity and rank, and refused resolutely to associate himself with the objects of their pursuits and desires. His journey to Shíráz. Having achieved his purpose in those cities, and inhaling the fragrance which wafted upon him from Persia, he felt in his heart an irrepressible yearning to hasten to that country. He concealed from his friends, however, the real motive that impelled him to direct his steps towards that land. By way of the Persian Gulf, he hastened unto the land of his heart's desire, ostensibly for the purpose of visiting the shrine of the Imam Reza in Mashhad. He was filled with eagerness to unburden his soul, and searched zealously for those to whom he could deliver the secret which to no one he had as yet divulged. Upon his arrival at Shiraz, the city which enshrined that concealed treasure of God, and from which the voice of the herald of a new manifestation was destined to be proclaimed, he repaired to the Masjid-i-Jum'eh, a mosque which, in its style and shape, bore a striking resemblance to the holy shrine of Mecca. Many a time did he, whilst gazing upon that edifice, observe, "Verily, this house of God betokens such signs as only those who are endowed with understanding can perceive. Methinks he who conceived and built it was inspired of God." How often and how passionately he extolled that city. Such was the praise he lavished upon it, that his hearers, who were only too familiar with its mediocrity, were astonished at the tone of his language. "Wonder not," he said to those who were surprised, "for ere long the secret of my words will be made manifest to you. Among you there shall be a number who will live to behold the glory of a day which the prophets of old have yearned to witness." So great was his authority in the eyes of the ulamas who met and conversed with him, that they professed themselves incapable of comprehending the meaning of his mysterious allusions, and ascribed their failure to their own deficient understanding. His stay in Yazd. A. His correspondence with Fath Ali Shah. Having sown the seeds of divine knowledge in the hearts of those whom he found receptive to his call, Shaykh Ahmad set out for Yazd, where he tarried a while, engaged continually in the dissemination of such truths as he felt urged to reveal. Most of his books and epistles were written in that city. Such was the fame he acquired that the ruler of Persia, Fath Ali Shah, was moved to address to him from Tehran a written message calling upon him to explain certain specific questions related to the abstruse teachings of the Moslem faith, the meaning of which the leading ulamas of his realm had been unable to unfold. To this he readily answered, in the form of an epistle to which he gave the name Risaliye Sultaniye. The Shah was so pleased with the tone and subject matter of that epistle that he forthwith sent him a second message, this time extending to him an invitation to visit his court. Replying to this second imperial message, he wrote the following. As I had intended ever since my departure from Najaf and Karbala to visit and pay my homage to the shrine of the Imam Reza in Mashhad, I venture to hope that your Imperial Majesty will graciously allow me to fulfill the vow which I have made. Later on, God willing, it is my hope and purpose to avail myself of the honour which your Imperial Majesty has deigned to confer upon me. His relations with Haji Abdul Wahhab. Among those who in the city of Yazd were awakened by the message of that bearer of the light of God was Haji Abdul Wahhab, a man of great piety, upright and God-fearing. He visited Shaykh Ahmad each day in the company of a certain Mullah Abdul Khaliq Yazdi, who was noted for his authority and learning. On certain occasions, however, in order to talk confidentially with Abdul Wahhab, Shaykh Ahmad, to the great surprise of the learned Abdul Khaliq, would ask him to retire from his presence and leave him alone with his chosen and favoured disciple. This marked preference shown to so modest and illiterate a man as Abdul Wahhab was a cause of great surprise to his companion, who was only too conscious of his own superiority and attainments. Later, however, when Shaykh Ahmad had departed from Yazd, Abdul Wahhab retired from the society of men and came to be regarded as a Sufi. By the orthodox leaders of that community, however, such as the Ni'matullahi and Zahabi, he was denounced as an intruder and was suspected of a desire to rob them of their leadership. Abdul Wahhab, for whom the Sufi doctrine had no special attraction, scorned their false imputations and shunned their society. He associated with none except Haji Hasan-i-Nayyini, whom he had chosen as his intimate friend and to whom he confided the secret with which he had been entrusted by his master. When Abdul Wahhab died, this friend, following his example, continued to pursue the path which he had directed him to tread, and announced to every receptive soul the tidings of God's fast approaching revelation. The anecdote of Mirza Mahmud-Ghamsari. Mirza Mahmud-Ghamsari, whom I met in Kashan and who, at that time, was an old man, over 90 years of age, and was greatly beloved and revered by all those who knew him, related to me the following story. I recall when in my youth, at the time when I was living in Kashan, I heard of a certain man in Nayin who had arisen to announce the tidings of a new revelation, and under whose spell fell all who heard him, whether scholars, officials of the government, or the uneducated among the people. His influence was such that those who came in contact with him renounced the world and despised its riches. Curious to ascertain the truth, I proceeded, unsuspected by my friends, to Nayin, where I was able to verify the statements that were current about him. His radiant countenance bespoke the light that had been kindled in his soul. I heard him one day, after he had offered his morning prayer, speak words such as these: "Ere long will the earth be turned into a paradise. Ere long will Persia be made the shrine round which will circle the peoples of the earth." One morning, at the hour of dawn, I found him fallen upon his face, repeating in rapt devotion the words, "Allahu Akbar." To my great surprise, he turned to me and said, "That which I have been announcing to you is now revealed. At this very hour, the light of the Promised One has broken and is shedding illumination upon the world. O Mahmud, verily I say, you shall live to behold that day of days." The words which that holy man addressed to me kept ringing in my ears until the day when, in the year 60, I was privileged to hear the call that arose from Shiraz. I was, alas, unable, because of my infirmities, to hasten to that city. Later, when the Bab, the herald of the new revelation, arrived in Kashan, and for 3 nights lived as a guest in the house of Haji Mirza Jani, I was unaware of his visit and so missed the honour of attaining his presence. Some time afterwards, whilst conversing with the followers of the faith, I was informed that the birthday of the Bab fell on the first day of the month of Muharram of the year 1235 AH. I realized that the day to which Haji Hasan-i-Nayyini had referred did not correspond with this date, that there was actually a difference of 2 years between them. This thought sorely perplexed me. Long after, however, I met a certain Haji Mirza Kamaluddin al-Iraqi, who announced to me the revelation of Baha'u'lláh in Baghdad, and who shared with me a number of verses from the Qasida-i Warqaiyya, as well as certain passages of the Persian and Arabic hidden words. I was moved to the depths of my soul as I heard him recite those sacred words. The following I still vividly remember, O Son of Being, thy heart is my home, sanctify it for my descent. Thy spirit is my place of revelation. Cleanse it for my manifestation. O Son of Earth, wouldst thou have me seek none other than me, and wouldst thou gaze upon my beauty, close thine eyes to the world and all that is therein. For my will and the will of another than I, even as fire and water, cannot dwell together in one heart. I asked him the date of the birth of Baha'u'lláh. The dawn of the second day of Muharram, he replied, of the year 1233 AH. I immediately remembered the words of Haji Hassan and recalled the day on which they were spoken. Instinctively, I fell prostrate on the ground and exclaimed, Glorified art thou, O my God, for having enabled me to attain unto this promised day. If now I be called to thee, I die content and assured. That very year, the year 1274 AH, that venerable and radiant soul yielded his spirit to God. This account, which I heard from the lips of Mirza Mahmud-I-AʿSÁ'Í himself, and which is still current amongst the people, is assuredly a compelling evidence of the perspicacity of the late Shaykh Ahmad-I-AʿSÁ'Í, and bears eloquent testimony to the influence he exercised upon his immediate disciples. The promise he gave them was eventually fulfilled, and the mystery with which he fired their souls was unfolded in all its glory. The arrival of Sayyid KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ. During those days, when Shaykh Ahmad was preparing to depart from Yazd, Sayyid KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ, that other luminary of divine guidance, set out from his native province of Gilan with the object of visiting Shaykh Ahmad, ere the latter undertook his pilgrimage to Khurasan. In the course of his first interview with him, Shaykh Ahmad spoke these words: I welcome you, O my friend. How long and how eagerly have I waited for you to come and deliver me from the arrogance of this perverse people. I am oppressed by the shamelessness of their acts and the depravity of their character. Verily, we propose to the heavens and to the earth and to the mountains to receive the trust of God, but they refused the burden, and they feared to receive it. Man undertook to bear it, and he verily hath proved unjust, ignorant. This Sayyid Kazim had already from his early boyhood shown signs of remarkable intellectual power and spiritual insight. He was unique among those of his own rank and age. At the age of 11, he had committed to memory the whole of the Qur'an. At the age of 14, he had learned by heart a prodigious number of prayers and recognized traditions of Muhammad. At the age of 18, he had composed a commentary on a verse of the Qur'an, known as the Ayatul Kursi, which had excited the wonder and the admiration of the most learned of his day. His piety, the gentleness of his character, and his humility were such that all who knew him, whether young or old, were profoundly impressed. In the year 1231 AH, when only 22 years of age, he, forsaking home, kindred, and friends, departed from Gilan, intent upon attaining the presence of him who had so nobly arisen to announce the approaching dawn of a divine revelation. He had been in the company of Shaykh Ahmad for only a few weeks, when the latter, turning to him one day, addressed him in these words: Remain in your house and cease attending my lectures. Such of my disciples as may feel perplexed will turn henceforth to you and will seek to obtain from you directly whatsoever assistance they may require. You will, through the knowledge which the Lord your God has bestowed upon you, resolve their problems and tranquilize their hearts. By the power of your utterance, you will help to revive the sorely neglected faith of Muhammad, your illustrious ancestor. These words addressed to Sayyid Kazim excited the resentment and kindled the envy of the prominent disciples of Shaykh Ahmad, among whom figured Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani and Mullah Abdul Khaliq Yazdi. So compelling was the dignity of Sayyid Kazim, however, and so remarkable were the evidences of his knowledge and wisdom, that these disciples were awed and felt compelled to submit. His pilgrimage to Mashhad. Shaykh Ahmad, having thus committed his disciples to the care of Sayyid Kazim, left for Khurasan. There he tarried a while, in the close vicinity of the holy shrine of the Imam Reza in Mashhad. Within its precincts he pursued with undiminished zest the course of his labours, by resolving the intricacies that agitated the minds of the seekers. He continued to prepare the way for the advent of the coming manifestation. In that city, he became increasingly conscious that the day which was to witness the birth of the Promised One could not be far distant. The promised hour, he felt, was fast approaching. From the direction of Nur in the province of Mazandaran, he was able to perceive the first glimmerings that heralded the dawn of the promised dispensation. To him, the revelation foreshadowed in these following traditional utterances was at hand. Ere long shall ye behold the countenance of your Lord, resplendent as the moon in its full glory, and yet ye shall fail to unite in acknowledging his truth and embracing his faith. And one of the most mighty signs that shall signalize the advent of the promised hour is this: a woman shall give birth to one who shall be her Lord. His triumphal entry into Tehran. Shaykh Ahmad therefore set his face towards Nur, and accompanied by Sayyid Kazim and a number of his distinguished disciples, proceeded to Tehran. The Shah of Persia, being informed of the approach of Shaykh Ahmad to his capital, commanded the dignitaries and officials of Tehran to go out to meet him. He directed them to extend a cordial expression of welcome on his behalf. The distinguished visitor and his companions were royally entertained by the Shah, who visited him in person and declared him to be the glory of his nation and an ornament to his people. In those days, there was born a child in an ancient and noble family of Nur, whose father was Mirza Abbas, better known as Mirza Bozorg, a favoured minister of the crown. That child was Baha'u'lláh. At the hour of dawn, on the second day of Muharram, in the year 1233 AH, the world, unaware of its significance, witnessed the birth of him who was destined to confer upon it such incalculable blessings. Shaykh Ahmad, who recognized in its full measure the meaning of this auspicious event, yearned to spend the remaining days of his life within the precincts of the court of this divine, this newborn king. But this was not to be. His thirst unallayed and his yearning unsatisfied, he felt compelled to submit to God's irrevocable decree, and turning his face away from the city of his beloved proceeded to Kermanshah. His departure for Kermanshah. The governor of Kermanshah, Prince Muhammad Ali Mirza, the Shah's eldest son and the ablest member of his house, had already begged permission of His Imperial Majesty to enable him to entertain and serve in person Shaykh Ahmad. So favoured was the prince in the eyes of the Shah that his request was immediately granted. Wholly resigned to his destiny, Shaykh Ahmad bade farewell to Tehran. Ere his departure from that city, he breathed a prayer that this hidden treasure of God, now born amongst his countrymen, might be preserved and cherished by them, that they might recognize the full measure of his blessedness and glory, and might be enabled to proclaim his excellence to all nations and peoples. Upon his arrival in Kermanshah, Shaykh Ahmad decided to select a number of the most receptive from among his Shia disciples, and by devoting his special attention to their enlightenment, to enable them to become the active supporters of the cause of the promised revelation. In the series of books and epistles which he undertook to write, among which figures his well-known work Sharh-uz-Ziyareh, he extolled in clear and vivid language the virtues of the Imams of the faith, and laid special stress upon the allusions which they had made to the coming of the Promised One. By his repeated references to Husayn, he meant, however, none other than the Husayn who was yet to be revealed, and by his allusions to the ever-recurrent name Ali, he intended not the Ali who had been slain, but the Ali recently born. To those who questioned him regarding the signs that must needs herald the advent of the Qa'im, he emphatically asserted the inevitableness of the promised dispensation. In the very year the Bab was born, Shaykh Ahmad suffered the loss of his son, whose name was Shaykh Ali. To his disciples who mourned his loss, he spoke these words of comfort: "Grieve not, O my friends, for I have offered up my son, my own Ali, as a sacrifice for the Ali whose advent we all await. To this end have I reared and prepared him." The Bab, whose name was Ali Muhammad, was born in Shiraz on the 1st of Muharram in the year 1235 AH. He was the descendant of a house renowned for its nobility, which traced its origin to Muhammad himself. His father, Sayyid Muhammad Reza, as well as his mother, were descendants of the Prophet and belonged to families of recognized standing. The date of his birth confirmed the truth of the saying attributed to the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful: "I am 2 years younger than my Lord." The mystery of this utterance, however, remained unrevealed except to those who sought and recognized the truth of the new revelation. It was he, the Bab, who in his first, his most weighty and exalted book, revealed this passage concerning Baha'u'lláh: "O thou remnant of God, I have sacrificed myself wholly for thee. I have consented to be cursed for thy sake, and have yearned for naught but martyrdom in the path of thy love. Sufficient witness unto me is God, the exalted, the protector, the Ancient of Days." While Shaykh Ahmad was sojourning in Kermanshah, he received so many evidences of ardent devotion from Prince Muhammad Ali Mirza that on one occasion he was moved to refer to the prince in such terms: "Muhammad Ali I regard as my own son, though he be a descendant of Fat Ali." A considerable number of seekers and disciples thronged his house and eagerly attended his lectures. To none, however, did he feel inclined to show the consideration and affectionate regard which characterized his attitude towards Sayyid Kazim. He seemed to have singled him out from among the multitude that crowded to see him, and to be preparing him to carry on with undiminished vigor his work after his death. One of his disciples one day questioned Shaykh Ahmad concerning the word which the Promised One is expected to utter in the fullness of time, a word so appallingly tremendous that the 313 chiefs and nobles of the earth would each and all flee in consternation as if overwhelmed by its stupendous weight. To him, Shaykh Ahmad replied, "How can you presume to sustain the weight of the word which the chieftains of the earth are incapable of bearing? Seek not to gratify an impossible desire. Cease asking me this question, and beseech forgiveness from God." That presumptuous questioner again pressed him to disclose the nature of that word. At last, Shaykh Ahmad replied, "Were you to attain that day, were you to be told to repudiate the guardianship of Ali and to denounce its validity, what would you say?" "God forbid," he exclaimed, "such things can never be. That such words should proceed out of the mouth of the Promised One is to me inconceivable." How grievous the mistake he made, and how pitiful his plight! His faith was weighed in the balance and was found wanting, inasmuch as he failed to recognize that he who must needs be made manifest is endowed with that sovereign power which no man dare question. His is the right to command whatsoever he willeth, and to decree that which he pleaseth. Whoever hesitates, whoever, though it be for the twinkling of an eye or less, questions his authority, is deprived of his grace and is accounted of the fallen. And yet few, if any, among those who listened to Shaykh Ahmad in that city and heard him unfold the mysteries of the allusions in the sacred scriptures were able to appreciate the significance of his utterances or to apprehend their purpose. Sayyid Kazim, his able and distinguished lieutenant, alone could claim to have understood his meaning. His return to Karbala. After the death of Prince Muhammad Ali Mirza, Shaykh Ahmad, freed from the urgent solicitations of the prince to extend his sojourn in Kermanshah, transferred his residence to Karbala. Though to outward seeming he was circling round the shrine of the Sayyid of Shuhada, the Imam Hussein, his heart, whilst he performed those rites, was set upon that true Hussein, the only object of his devotions. A host of the most distinguished ulamas and mujtahids thronged to see him. Many began to envy his reputation, and a number sought to undermine his authority. However much they strove, they failed to shake his position of undoubted preeminence amongst the learned men of that city. Eventually, that shining light was summoned to shed its radiance upon the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Thither he journeyed. There he pursued with unstinted devotion his labours, and there he was laid to rest beneath the shadow of the Prophet's sepulchre, for the understanding of whose cause he had so faithfully laboured. His journey to Mecca and Medina, and his death. Ere he departed from Karbala, he confided to Sayyid Kazim, his chosen successor, the secret of his mission, and instructed him to strive to kindle in every receptive heart the fire that had burned so brightly within him. However much Sayyid Kazim insisted on accompanying him as far as Najaf, Shaykh Ahmad refused to comply with his request. "You have no time to lose," were the last words which he addressed to him. Every fleeting hour should be fully and wisely utilized. You should gird up the loin of endeavour and strive day and night to rend asunder, by the grace of God and by the hand of wisdom and loving kindness, those veils of heedlessness that have blinded the eyes of men. For verily I say, the hour is drawing nigh, the hour I have besought God to spare me from witnessing, for the earthquake of the last hour will be tremendous. You should pray to God to be spared the overpowering trials of that day, for neither of us is capable of withstanding its sweeping force. Others of greater endurance and power have been destined to bear this stupendous weight. Men whose hearts are sanctified from all earthly things, and whose strength is reinforced by the potency of his power. Having spoken these words, Shaykh Ahmad bade him farewell, urged him to face valiantly the trials that must needs afflict him, and committed him to the care of God. In Karbala, Sayyid Kazim devoted himself to the work initiated by his master, expounded his teachings, defended his cause, and answered whatever questions perplexed the minds of his disciples. The vigour with which he prosecuted his task inflamed the animosity of the ignorant and envious. "For 40 years, they clamoured, we have suffered the pretentious teachings of Shaykh Ahmad to be spread with no opposition whatever on our part. We no longer can tolerate similar pretensions on the part of his successor, who rejects the belief in the resurrection of the body, who repudiates the literal interpretation of the Mi'raj, who regards the signs of the coming day as allegorical, and who preaches a doctrine heretical in character and subversive of the best tenets of orthodox Islam." The louder their clamour and protestations, the firmer grew the determination of Sayyid Kazim to prosecute his mission and fulfil his trust. He addressed an epistle to Shaykh Ahmad, wherein he set forth at length the calumnies that had been uttered against him, and acquainted him with the character and extent of their opposition. In it, he ventured to inquire as to how long he was destined to submit to the unrelenting fanaticism of a stubborn and ignorant people, and prayed to be enlightened regarding the time when the promised one was to be made manifest. To this Shaykh Ahmad replied, "Be assured of the grace of your God. Be not grieved at their doings. The mystery of this cause must needs be made manifest, and the secret of this message must needs be divulged. I can say no more. I can appoint no time. His cause will be made known after Heen. Ask me not of things which, if revealed unto you, might only pain you." How great, how very great is his cause, that even to so exalted a personage as Sayyid Kazim, words such as these should have been addressed. This answer of Shaykh Ahmad imparted solace and strength to the heart of Sayyid Kazim, who with redoubled determination continued to withstand the onslaught of an envious and insidious enemy. Shaykh Ahmad died soon after, in the year 1242 AH, at the age of 81, and was laid to rest in the cemetery of Bahá'í, in the close vicinity of the resting place of Muhammad, in the holy city of Medina. Chapter 2. The Mission of Sayyid KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ. His relations with Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir Rashtī. The news of the passing of his beloved master brought unspeakable sorrow to the heart of Sayyid Kazim. Inspired by the verse of the Qur'an, fain would they put out God's light with their mouths, but God only desireth to perfect his light, albeit the infidels abhor it. He arose with unswerving purpose to consummate the task with which Shaykh Ahmad had entrusted him. He found himself, after the removal of so distinguished a protector, a victim of the slanderous tongue and unrelenting enmity of the people around him. They attacked his person, scorned his teachings, and reviled his name. At the instigation of a powerful and notorious Shia leader, Sayyid Ibrahim Qazvini, the enemies of Sayyid Kazim leagued together and determined to destroy him. Thereupon, Sayyid Kazim conceived the plan of securing the support and goodwill of one of the most formidable and outstanding ecclesiastical dignitaries of Persia, the renowned Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir Rashti, who lived in Esfahan and whose authority extended far beyond the confines of that city. This friendship and sympathy, Sayyid Kazim thought, would enable him to pursue untrammeled the course of his activities, and would considerably enhance the influence which he exercised over his disciples. "Would that one amongst you," he was often heard to say to his followers, "could arise and with complete detachment journey to Esfahan and deliver this message from me to that learned Sayyid. Why is it that in the beginning you showed such marked consideration and affection for the late Shaykh Ahmad, and have now suddenly detached yourself from the body of his chosen disciples? Why is it that you have abandoned us to the mercy of our opponents? Would that such a messenger, putting his trust in God, might arise to unravel whatever mysteries perplex the mind of that learned Sayyid, and dispel such doubts as might have alienated his sympathy. Would that he were able to obtain from him a solemn declaration testifying to the unquestioned authority of Shaykh Ahmad and to the truth and soundness of his teachings. Would that he also, after having secured such a testimony, might visit Mashhad and there obtain a similar pronouncement from Mirza Askari, the foremost ecclesiastical leader in that holy city, and then, having completed his mission, might return in triumph to this place." Again and again did Sayyid Kazim find opportunity to reiterate his appeal. None, however, ventured to respond to his call, except a certain Mirza Mohite Kermani, who expressed readiness to undertake this mission. To him Sayyid Kazim replied, "Beware of touching the lion's tail. Belittle not the delicacy and difficulty of such a mission." He then, turning his face towards his youthful disciple, Mullah Hussein Bushrui, the Bab'ul Bab, addressed him in these words: "Arise and perform this mission, for I declare you equal to this task. The Almighty will graciously assist you and will crown your endeavors with success." Mullah Hussein joyously sprang to his feet, kissed the hem of his teacher's garment, vowed his loyalty to him, and started forthwith on his journey. With complete severance and noble resolve, he set out to achieve his end. Arriving in Esfahan, he sought immediately the presence of the learned Sayyid. Clad in mean attire and laden with the dust of travel, he appeared amidst the vast and richly apparelled company of the disciples of that distinguished leader, an insignificant and negligible figure. Unobserved and undaunted, he advanced to a place which faced the seat occupied by that renowned teacher. Summoning to his aid all the courage and confidence with which the instructions of Sayyid Kazim had inspired him, He addressed Haji Sayyid Muhammad Bagher in these words: "Hearken, O Sayyid, to my words, for response to my plea will ensure the safety of the faith of the Prophet of God, and refusal to consider my message will cause it grievous injury." These bold and courageous words, uttered with directness and force, produced a surprising impression upon the Sayyid. He suddenly interrupted his discourse, and ignoring his audience, listened with close attention to the message which this strange visitor had brought. His disciples, amazed at this extraordinary behaviour, rebuked this sudden intruder and denounced his presumptuous pretensions. With extreme politeness, in firm and dignified language, Mullah Hussein hinted at their discourtesy and shallowness, and expressed surprise at their arrogance and vainglory. The Sayyid was highly pleased with the demeanour and argument which the visitor so strikingly displayed. He deplored and apologized for the unseemly conduct of his own disciples. In order to compensate for their ingratitude, he extended every conceivable kindness to that youth, assured him of his support, and besought him to deliver his message. Thereupon, Mullah Hussein acquainted him with the nature and object of the mission with which he had been entrusted. To this, the learned Sayyid replied, "As we in the beginning believed that both Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim were actuated by no desire except to advance the cause of knowledge and safeguard the sacred interests of the faith, we felt prompted to extend to them our heartiest support and to extol their teachings. In later years, however, we have noticed so many conflicting statements and obscure and mysterious allusions in their writings that we felt it advisable to keep silent for a time and to refrain from either censure or applause." To this, Mullah Hussein replied, "I cannot but deplore such silence on your part, for I firmly believe that it involves the loss of a splendid opportunity to advance the cause of truth. It is for you to set forth specifically such passages in their writings as appear to you mysterious or inconsistent with the precepts of the faith, and I will, with the aid of God, undertake to expound their true meaning." The poise, the dignity and confidence which characterized the behaviour of this unexpected messenger greatly impressed Haji Sayyid Muhammad Bagher. He begged him not to press the matter at this moment, but to wait until a later day, when in private converse he might acquaint him with his own doubts and misgivings. Mullah Hussein, however, feeling that delay might prove harmful to the cause he had at heart, insisted upon an immediate conference with him about the weighty problems which he felt impelled and able to resolve. The Sayyid was moved to tears by the youthful enthusiasm, the sincerity and serene confidence to which the countenance of Mullah Hussein so admirably testified. He sent immediately for some of the works written by Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim, and began to question Mullah Hussein regarding those passages which had excited his disapproval and surprise. To each reference the messenger replied with characteristic vigour, with masterly knowledge and befitting modesty. He continued in this manner, in the presence of the assembled disciples, to expound the teachings of Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim, to vindicate their truth and to defend their cause, until the time when the mu'azzin, calling the faithful to prayer, suddenly interrupted the flow of his argument. The next day, he similarly, in the presence of a large and representative assembly, and whilst facing the Sayyid, resumed his eloquent defence of the high mission entrusted by an almighty providence to Shaykh Ahmad and his successor. A deep silence fell upon his hearers. They were seized with wonder at the cogency of his argument and the tone and manner of his speech. The Sayyid publicly promised that on the following day he would himself issue a written declaration wherein he would testify to the eminence of the position held by both Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim, and would pronounce whosoever deviated from their path as one who had turned aside from the faith of the Prophet himself. He would likewise bear witness to their penetrative insight and their correct and profound understanding of the mysteries which the faith of Muhammad enshrined. The Sayyid redeemed his pledge, and with his own hand penned the promised declaration. He wrote at length, and in the course of his testimony paid a tribute to the character and learning of Mullah Hussein. He spoke in glowing terms of Sayyid Kazim, apologized for his former attitude, and expressed the hope that in days to come he might be enabled to make amends for his past and regrettable conduct towards him. He read himself to his disciples the text of this written testimony and delivered it unsealed to Mullah Hussein, authorizing him to share its contents with whomsoever he pleased, that all might know the extent of his devotion to Sayyid Kazim. No sooner had Mullah Hussein retired than the Sayyid charged one of his trusted attendants to follow in the footsteps of the visitor and find out the place where he was residing. The attendant followed him to a modest building which served as a madrasah, and saw him enter a room which, except for a worn-out mat which covered its floor, was devoid of furniture. He watched him arrive, offer his prayer of thanksgiving to God, and lie down upon that mat with nothing to cover him except his abba. Having reported to his master all that he had observed, the attendant was again instructed to deliver to Mullah Hussein the sum of 100 tumans, and to express the sincere apologies of his master for his inability to extend to so remarkable a messenger a hospitality that befitted his station. To this offer, Mullah Hussein sent the following reply. Tell your master that his real gift to me is the spirit of fairness with which he received me, and the open-mindedness which prompted him, despite his exalted rank, to respond to the message which I, a lowly stranger, brought him. Return this money to your master, for I, as a messenger, ask for neither recompense nor reward. We nourished your souls for the sake of God. We seek from you neither recompense nor thanks. My prayer for your master is that earthly leadership may never hinder him from acknowledging and testifying to the truth. Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir died before the year 60 AH, the year that witnessed the birth of the faith proclaimed by the Bab. He remained to his last moment a staunch supporter and fervent admirer of Sayyid Kazim. His allusions to the Promised One. Having fulfilled the first part of his mission, Mullah Hussein dispatched this written testimony of Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir to his master in Karbala, and directed his steps towards Mashhad, determined to deliver to the best of his ability the message which he was charged to give to Mirza Askari. Immediately the letter enclosing the Sayyid's written declaration was delivered to Sayyid Kazim, the latter was so rejoiced that he forthwith sent to Mullah Hussein his reply, expressing his grateful appreciation of the exemplary manner in which he had discharged his trust. He was so delighted with the answer he had received that, interrupting the course of his lecture, he read out to his disciples both the letter of Mullah Hussein and the written testimony enclosed in that letter. He afterwards shared with them the epistle which he himself had written to Mullah Hussein in recognition of the remarkable service he had rendered him. In it, Sayyid Kazim paid such a glowing tribute to his high attainments, to his ability and character, that a few among those who heard it suspected that Mullah Hussein was that promised one to whom their master unceasingly referred, the one whom he so often declared to be living in their very midst, and yet to have remained unrecognized by them all. That communication enjoined upon Mullah Hussein the fear of God, urged him to regard it as the most potent instrument with which to withstand the onslaught of the enemy, and the distinguishing feature of every true follower of the faith. It was couched in such terms of tender affection that no one who read it could doubt that the writer was bidding farewell to his beloved disciple, and that he entertained no hope of ever meeting him again in this world. The anecdote of Shaykh Hassan az-Zunuzi. In those days, Sayyid Kazim became increasingly aware of the approach of the hour at which the Promised One was to be revealed. He realized how dense were those veils that hindered the seekers from apprehending the glory of the concealed manifestation. He accordingly exerted his utmost endeavor to remove gradually, with caution and wisdom, whatever barriers might stand in the way of the full recognition of that hidden treasure of God. He repeatedly urged his disciples to bear in mind the fact that he whose advent they were expecting would appear neither from Jabul-Qa nor from Jabul-Sa. He even hinted at his presence in their very midst. "You behold him with your own eyes," he often observed, "and yet recognize him not." To his disciples who questioned him regarding the signs of the manifestation, he would say, "He is of noble lineage. He is a descendant of the Prophet of God, of the family of Hashim. He is young in age and is possessed of innate knowledge. His learning is derived not from the teachings of Shaykh Ahmad, but from God. My knowledge is but a drop compared with the immensity of his knowledge. My attainments a speck of dust in the face of the wonders of his grace and power. Nay, immeasurable is the difference. He is of medium height, abstains from smoking, and is of extreme devoutness and piety." Certain of the Sayyid's disciples, despite the testimony of their master, believed him to be the Promised One, for in him they recognized the signs to which he was alluding. Among them was a certain Mullah Mehdi Khoi, who went so far as to make public this belief. Whereupon the Sayyid was sore displeased, and would have cast him out from the company of his chosen followers, had he not begged forgiveness and expressed his repentance for his action. Sayyid Kazim's visit to the Bab. The Bab's attendance at the teaching classes of Sayyid Kazim. Shaykh Hassan az-Zunuzi himself informed me that he too entertained such doubts, that he prayed to God that if his supposition was well-founded, he should be confirmed in his belief, and if not, that he should be delivered from such idle fancy. "I was so perturbed," he once related to me, "that for days I could neither eat nor sleep. My days were spent in the service of Sayyid Kazim, to whom I was greatly attached. One day, at the hour of dawn, I was suddenly awakened by Mullah Nawruz, one of his intimate attendants, who in great excitement bade me arise and follow him. We went to the house of Sayyid Kazim, where we found him fully dressed, wearing his abba and ready to leave his home. He asked me to accompany him. "A highly esteemed and distinguished person," he said, "has arrived. I feel it incumbent upon us both to visit him. The morning light had just broken when I found myself walking with him through the streets of Karbala. We soon reached a house, at the door of which stood a youth, as if expectant to receive us. He wore a green turban, and his countenance revealed an expression of humility and kindliness which I can never describe. He quietly approached us, extended his arms towards Sayyid Kazem, and lovingly embraced him. His affability and loving-kindness singularly contrasted with the sense of profound reverence that characterized the attitude of Sayyid Kazem towards him. Speechless and with bowed head, he received the many expressions of affection and esteem with which that youth greeted him. We were soon led by him to the upper floor of that house, and entered a chamber bedecked with flowers and redolent of the loveliest perfume. He bade us be seated. We knew not, however, what seats we actually occupied, so overpowering was the sense of delight which seized us. We observed a silver cup which had been placed in the centre of the room, which our youthful host, soon after we were seated, filled to overflowing and handed to Sayyid Kazem, saying, "A drink of a pure beverage shall their Lord give them." Sayyid Kazem held the cup with both hands and quaffed it. A feeling of reverent joy filled his being, a feeling which he could not suppress. I too was presented with a cupful of that beverage, though no words were addressed to me. All that was spoken at that memorable gathering was the above-mentioned verse of the Koran. Soon after, the host arose from his seat, and accompanying us to the threshold of the house, bade us farewell. I was mute with wonder, and knew not how to express the cordiality of his welcome, the dignity of his bearing, the charm of that face, and the delicious fragrance of that beverage. How great was my amazement when I saw my teacher quaff without the least hesitation that holy draught from a silver cup, the use of which, according to the precepts of Islam, is forbidden to the faithful. I could not explain the motive which could have induced the Sayyid to manifest such profound reverence in the presence of that youth, a reverence which even the sight of the shrine of the Sayyid-ush-Shuhada had failed to excite. 3 days later, I saw that same youth arrive and take his seat in the midst of the company of the assembled disciples of Sayyid Kazem. He sat close to the threshold, and with the same modesty and dignity of bearing, listened to the discourse of the Sayyid. As soon as his eyes fell upon that youth, the Sayyid discontinued his address and held his peace, whereupon one of his disciples begged him to resume the argument which he had left unfinished. "What more shall I say?" replied Sayyid Kazem, as he turned his face toward the Bab. "Lo, the truth is more manifest than the ray of light that has fallen upon that lap." I immediately observed that the ray to which the Sayyid referred had fallen upon the lap of that same youth whom we had recently visited. "Why is it," that questioner inquired, "that you neither reveal his name nor identify his person?" To this the Sayyid replied by pointing with his finger to his own throat. implying that were he to divulge his name, they both would be put to death instantly. This added still further to my perplexity. I had already heard my teacher observe that so great is the perversity of this generation that were he to point with his finger to the Promised One and say, "He indeed is the beloved, the desire of your hearts and mine," they would still fail to recognize and acknowledge him. I saw the Sayyid actually point out with his finger the ray of light that had fallen on that lap, and yet none among those who were present seemed to apprehend its meaning. I, for my part, was convinced that the Sayyid himself could never be the Promised One, but that a mystery inscrutable to us all lay concealed in that strange and attractive youth. Several times I ventured to approach Sayyid Kazem and seek from him an elucidation of this mystery. Every time I approached him, I was overcome by a sense of awe which his personality so powerfully inspired. Many a time I heard him remark, "O Sheikh Hassan, rejoice that your name is Hassan, praiseworthy, Hassan your beginning, and Hassan your end." You have been privileged to attain to the day of Sheikh Ahmad. You have been closely associated with me, and in the days to come, yours shall be the inestimable joy of beholding what eye hath seen not, ear heard not, nor any heart conceived. The Báb's visit to the shrine of Imam Hussein. I often felt the urge to seek alone the presence of that Hashemite youth, and to endeavour to fathom his mystery. I watched him several times as he stood in an attitude of prayer at the doorway of the shrine of the Imam Hussein. So rapt was he in his devotions that he seemed utterly oblivious of those around him. Tears rained from his eyes, and from his lips fell words of glorification and praise of such power and beauty as even the noblest passages of our sacred scriptures could not hope to surpass. The words, "O God, my beloved, my heart's desire," were uttered with a frequency and ardour that those of the visiting pilgrims who were near enough to hear him instinctively interrupted the course of their devotions and marvelled at the evidences of piety and veneration which that youthful countenance evinced. Like him, they were moved to tears, and from him they learned the lesson of true adoration. Having completed his prayers, that youth, without crossing the threshold of the shrine, and without attempting to address any words to those around him, would quietly return to his home. I felt the impulse to address him, but every time I ventured an approach, a force that I could neither explain nor resist detained me. My inquiries about him elicited the information that he was a resident of Shíráz, that he was a merchant by profession, and did not belong to any of the ecclesiastical orders. I was moreover informed that he, and also his uncles and relatives, were among the lovers and admirers of Sheikh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazem. Soon after, I learnt that he had departed for Najaf on his way to Shíráz. That youth had set my heart aflame. The memory of that vision haunted me. My soul was wedded to his, till the day when the call of a youth from Shíráz, proclaiming himself to be the Báb, reached my ears. The thought instantly flashed through my mind that such a person could be none other than that self-same youth whom I had seen in Karbala, the youth of my heart's desire. Shaykh Hassan's visit to Shiraz and Markoo. When later on I journeyed from Karbala to Shiraz, I found that he had set out on a pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. I met him on his return and endeavoured, despite the many obstacles in my way, to remain in close association with him. When subsequently he was incarcerated in the fortress of Markoo, in the province of Azerbaijan, I was engaged in transcribing the verses which he dictated to his amanuensis. Every night, for a period of 9 months, during which he was a prisoner in that fort, he revealed, after he had offered his evening prayer, a commentary on a juz of the Qur'an. At the end of each month, a commentary on the whole of that sacred book was thus completed. During his incarceration in Markoo, 9 commentaries on the whole of the Qur'an had been revealed by him. The texts of these commentaries were entrusted in Tabriz to the keeping of a certain Sayyid Ibrahim Khalil, who was instructed to conceal them until the time for their publication might arrive. Their fate is unknown until now. In connection with one of these commentaries, the Bab one day asked me, "Which do you prefer, this commentary which I have revealed, or the Ahsanul-Qissas, my previous commentary on the Surah of Joseph? Which of the two is superior in your estimation?" To me, I replied, the Ahsanul-Qissas seems to be endowed with greater power and charm. He smiled at my observation and said, "You are as yet unfamiliar with the tone and tenor of this later commentary. The truths enshrined in this will more speedily and effectively enable the seeker to attain the object of his quest." I continued to be closely associated with him until that great encounter of Sheikh Tabarsi. When informed of that event, the Bab directed all his companions to hasten to that spot and extend every assistance in their power to Quddus, his heroic and distinguished disciple. Addressing me one day, he said, "But for my incarceration in the Jabal-e-Shadid, the fortress of Chehriq, it would have been incumbent upon me to lend my personal assistance to my beloved Quddus. Participation in that struggle is not enjoined upon you. You should proceed to Karbala and should abide in that holy city, inasmuch as you are destined to behold with your own eyes the beauteous countenance of the promised Husayn. As you gaze upon that radiant face, do also remember me. Convey to him the expression of my loving devotion." He again emphatically added these words, "Verily I say, I have entrusted you with a great mission. Beware lest your heart grow faint, lest you forget the glory with which I have invested you." Soon after, I journeyed to Karbala and lived as bidden in that holy city. Fearing that my prolonged stay in that centre of pilgrimage might excite suspicion, I decided to marry. I started to earn my livelihood as a scribe. What afflictions befell me at the hands of the sheikhis, those who professed to be the followers of Sheikh Ahmad and yet failed to recognize the Bab. Mindful of the counsels of that beloved youth, I patiently submitted to the indignities inflicted upon me. For 2 years I lived in that city. Meanwhile, that holy youth was released from his earthly prison, and through his martyrdom was delivered from the atrocious cruelties that had beset the closing years of his life. His meeting with Baha'u'lláh in Karbala. 16 lunar months, less 22 days, had elapsed since the day of the martyrdom of the Bab, when, on the day of Arafah in the year 1267 AH, while I was passing by the gate of the inner courtyard of the shrine of the Imam Hussein, my eyes for the first time fell upon Baha'u'lláh. What shall I recount regarding the countenance which I beheld? The beauty of that face, those exquisite features which no pen or brush dare describe, his penetrating glance, his kindly face, the majesty of his bearing, the sweetness of his smile, the luxuriance of his jet-black flowing locks, left an indelible impression upon my soul. I was then an old man, bowed with age. How lovingly he advanced towards me. He took me by the hand, and in a tone which at once betrayed power and beauty, addressed me in these words. This very day I have purposed to make you known as a Báb'Í throughout Karbala. Still holding my hand in his, he continued to converse with me. He walked with me all along the market street, and in the end he said, Praised be to God that you have remained in Karbala and have beheld with your own eyes the countenance of the promised Hussein. I recalled instantly the promise which had been given me by the Bab. His words, which I had regarded as referring to a remote future, I had not shared with anyone. These words of Baha'u'lláh moved me to the depths of my being. I felt impelled to proclaim to a heedless people at that very moment and with all my soul and power the advent of the promised Hussein. He bade me, however, repress my feelings and conceal my emotions. Not yet, he breathed into my ears. The appointed hour is approaching. It has not yet struck. Rest assured and be patient. From that moment, all my sorrows vanished. My soul was flooded with joy. In those days, I was so poor that most of the time I hungered for food. I felt so rich, however, that all the treasures of the earth melted away into nothingness when compared with that which I already possessed. Such is the grace of God. To whom he will, he giveth it. He verily is of immense bounty. I now return, after this digression, to my theme. I had been referring to the eagerness with which Sayyid Kazem had determined to rend asunder those veils which intervened between the people of his day and the recognition of the promised manifestation. In the introductory pages of his works, entitled Shahr Qaside and Shahr Khutbeh, he in veiled language alludes to the blessed name of Baha'u'lláh. In a booklet, the last he wrote, he explicitly mentions the name of the Bab by his reference to the term Zikrullah A'zam. In it he writes, addressing this noble Zikr, this mighty voice of God, I say, I am apprehensive of the people, lest they harm you. I am apprehensive of my own self, lest I too may hurt you. I fear you. I tremble at your authority. I dread the age in which you live. Were I to treasure you as the apple of my eye until the day of resurrection, I would not sufficiently have proved my devotion to you. How grievously Sayyid Kazem suffered at the hands of the people of wickedness. What harm that villainous generation inflicted upon him! For years he suffered silently and endured with heroic patience all the indignities, the calumnies, the denunciations that were heaped upon him. He was destined, however, to witness during the last years of his life how the avenging hand of God destroyed with utter destruction those that opposed, vilified, and plotted against him. In those days, the followers of Sayyid Ibrahim, that notorious enemy of Sayyid Kazim, banded themselves together for the purpose of stirring up sedition and mischief and endangering the life of their formidable adversary. By every means at their disposal, they sought to poison the minds of his admirers and friends, to undermine his authority, and to discredit his name. No voice was raised in protest against the agitation that was being sedulously prepared by that ungodly and treacherous people, each of whom professed to be the exponent of true learning and the repository of the mysteries of the faith of God. No one sought to warn or awaken them. They gathered such force and kindled such strife that they succeeded in evicting from Karbala, in a disgraceful manner, the representative official of the Ottoman government, and appropriated for their own sordid aims whatever revenues accrued to him. Their menacing attitude aroused the central government at Constantinople, which dispatched a military official to the scene of agitation with full instructions to quench the fires of mischief. With the force at his command, that official besieged the city and dispatched a communication to Sayyid Kazim in which he entreated him to pacify the minds of the excited populace. He appealed to him to counsel moderation to its inhabitants, to induce them to relax their stubbornness and to surrender voluntarily to his rule. Were they to heed his counsels, he promised that he would undertake to ensure their safety and protection, would proclaim a general amnesty, and would strive to promote their welfare. If they refused, however, to submit, he warned them that their lives would be in danger, that a great calamity would surely befall them. Upon the receipt of this formal communication, Sayyid Kazim summoned to his presence the chief instigators of the movement, and with the utmost wisdom and affection exhorted them to cease their agitation and surrender their arms. He spoke with such persuasive eloquence, such sincerity and detachment, that their hearts were softened and their resistance was subdued. They solemnly undertook to throw open the next morning the gates of the citadel and to present themselves in the company of Sayyid Kazim to the officer in command of the besieging forces. It was agreed that the Sayyid would intervene in their behalf and secure for them whatever would ensure their tranquillity and welfare. No sooner had they left the presence of the Sayyid than the ulamas, the chief instigators of the rebellion, unanimously arose to frustrate this plan. Fully aware that such intervention on the part of the Sayyid, who had already excited their envy, would serve to enhance his prestige and consolidate his authority, they determined to persuade a number among the foolish and excitable elements of the population to sally forth at night and attack the forces of the enemy. They assured them of victory on the strength of a dream in which one of their members had seen Abbas, who had charged him to incite his followers to wage holy war against the besiegers, and had given him the promise of ultimate success. Deluded by this vain promise, they rejected the advice tendered by that wise and judicious counsellor, and arose to execute the designs of their foolish leaders. Sayyid Kazem, who was well aware of the evil influence that actuated that revolt, addressed a detailed and faithful report on the situation to the Turkish commander, who again wrote to Sayyid Kazem and reiterated his appeal for a peaceful settlement of the issue. He moreover declared that at a given time he would force the gates of the citadel and would regard the home of the Sayyid as the only place of refuge for a defeated enemy. This declaration the Sayyid caused to be spread throughout the city. It served only to excite the derision and contempt of the population. When informed of the reception accorded that declaration, the Sayyid remarked, "Verily, that with which they are threatened is for the morning. Is not the morning near?" At daybreak, the appointed hour, the forces of the enemy bombarded the ramparts of the citadel, demolished its walls, entered the city, and pillaged and massacred a considerable number of its population. Many fled in consternation to the courtyard of the shrine of the Imam Hussein. Others sought refuge in the sanctuary of Abbas. Those who loved and honoured Sayyid Kazem betook themselves to his home. So great was the crowd that hastened to the shelter of his residence that it was found necessary to appropriate a number of the adjoining houses in order to accommodate the multitude of refugees who pressed at his doors. So vast and excited was the concourse that thronged his house, that when once the tumult had subsided, it was ascertained that no less than 22 persons had been trampled to death. What consternation seized the residents and visitors of the holy city! With what severity did the victors treat their terrified enemy! With what audacity they ignored those sacred rights and prerogatives with which the piety of countless Moslem pilgrims had invested the holy sites of Karbala. They refused to recognize alike the shrine of the Imam Hussein and the sacred mausoleum of Abbas as inviolable sanctuaries for the thousands who fled before the avenging wrath of an alien people. The hallowed precincts of both these shrines ran with the blood of the victims. One place, and only one, could assert its right of sanctuary to the innocent and faithful among the population. That place was the residence of Sayyid Kazem. His house, with its dependencies, was regarded as being endowed with such sanctity as even the most hallowed shrine of Shia Islam had failed to retain. That strange manifestation of the avenging wrath of God was an object lesson to those who were inclined to belittle the station of that holy man. That memorable event happened on the 8th of Zul-Hijjah in the year 1258 AH. It is admittedly evident that in every age and dispensation, those whose mission it is either to proclaim the truth or to prepare the way for its acceptance have invariably been opposed by a number of powerful adversaries who challenged their authority and attempted to pervert their teachings. These have, either by fraud or pretense, calumny or oppression, succeeded for a time in beguiling the uninformed and in misleading the feeble. Desirous of maintaining their hold over the thoughts and consciences of men, they have, so long as the faith of God remained concealed, been able to enjoy the fruits of a fleeting and precarious ascendancy. No sooner was the faith proclaimed, however, than they found to their utter dismay the effects of their dark plottings pale before the dawning light of the new day of God. Before the fierce rays of that rising orb, all their machinations and evil deeds faded into nothingness and were soon a thing forgotten. The allusions of Sayyid Kazim to his unfaithful disciples. Around Sayyid Kazim were likewise gathered a number of vain and ignoble people who feigned devotion and attachment to his person, who professed to be devout and pious, and who claimed to be the sole repositories of the mysteries enshrined in the utterances of Shaykh Ahmad and his successor. They occupied the seats of honour in the company of the assembled disciples of Sayyid Kazim. To them he addressed his discourse, and towards them he showed marked consideration and courtesy, and yet he often, in covert and subtle phrases, alluded to their blindness, their vainglory, and utter inaptitude for the apprehension of the mysteries of divine utterance. Among his allusions were the following: "None can comprehend my language except him who is begotten of me." Oftentimes he quoted this, saying, "I am spellbound by the vision. I am mute with wonder, and behold the world bereft of the power of hearing. I am powerless to divulge the mystery, and find the people incapable of bearing its weight." On another occasion he remarked, "Many are those who claim to have attained union with the Beloved, and yet that Beloved refuses to acknowledge their claim. By the tears which he sheds for his loved one can the true lover be distinguished from the false." Many a time he observed, "He who is destined to be made manifest after me is of pure lineage, of illustrious descent, of the seed of Fatimeh. He is of medium height and is free from bodily deficiency." The account related by Sheikh Abu Turrab. I have heard Sheikh Abu Turrab recount the following: I, together with a number of the disciples of Sayyid Kazim, regarded the allusions to these deficiencies from which the Sayyid declared the Promised One to be free as specifically directed toward 3 individuals amongst our fellow disciples. We even designated them by such appellations as indicated their bodily defects. One of them was Haji Mirza Karim Khan, son of Ibrahim Khan Qajar Kermani, who was both one-eyed and sparsely bearded. Another was Mirza Hassan Gauhar, an exceptionally corpulent man. The third was Mirza Mohit Sha'ir Kermani, who was extraordinarily lean and tall. We felt convinced that these were none other than those to whom the Sayyid constantly alluded as those vain and faithless people who would eventually reveal their real selves and betray their ingratitude and folly. As to Haji Mirza Karim Khan, who for years sat at the feet of Sayyid Kazim and acquired from him all his so-called learning, in the end he obtained leave from his master to settle in Kerman and there engage in the promotion of the interests of Islam and the dissemination of those traditions that clustered round the sacred memory of the Imams of the faith. I was present in the library of Sayyid Kazim when, one day, an attendant of Haji Mirza Karim Khan arrived, holding a book in his hand, which he presented to the Sayyid on behalf of his master, requesting him to peruse it and to signify in his own handwriting his approval of its contents. The Sayyid read portions of that book and returned it to the attendant with this message: "Tell your master that he, better than anyone else, can estimate the value of his own book." The attendant had retired when the Sayyid, with sorrowful voice, remarked, "Accursed be he. For years he has been associated with me, and now that he intends to depart, His one aim after so many years of study and companionship is to diffuse through his book such heretical and atheistic doctrines as he now wishes me to endorse. He has covenanted with a number of self-seeking hypocrites, with the view of establishing himself in Kerman, and in order to assume, after my departure from this world, the reins of undisputed leadership. How grievously he erred in his judgment! For the breeze of divine revelation, wafted from the dayspring of guidance, will assuredly quench his light and destroy his influence. The tree of his endeavour will eventually yield naught but the fruit of bitter disillusion and gnawing remorse. Verily, I say, you shall behold this with your own eyes. My prayer for you is that you may be protected from the mischievous influence which he, the Antichrist of the promised revelation, will in future exercise. He bade me conceal this prediction until the day of resurrection, the day when the hand of omnipotence will have disclosed the secrets which are now hidden within the breasts of men. On that day, he exhorted me, arise with unswerving purpose and determination for the triumph of the faith of God. Publish far and wide all that you have heard and witnessed. This same Shaykh Abu Turrab, who in the early days of the dispensation proclaimed by the Bab, thought it wiser and better not to identify himself with his cause, cherished in his heart the fondest love for the revealed manifestation, and in his faith remained firm and immovable as the rock. Eventually, that smouldering fire blazed forth in his soul, and was responsible for such behaviour on his part as to cause him to suffer imprisonment in Tehran, in the same dungeon within which Baha'u'lláh was confined. He remained steadfast to the very end, and crowned a life of loving sacrifice with the glory of martyrdom. The exhortations of Sayyid Kazem to his disciples. And as the days of Sayyid Kazem drew to a close, he, whenever he met his disciples, whether in private converse or public discourse, exhorted them, saying, O my beloved companions, beware, beware, lest after me the world's fleeting vanities beguile you. Beware, lest you wax haughty and forgetful of God. It is incumbent upon you to renounce all comfort, all earthly possessions and kindred, in your quest of him who is the desire of your hearts and of mine. Scatter far and wide. Detach yourselves from all earthly things, and humbly and prayerfully beseech your Lord to sustain and guide you. Never relax in your determination to seek and find him who is concealed behind the veils of glory. Persevere till the time when he who is your true guide and master will graciously aid you and enable you to recognize him. Be firm till the day when he will choose you as the companions and the heroic supporters of the promised Qa'im. Well is it with every one of you who will quaff the cup of martyrdom in his path. Those of you whom God, in his wisdom, will preserve and keep to witness the setting of the star of divine guidance, that harbinger of the sun of divine revelation, must needs be patient, must remain assured and steadfast. Such ones amongst you must neither falter nor feel dismayed, for soon after the first trumpet blast, which is to smite the earth with extermination and death, there shall be sounded again yet another call, at which all things will be quickened and revived. Then will the meaning of these sacred verses be revealed. And there was a blast on the trumpet, and all who are in the heavens and all who are in the earth expired, save those whom God permitted to live. Then was there sounded another blast, and lo, arising, they gazed around them, and the earth shone with the light of her Lord, and the book was set, and the prophets were brought up, and the witnesses, and judgment was given between them with equity, and none was wronged. Verily I say, after the Qa'im, the Qayyum will be made manifest. For when the star of the former has set, the sun of the beauty of Husayn will rise and illuminate the whole world. Then will be unfolded in all its glory the mystery and the secret spoken of by Shaykh Ahmad, who has said, "The mystery of this cause must needs be made manifest, and the secret of this message must needs be divulged." To have attained unto that day of days is to have attained unto the crowning glory of past generations, and one goodly deed performed in that age is equal to the pious worship of countless centuries. How often has that venerable soul, Shaykh Ahmad, recited those verses of the Quran already referred to? What stress he laid upon their significance as foreshadowing the advent of those twin revelations which are to follow each other in rapid succession, and each of which is destined to suffuse the world with all its glory. How many times did he exclaim, "Well is it with him who will recognize their significance and behold their splendor." How often, addressing me, did he remark, "Neither of us shall live to gaze upon their effulgent glory, but many of the faithful among your disciples shall witness the day which we, alas, can never hope to behold." O, my beloved companions, how great, how very great is the cause! How exalted the station to which I summon you! How great the mission for which I have trained and prepared you! Gird up the loins of endeavour and fix your gaze upon his promise. I pray to God graciously to assist you to weather the storms of tests and trials which must needs beset you, to enable you to emerge unscathed and triumphant from their midst, and to lead you to your high destiny. The meeting of Sayyid KÁZIM with the Arab shepherd. Every year, in the month of Zil-Qa'dah, the Sayyid would proceed from Karbala to KÁZIMain in order to visit the shrines of the Imams. He would return to Karbala in time to visit, on the day of Arafah, the shrine of the Imam Husayn. In that year, the last year of his life, he, faithful to his custom, departed from Karbala in the first days of the month of Zil-Qa'dah in the year 1259 AH, accompanied by a number of his companions and friends. On the 4th day of that month, he arrived at the Masjid-i-Barasa, situated on the highway between Baghdad and KÁZIMain, in time to offer up his noonday prayer. He bade the mu'azzin summon the faithful to gather and pray. Standing beneath the shade of a palm which faced the masjid, he joined the congregation, and had just concluded his devotions when an Arab suddenly appeared, approached the Sayyid, and embraced him. "3 days ago," he said, "I was shepherding my flock in this adjoining pasture when sleep suddenly fell upon me. In my dream, I saw Muhammad, the apostle of God, who addressed me in these words: 'Give ear, O shepherd, to my words, and treasure them within your heart, for these words of mine are the trust of God, which I commit to your keeping. If you be faithful to them, great will be your reward. If you neglect them, grievous retribution will befall you. Hear me, this is the trust with which I charge you. Stay within the precincts of the Masjid-i-Barasa. On the 3rd day after this dream, a scion of my house, Sayyid Kazim by name, will, accompanied by his friends and companions, alight at the hour of noon beneath the shadow of the palm in the vicinity of the masjid. There he will offer his prayer. As soon as your eyes fall upon him, seek his presence and convey to him my loving greetings. Tell him from me, rejoice, for the hour of your departure is at hand. When you shall have performed your visits in Qazimain and shall have returned to Karbala, there, 3 days after your return, on the day of Arafah, you will wing your flight to me. Soon after shall he who is the truth be made manifest. Then shall the world be illuminated by the light of his face. A smile wreathed the countenance of Sayyid Kazim upon the completion of the description of the dream related by that shepherd. He said, "Of the truth of the dream which you have dreamt there is no doubt." His companions were sorely grieved. Turning to them, he said, "Is not your love for me for the sake of that true one whose advent we all await? Would you not wish me to die, that the promised one may be revealed?" This episode, in its entirety, has been related to me by no less than 10 persons, all of whom were present on that occasion and who testified to its accuracy. And yet, many of those who witnessed with their own eyes such marvelous signs have rejected the truth and repudiated his message. Death of Sayyid Kazim. This strange event was noised abroad. It brought sadness to the heart of the true lovers of Sayyid Kazim. To these he, with infinite tenderness and joy, addressed words of cheer and comfort. He calmed their troubled hearts, fortified their faith, and inflamed their zeal. With dignity and calm, he completed his pilgrimage and returned to Karbala. The very day of his arrival, he fell ill and was confined to bed. His enemies spread the rumor that he had been poisoned by the governor of Baghdad. This was sheer calumny and downright falsehood, inasmuch as the governor himself had placed his unqualified confidence in Sayyid Kazim, and had always regarded him as a highly talented leader endowed with keen perception and possessed of irreproachable character. On the day of Arafah in the year 1259 AH, at the ripe age of 60, Sayyid Kazim, in accordance with the vision of that lowly shepherd, bade farewell to this world, leaving behind him a band of earnest and devoted disciples, who, purged of all worldly desire, set out in quest of their promised beloved. His sacred remains were interred within the precincts of the shrine of the Imam Hussein. His passing raised a tumult in Karbala, similar to the agitation that seized its people the preceding year, on the eve of the day of Arafah, when the victorious enemy forced the gates of the citadel and massacred a considerable number of its besieged inhabitants. A year before, on that day, his house had been the one haven of peace and security for the bereaved and homeless, whereas now it had become a house of sorrow, where those whom he had befriended and succoured bewailed his passing and mourned his loss. Chapter 3. The Declaration of the Báb's Mission. The arrival of Mullah Hussein in Karbala. The death of Sayyid Kazim was the signal for renewed activity on the part of his enemies. A thirst for leadership, and emboldened by his removal and the consequent dismay of his followers, They reasserted their claims and prepared to realize their ambitions. For a time, fear and anxiety filled the hearts of Sayyid Kazem's faithful disciples. But with the return of Mullah Hussein Bushru'i from the highly successful mission with which he had been entrusted by his teacher, their gloom was dispelled. Significance of the year 60. It was on the first day of Muharram, in the year 1260 AH, that Mullah Hussein came back to Karbala. He cheered and strengthened the disconsolate disciples of his beloved chief, reminded them of his unfailing promise, and pleaded for unrelaxing vigilance and unremitting effort in their search for the concealed beloved. Living in the close neighborhood of the house the Sayyid had occupied, he for 3 days was engaged continually in receiving visits from a considerable number of mourners who hastened to convey to him, as the leading representative of the Sayyid's disciples, the expression of their distress and sorrow. He afterwards summoned a group of his most distinguished and trusted fellow disciples and inquired about the expressed wishes and the last exhortations of their departed leader. They told him that repeatedly and emphatically Sayyid Kazem had bidden them quit their homes, scatter far and wide, purge their hearts from every idle desire, and dedicate themselves to the quest of him to whose advent he had so often alluded. "He told us," they said, "that the object of our quest was now revealed. The veils that intervened between you and him are such as only you can remove by your devoted search. Nothing short of prayerful endeavor, of purity of motive, of singleness of mind will enable you to tear them asunder. Has not God revealed in his book, 'Whoso maketh efforts for us in our ways, will we guide them'? Why then," Mullah Hussein observed, "have you chosen to tarry in Karbala? Why is it that you have not dispersed and arisen to carry out his earnest plea?" "Oh, we acknowledge our failure," was their reply. "To your greatness we all bear witness. Such is our confidence in you, that if you claim to be the promised one, we shall all readily and unquestionably submit. We herein pledge our loyalty and obedience to whatever you bid us perform." "God forbid!" exclaimed Mullah Hussein. "Far be it from his glory that I, who am but dust, should be compared to him who is the Lord of Lords. Had you been conversant with the tone and language of Sayyid Kazem, you never would have uttered such words. Your first obligation, as well as mine, is to arise and carry out, both in the spirit and in the letter, the dying message of our beloved chief." He arose instantly from his seat and went directly to Mirza Hassan Gohar, Mirza Mohit, and other well-known figures among the disciples of Sayyid Kazem. To each and all he fearlessly delivered the parting message of his chief, emphasized the pressing character of their duty, and urged them to arise and fulfill it. To his plea, they returned evasive and unworthy answers. "Our enemies," one of them remarked, "are many and powerful. We must remain in this city and guard the vacant seat of our departed chief." Another observed, "It is incumbent upon me to stay and care for the children whom the Sayyid has left behind." Mullah Hussein immediately recognized the futility of his efforts. Realizing the degree of their folly, their blindness and ingratitude, he spoke to them no more. He retired, leaving them to their idle pursuits. As the year 60, the year that witnessed the birth of the promised revelation, had just dawned upon the world, it would not seem inappropriate at this juncture to digress from our theme and to mention certain traditions of Muhammad and of the Imams of the faith, which bear specific reference to that year. Imam Ja'far, son of Muhammad, when questioned concerning the year in which the Qa'im was to be made manifest, replied as follows: "Verily, in the year 60, his cause shall be revealed, and his name shall be noised abroad." In the works of the learned and far-famed Muhyiddin Arabi, many references are to be found regarding both the year of the Advent and the name of the promised manifestation. Among them are the following: "The ministers and upholders of his faith shall be of the people of Persia. In his name, the name of the guardian, Ali, precedeth that of the Prophet, Muhammad. The year of his revelation is identical with half of that number which is divisible by 9, 2520. Mirza Muhammad Akhbari, in his poems relating to the year of the manifestation, makes the following prediction: in the year Qars, the numerical value of the letters of which is 1260, the earth shall be illumined by his light, and in Qarazeh 1265, the world shall be suffused with its glory. If thou livest until the year Qarasi 1270, thou shalt witness how the nations, the rulers, the peoples, and the faith of God shall all have been renewed." In a tradition ascribed to the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, it is likewise recorded, "In Qars, the tree of divine guidance shall be planted." Departure of Mullah Hussein for Najaf and Bushehr. Mullah Hussein, having acquitted himself of the obligation he felt to urge and awaken his fellow disciples, set out from Karbala for Najaf. With him were Muhammad Hassan, his brother, and Muhammad Baqir, his nephew, both of whom had accompanied him ever since his visit to his native town of Bushruyeh, in the province of Khurasan. Arriving at the Masjid-e-Kufeh, Mullah Hussein decided to spend 40 days in that place, where he led a life of retirement and prayer. By his fasts and vigils, he prepared himself for the holy adventure upon which he was soon to embark. In the exercise of these acts of worship, his brother alone was associated with him, while his nephew, who attended to their daily needs, observed the fasts, and in his hours of leisure joined them in their devotions. This cloistered calm with which they were surrounded was, after a few days, unexpectedly interrupted by the arrival of Mullah Ali Bastami, one of the foremost disciples of Sayyid Kazim. He, together with 12 other companions, arrived at the Masjid-e-Kufeh, where he found his fellow disciple, Mullah Hussein, immersed in contemplation and prayer. Mullah Ali was endowed with such vast learning and was so deeply conversant with the teachings of Shaykh Ahmad that many regarded him as even superior to Mullah Hussein. On several occasions, he attempted to inquire from Mullah Hussein as to his destination after the termination of the period of his retirement. Every time he approached him, he found him so wrapped in his devotions that he felt it impossible to venture a question. He soon decided to retire, like him, for 40 days from the society of men. All his companions followed his example, with the exception of 3, who acted as their personal attendants. Immediately after the completion of his 40 days' retirement, Mullah Hussein, together with his 2 companions, departed for Najaf. He left Karbala by night, visited on his way the shrine of Najaf, and proceeded directly to Bushehr on the Persian Gulf. There he started on his holy quest after the beloved of his heart's desire. There, for the first time, he inhaled the fragrance of him who for years had led in that city the life of a merchant and humble citizen. There he perceived the sweet savours of holiness with which that beloved's countless invocations had so richly impregnated the atmosphere of that city. He could not, however, tarry longer in Bushehr. Drawn as if by a magnet which seemed to attract him irresistibly towards the north, he proceeded to Shiraz. Arriving at the gate of that city, he instructed his brother and his nephew to proceed directly to the Masjid-i-Khani, and there to remain until his arrival. He expressed the hope that, God willing, he would arrive in time to join them in their evening prayer. On that very day, a few hours before sunset, whilst walking outside the gate of the city, his eyes fell suddenly upon a youth of radiant countenance, who wore a green turban, and who, advancing towards him, greeted him with a smile of loving welcome. He embraced Mullah Hussein with tender affection, as though he had been his intimate and lifelong friend. Mullah Hussein thought him at first to be a disciple of Sayyid KÁZIM, who, on being informed of his approach to Shiraz, had come to welcome him. Mirza Ahmad-I-Qazvini, the martyr, who on several occasions had heard Mullah Hussein recount to the early believers the story of his moving and historic interview with the Bab, related to me the following. I have heard Mullah Hussein repeatedly and graphically describe the circumstances of that remarkable interview. The youth who met me outside the gate of Shiraz overwhelmed me with expressions of affection and loving kindness. He extended to me a warm invitation to visit his home and there refresh myself after the fatigues of my journey. I prayed to be excused, pleading that my 2 companions had already arranged for my stay in that city and were now awaiting my return. Commit them to the care of God, was his reply. He will surely protect and watch over them. Having spoken these words, he bade me follow him. I was profoundly impressed by the gentle yet compelling manner in which that strange youth spoke to me. As I followed him, his gait, the charm of his voice, the dignity of his bearing served to enhance my first impressions of this unexpected meeting. Interview of Mullah Hussein with the Bab in Shiraz. We soon found ourselves standing at the gate of a house of modest appearance. He knocked at the door, which was soon opened by an Ethiopian servant. Enter therein in peace, secure, were his words as he crossed the threshold and motioned me to follow him. His invitation, uttered with power and majesty, penetrated my soul. I thought it a good augury to be addressed in such words, standing as I did on the threshold of the first house I was entering in Shiraz, a city the very atmosphere of which had produced already an indescribable impression upon me. Might not my visit to this house, I thought to myself, enable me to draw nearer to the object of my quest? Might it not hasten the termination of a period of intense longing, of strenuous search, of increasing anxiety, which such a quest involves. As I entered the house and followed my host to his chamber, a feeling of unutterable joy invaded my being. Immediately we were seated. He ordered a ewer of water to be brought, and bade me wash away from my hands and feet the stains of travel. I pleaded permission to retire from his presence and perform my ablutions in an adjoining room. He refused to grant my request and proceeded to pour the water over my hands. He then gave me to drink of a refreshing beverage, after which he asked for the samovar and himself prepared the tea which he offered me. Overwhelmed with his acts of extreme kindness, I arose to depart. "The time for evening prayer is approaching," I ventured to observe. "I have promised my friends to join them at that hour in the Masjid-i-Khani." With extreme courtesy and calm, he replied, "You must surely have made the hour of your return conditional upon the will and pleasure of God. It seems that His will has decreed otherwise. You need have no fear of having broken your pledge." His dignity and self-assurance silenced me. I renewed my ablutions and prepared for prayer. He too stood beside me and prayed. Whilst praying, I unburdened my soul, which was much oppressed both by the mystery of this interview and the strain and stress of my search. I breathed this prayer: "I have striven with all my soul, O my God, and until now have failed to find thy promised messenger. I testify that thy word faileth not, and that thy promise is sure." That night, that memorable night, was the eve preceding the 5th day of Jamadi'ul-Awwal in the year 1260 AH. It was about an hour after sunset when my youthful host began to converse with me. "Whom, after Sayyid Kazim," he asked me, "do you regard as his successor and your leader?" "At the hour of his death," I replied, "our departed teacher insistently exhorted us to forsake our homes, to scatter far and wide in quest of the promised beloved. I have accordingly journeyed to Persia, have arisen to accomplish his will, and am still engaged in my quest." "Has your teacher," he further inquired, "given you any detailed indications as to the distinguishing features of the promised one?" "Yes," I replied. "He is of a pure lineage, is of illustrious descent, and of the seed of Fatimeh. As to his age, he is more than 20 and less than 30. He is endowed with innate knowledge. He is of medium height, abstains from smoking, and is free from bodily deficiency." He paused for a while, and then with vibrant voice declared, "Behold, all these signs are manifest in me." He then considered each of the above-mentioned signs separately and conclusively demonstrated that each and all were applicable to his person. I was greatly surprised and politely observed, "He whose advent we await is a man of unsurpassed holiness, and the cause he is to reveal a cause of tremendous power. Many and diverse are the requirements which he who claims to be its visible embodiment must needs fulfill. How often has Sayyid Kazem referred to the vastness of the knowledge of the Promised One? How often did he say, "My own knowledge is but a drop compared with that with which he has been endowed. All my attainments are but a speck of dust in the face of the immensity of his knowledge. Nay, immeasurable is the difference." No sooner had those words dropped from my lips than I found myself seized with fear and remorse, such as I could neither conceal nor explain. I bitterly reproved myself, and resolved at that very moment to alter my attitude and to soften my tone. I vowed to God that should my host again refer to the subject, I would, with the utmost humility, answer and say, "If you be willing to substantiate your claim, you will most assuredly deliver me from the anxiety and suspense which so heavily oppress my soul. I shall truly be indebted to you for such deliverance." When I first started upon my quest, I determined to regard the two following standards as those whereby I could ascertain the truth of whosoever might claim to be the promised Qa'im. The first was a treatise which I had myself composed, bearing upon the abstruse and hidden teachings propounded by Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazem. Whoever seemed to me capable of unravelling the mysterious allusions made in that treatise, to him I would next submit my second request, and would ask him to reveal, without the least hesitation or reflection, a commentary on the Surah of Joseph, in a style and language entirely different from the prevailing standards of the time. I had previously requested Sayyid Kazem in private to write a commentary on that same surah, which he refused, saying, "This is verily beyond me. He, that great one who comes after me, will unasked reveal it for you. That commentary will constitute one of the weightiest testimonies of his truth, and one of the clearest evidences of the loftiness of his position." I was revolving these things in my mind when my distinguished host again remarked, "Observe attentively. Might not the person intended by Sayyid Kazem be none other than I?" I thereupon felt impelled to present to him a copy of the treatise which I had with me. "Will you," I asked him, "read this book of mine and look at its pages with indulgent eyes? I pray you to overlook my weaknesses and failings." He graciously complied with my wish. He opened the book, glanced at certain passages, closed it, and began to address me. Within a few minutes, he had with characteristic vigour and charm unravelled all its mysteries and resolved all its problems. Having to my entire satisfaction accomplished within so short a time the task I had expected him to perform, he further expounded to me certain truths which could be found neither in the reported sayings of the Imams of the faith, nor in the writings of Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazem. These truths, which I had never heard before, seemed to be endowed with refreshing vividness and power. "Had you not been my guest," he afterwards observed, "your position would indeed have been a grievous one. The all-encompassing grace of God has saved you. It is for God to test his servants, and not for his servants to judge him in accordance with their deficient standards. Were I to fail to resolve your perplexities, could the reality that shines within me be regarded as powerless, or my knowledge be accused as faulty? Nay, by the righteousness of God, it behoves in this day the peoples and nations of both the East and the West to hasten to this threshold, and here seek to obtain the reviving grace of the merciful. Whoso hesitates will indeed be in grievous loss. Do not the peoples of the earth testify that the fundamental purpose of their creation is the knowledge and adoration of God? It behoves them to arise as earnestly and spontaneously as you have arisen, and to seek with determination and constancy their promised beloved. He then proceeded to say, now is the time to reveal the commentary on the Surah of Joseph. He took up his pen and with incredible rapidity revealed the entire Surah of Mulk, the first chapter of his commentary on the Surah of Joseph. The overpowering effect of the manner in which he wrote was heightened by the gentle intonation of his voice, which accompanied his writing. Not for one moment did he interrupt the flow of the verses which streamed from his pen. Not once did he pause till the Surah of Mulk was finished. I sat enraptured by the magic of his voice and the sweeping force of his revelation. At last, I reluctantly arose from my seat and begged leave to depart. He smilingly bade me be seated and said, if you leave in such a state, whoever sees you will assuredly say, this poor youth has lost his mind. At that moment, the clock registered 2 hours and 11 minutes after sunset. That night, the eve of the 5th day of Jamadi'ul-Awwal in the year 1260 AH, corresponded with the eve preceding the 65th day after Nowruz, which was also the eve of the 6th day of Khordad of the year Nahang. This night, he declared, this very hour, will in the days to come be celebrated as one of the greatest and most significant of all festivals. Render thanks to God for having graciously assisted you to attain your heart's desire, and for having quaffed from the sealed wine of his utterance. Well is it with them that attain thereunto. At the 3rd hour after sunset, my host ordered the dinner to be served. That same Ethiopian servant appeared again and spread before us the choicest food. That holy repast refreshed alike my body and soul. In the presence of my host at that hour, I felt as though I were feeding upon the fruits of paradise. I could not but marvel at the manners and the devoted attentions of that Ethiopian servant, whose very life seemed to have been transformed by the regenerating influence of his master. I then, for the first time, recognized the significance of this well-known traditional utterance ascribed to Muhammad. I have prepared for the godly and righteous among my servants what eye hath seen not, ear heard not, nor human heart conceived. Had my youthful host no other claim to greatness, this was sufficient, that he received me with that quality of hospitality and loving kindness which I was convinced no other human being could possibly reveal. I sat spellbound by his utterance, oblivious of time and of those who awaited me. Suddenly, the call of the mu'azzin summoning the faithful to their morning prayer awakened me from the state of ecstasy into which I seemed to have fallen. All the delights, all the ineffable glories which the Almighty has recounted in his book as the priceless possessions of the people of paradise, these I seemed to be experiencing that night. Methinks I was in a place of which it could be truly said, "Therein no toil shall reach us, and therein no weariness shall touch us. No vain discourse shall they hear therein, nor any falsehood, but only the cry, Peace, peace. Their cry therein shall be, Glory be to thee, O God, and their salutation therein, Peace. And the close of their cry, Praise be to God, Lord of all creatures." Sleep had departed from me that night. I was enthralled by the music of that voice which rose and fell as he chanted. Now swelling forth as he revealed verses of the Qayyum-ul-Asma', again acquiring ethereal, subtle harmonies as he uttered the prayers he was revealing. At the end of each invocation, he would repeat this verse: Far from the glory of thy Lord, the all-glorious, be that which his creatures affirm of him, and peace be upon his messengers, and praise be to God, the Lord of all beings. He then addressed me in these words: O thou who art the first to believe in me, verily I say, I am the Bab, the gate of God, and thou art the Bab-ul-Bab, the gate of that gate. 18 souls must, in the beginning, spontaneously and of their own accord, accept me and recognize the truth of my revelation. Unwarned and uninvited, each of these must seek independently to find me. And when their number is complete, one of them must needs be chosen to accompany me on my pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. There I shall deliver the message of God to the Sharif of Mecca. I then shall return to Kufa, where again in the masjid of that holy city I shall manifest his cause. It is incumbent upon you not to divulge either to your companions or to any other soul that which you have seen and heard. Be engaged in the Masjid-i-Khani, in prayer and in teaching. I too will there join you in congregational prayer. Beware lest your attitude towards me betray the secret of your faith. You should continue in this occupation and maintain this attitude until our departure for Hijaz. Ere we depart, we shall appoint unto each of the 18 souls his special mission, and shall send them forth to accomplish their task. We shall instruct them to teach the word of God and to quicken the souls of men. Having spoken these words to me, he dismissed me from his presence. Accompanying me to the door of the house, he committed me to the care of God. This revelation, so suddenly and impetuously thrust upon me, came as a thunderbolt which for a time seemed to have benumbed my faculties. I was blinded by its dazzling splendor and overwhelmed by its crushing force. Excitement, joy, awe, and wonder stirred the depths of my soul. Predominant among these emotions was a sense of gladness and strength which seemed to have transfigured me. How feeble and impotent, how dejected and timid I had felt previously. Then I could neither write nor walk, so tremulous were my hands and feet. Now, however, the knowledge of his revelation had galvanized my being. I felt possessed of such courage and power that were the world, all its peoples, and its potentates to rise against me, I would, alone and undaunted, withstand their onslaught. The universe seemed but a handful of dust in my grasp. I seemed to be the voice of Gabriel personified, calling unto all mankind, "Awake, for lo the morning light has broken. Arise, for his cause is made manifest. The portal of his grace is open wide. Enter therein, O peoples of the world, for he who is your promised one is come." In such a state I left his house and joined my brother and nephew. A large number of the followers of Shaykh Ahmad, who had heard of my arrival, had gathered in the Masjid-i to meet me. Faithful to the directions of my newly found beloved, I immediately set myself to carry out his wishes. As I began to organize my classes and perform my devotions, a vast concourse of people gathered gradually about me. Ecclesiastical dignitaries and officials of the city also came to visit me. They marveled at the spirit which my lectures revealed, unaware that the source whence my knowledge flowed was none other than he whose advent they, for the most part, were eagerly awaiting. During those days, I was on several occasions summoned by the Bab to visit him. He would send at night time that same Ethiopian servant to the masjid, bearing to me his most loving message of welcome. Every time I visited him, I spent the entire night in his presence. Wakeful until the dawn, I sat at his feet, fascinated by the charm of his utterance, and oblivious of the world and its cares and pursuits. How rapidly those precious hours flew by! At daybreak, I reluctantly withdrew from his presence. How eagerly in those days I looked forward to the approach of the evening hour. With what feelings of sadness and regret I beheld the dawning of day. In the course of one of these nightly visits, my host addressed me in these words: "Tomorrow, 13 of your companions will arrive. To each of them extend the utmost loving kindness. Leave them not to themselves, for they have dedicated their lives to the quest of their beloved. Pray to God that he may graciously enable them to walk securely in that path which is finer than a hair and keener than a sword. Certain ones among them will be accounted in the sight of God as his chosen and favoured disciples. As to others, they will tread the middle way. The fate of the rest will remain undeclared until the hour when all that is hidden shall be made manifest." Arrival of Mullah Ali Bastami and his companions in Shiraz. That same morning, at sunrise, soon after my return from the home of the Bab, Mullah Ali Bastami, accompanied by the same number of companions as indicated to me, arrived at the Masjid-i-Khani. I immediately set about to provide the means for their comfort. One night, a few days after their arrival, Mullah Ali, as the spokesman of his companions, gave vent to feelings which he could no longer repress. "You know well," he said, "how great is our confidence in you. We bear you such loyalty that if you should claim to be the promised Qa'im, we would all unhesitatingly submit. Obedient to your summons, we have forsaken our homes and have gone forth in search of our promised beloved. You were the first to set us all this noble example. We have followed in your footsteps. We have determined not to relax in our efforts until we find the object of our quest. We have followed you to this place, ready to acknowledge whomsoever you accept, in the hope of seeking the shelter of his protection and of passing successfully through the tumult and agitation that must needs signalize the last hour. How is it that we now see you teaching the people and conducting their prayers and devotions with the utmost tranquillity. Those evidences of agitation and expectancy seem to have vanished from your countenance. Tell us, we beseech you, the reason, that we too may be delivered from our present state of suspense and doubt. Your companions, I gently observed, may naturally attribute my peace and composure to the ascendancy which I seem to have acquired in this city. The truth is far from that. The world, I assure you, with all its pomp and seductions, can never lure away this Hussein of Bushru-Ye from his beloved. Ever since the beginning of this holy enterprise upon which I have embarked, I have vowed to seal with my life blood my own destiny. For his sake, I have welcomed immersion in an ocean of tribulation. I yearn not for the things of this world. I crave only the good pleasure of my beloved. Not until I shed my blood for his name will the fire that glows within me be quenched. Please God, you may live to witness that day. Might not your companions have thought that because of the intensity of his longing and the constancy of his endeavours, God has, in his infinite mercy, graciously deigned to unlock before the face of Mullah Hussein the gate of his grace, and wishing, according to his inscrutable wisdom, to conceal this fact, has bidden him engage in such pursuits? These words stirred the soul of Mullah Ali. He at once perceived their meaning. With tearful eyes, he entreated me to disclose the identity of him who had turned my agitation into peace and converted my anxiety into certitude. I adjure you, he pleaded, to bestow upon me a portion of that holy draught which the hand of mercy has given you to drink, for it will assuredly allay my thirst and ease the pain of longing in my heart. Beseech me not, I replied, to grant you this favour. Let your trust be in him, for he will surely guide your steps and appease the tumult of your heart. Mullah Ali hastened to his companions and acquainted them with the nature of his conversation with Mullah Hussein. Ablaze with the fire which the account of that conversation had kindled in their hearts, they immediately dispersed, and seeking the seclusion of their cells, besought through fasting and prayer the early removal of the veil that intervened between them and the recognition of their beloved. They prayed while keeping their vigils, O God, our God, thee only do we worship, and to thee do we cry for help. Guide us, we beseech thee, on the straight path, O Lord our God. Fulfill what thou hast promised unto us by thine apostles, and put us not to shame on the day of resurrection. Verily, thou wilt not break thy promise. On the third night of his retirement, whilst wrapped in prayer, Mullah Ali-Bastami had a vision. There appeared before his eyes a light, and lo, that light moved off before him. Allured by its splendour, he followed it, till at last it led him to his promised beloved. At that very hour, in the mid-watches of the night, he arose and, exultant with joy and radiant with gladness, opened the door of his chamber and hastened to Mullah Hussein. He threw himself into the arms of his revered companion. Mullah Hussein most lovingly embraced him and said, Praised be to God, who hath guided us hither. We had not been guided, had not God guided us. That very morning, at break of day, Mullah Hussein, followed by Mullah Ali, hastened to the residence of the Bab. At the entrance of his house, they met the faithful Ethiopian servant, who immediately recognized them and greeted them in these words, Ere break of day, I was summoned to the presence of my master, who instructed me to open the door of the house and to stand expectant at its threshold. 2 guests, he said, are to arrive early this morning. Extend to them in my name a warm welcome. Say to them from me, enter therein in the name of God. The first meeting of Mullah Ali with the Bab, which was analogous to the meeting with Mullah Hussein, differed only in this respect, that whereas at the previous meeting the proofs and testimonies of the Bab's mission had been critically scrutinized and expounded, at this one all argument had been set aside, and nothing but the spirit of intense adoration and of close and ardent fellowship prevailed. The entire chamber seemed to have been vitalized by that celestial potency which emanated from his inspired utterance. Everything in that room seemed to be vibrating with this testimony. Verily, verily, the dawn of a new day has broken. The promised one is enthroned in the hearts of men. In his hand he holds the mystic cup, the chalice of immortality. Blessed are they who drink therefrom. Each of the 12 companions of Mullah Ali, in his turn, and by his own unaided efforts, sought and found his beloved. Some in sleep, others in waking, a few whilst in prayer, and still others, in their moments of contemplation, experienced the light of this divine revelation and were led to recognize the power of its glory. After the manner of Mullah Ali, these and a few others, accompanied by Mullah Hussein, attained the presence of the Bab and were declared letters of the living. 17 letters were gradually enrolled in the preserved tablet of God, and were appointed as the chosen apostles of the Bab, the ministers of his faith, and the diffusers of his light. Arrival of Quddus in Shiraz. One night, in the course of his conversation with Mullah Hussein, the Bab spoke these words: 17 letters have thus far enlisted under the standard of the faith of God. There remains one more to complete the number. These letters of the living shall arise to proclaim my cause and to establish my faith. Tomorrow night the remaining letter will arrive and will complete the number of my chosen disciples. The next day, in the evening hour, as the Bab, followed by Mullah Hussein, was returning to his home, there appeared a youth, dishevelled and travel-stained. He approached Mullah Hussein, embraced him, and asked him whether he had attained his goal. Mullah Hussein tried at first to calm his agitation and advised him to rest for a moment, promising that he would subsequently enlighten him. That youth, however, refused to heed his advice. Fixing his gaze upon the Bab, he said to Mullah Hussein, "Why seek you to hide him from me? I can recognize him by his gait. I confidently testify that none besides him, whether in the east or in the west, can claim to be the truth. None other can manifest the power and majesty that radiate from his holy person." Mullah Hussein marvelled at his words. He pleaded to be excused, however, and induced him to restrain his feelings until such time as he would be able to acquaint him with the truth. Leaving him, he hastened to join the Bab and informed him of his conversation with that youth. "Marvel not," observed the Bab, "at his strange behaviour. We have in the world of the spirit been communing with that youth. We know him already. We indeed awaited his coming. Go to him and summon him forthwith to our presence." Mullah Hussein was instantly reminded by these words of the Bab of the following traditional utterance. On the last day, the men of the unseen shall, on the wings of the Spirit, traverse the immensity of the earth, shall attain the presence of the promised Qa'im, and shall seek from him the secret that will resolve their problems and remove their perplexities. Though distant in body, these heroic souls are engaged in daily communion with their beloved, partake of the bounty of his utterance, and share the supreme privilege of his companionship. Otherwise, how could Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazem have known of the Bab? How could they have perceived the significance of the secret which lay hidden in him? How could the Bab himself, how could Quddus, his beloved disciple, have written in such terms had not the mystic bond of the Spirit linked their souls together? Did not the Bab, in the earliest days of his mission, allude in the opening passages of the Qayyum-ul-Asma', his commentary on the Surah of Joseph, to the glory and significance of the revelation of Baha'u'lláh? Was it not his purpose, by dwelling upon the ingratitude and malice which characterized the treatment of Joseph by his brethren, to predict what Baha'u'lláh was destined to suffer at the hands of his brother and kindred? Was not Quddus, although besieged within the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi by the battalions and fire of a relentless enemy, engaged both in the daytime and in the night season in the completion of his eulogy of Baha'u'lláh, that immortal commentary on the Sa'd of Samad, which had already assumed the dimensions of 500,000 verses? Every verse of the Qayyum-ul-Asma', every word of the aforementioned commentary of Quddus will, if dispassionately examined, bear eloquent testimony to this truth. The acceptance by Quddus of the truth of the Bab's revelation completed the assigned number of his chosen disciples. Quddus, whose name was Muhammad Ali, was through his mother a direct descendant of the Imam Hassan, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. He was born in Barfurush in the province of Mazandaran. It has been reported by those who attended the lectures of Sayyid Kazem that in the last years of the latter's life, Quddus enrolled himself as one of the Sayyid's disciples. He was the last to arrive and invariably occupied the lowliest seat in the assembly. He was the first to depart upon the conclusion of every meeting. The silence he observed and the modesty of his behaviour distinguished him from the rest of his companions. Sayyid Kazem was often heard to remark that certain ones among his disciples, though they occupied the lowliest of seats and observed the strictest silence, were nonetheless so exalted in the sight of God that he himself felt unworthy to rank among their servants. His disciples, although they observed the humility of Quddus and acknowledged the exemplary character of his behaviour, remained unaware of the purpose of Sayyid Kazem. When Quddus arrived in Shíráz and embraced the faith declared by the Bab, he was only 22 years of age. Though young in years, he showed that indomitable courage and faith which none among the disciples of his master could exceed. He exemplified by his life and glorious martyrdom the truth of this tradition. Whoso seeketh me shall find me. Whoso findeth me shall be drawn towards me. Whoso draweth nigh unto me shall love me. Whoso loveth me, him shall I also love. He who is beloved of me, him shall I slay. He who is slain by me, I myself shall be his ransom. The early days of the Bab. His birth. The Bab, whose name was Sayyid Ali Muhammad, was born in the city of Shiraz on the first day of Muharram in the year 1235 AH. He belonged to a house which was renowned for its nobility and which traced its origin to Muhammad himself. The date of his birth confirmed the truth of the prophecy traditionally attributed to the Imam Ali: "I am 2 years younger than my Lord." 25 years, 4 months, and 4 days had elapsed since the day of his birth, when he declared his mission. In his early childhood, he lost his father, Sayyid Muhammad Reza, a man who was known throughout the province of Fars for his piety and virtue, and was held in high esteem and honor. Both his father and his mother were descendants of the Prophet. Both were loved and respected by the people. He was reared by his maternal uncle, Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, a martyr to the faith, who placed him while still a child under the care of a tutor named Shaykh Abed. The Bab, though not inclined to study, submitted to his uncle's will and directions. His school days. Shaykh Abed, known by his pupils as Shaykhuna, was a man of piety and learning. He had been a disciple of both Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid KÁZIM. One day, he related, I asked the Bab to recite the opening words of the Quran. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. He hesitated, pleading that unless he were told what these words signified, he would in no wise attempt to pronounce them. I pretended not to know their meaning. I know what these words signify, observed my pupil. By your leave, I will explain them. He spoke with such knowledge and fluency that I was struck with amazement. He expounded the meaning of Allah, of Rahman and Rahim, in terms such as I had neither read nor heard. The sweetness of his utterance still lingers in my memory. I felt impelled to take him back to his uncle and to deliver into his hands the trust he had committed to my care. I determined to tell him how unworthy I felt to teach so remarkable a child. I found his uncle alone in his office. I have brought him back to you, I said, and commit him to your vigilant protection. He's not to be treated as a mere child, for in him I can already discern evidences of that mysterious power which the revelation of the Sahib-ul-Zaman alone can reveal. It is incumbent upon you to surround him with your most loving care. Keep him in your house, for he verily stands in no need of teachers such as I. Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali sternly rebuked the Bab. Have you forgotten my instructions? He said. Have I not already admonished you to follow the example of your fellow pupils, to observe silence and to listen attentively to every word spoken by your teacher? Having obtained his promise to abide faithfully by his instructions, he bade the Bab return to his school. The soul of that child could not, however, be restrained by the stern admonitions of his uncle. No discipline could repress the flow of his intuitive knowledge. Day after day, he continued to manifest such remarkable evidences of superhuman wisdom as I am powerless to recount. At last his uncle was induced to take him away from the school of Shaykh Abed and to associate him with himself in his own profession. There, too, he revealed signs of a power and greatness that few could approach and none could rival. His marriage. Some years later, the Bab was united in wedlock with a sister of Mirza Sayyid Hassan and Mirza Abul Qasim. The child which resulted from this union he named Ahmad. He died in the year 1259 AH, the year preceding the declaration of the faith by the Bab. The father did not lament his loss. He consecrated his death by words such as these: O God, my God, would that 1,000 Ishmaels were given me, this Abraham of thine, that I might have offered them, each and all, as a loving sacrifice unto thee. O my beloved, my heart's desire, the sacrifice of this Ahmad, whom thy servant Ali Muhammad hath offered up on the altar of thy love, can never suffice to quench the flame of longing in his heart. Not until he immolates his own heart at thy feet, not until his whole body falls a victim to the cruelest tyranny in thy path, not until his breast is made a target for countless darts for thy sake, will the tumult of his soul be stilled. O my God, my only desire, grant that the sacrifice of my son, my only son, may be acceptable unto thee. Grant that it be a prelude to the sacrifice of my entire self, in the path of thy good pleasure. Endue with thy grace my lifeblood, which I yearn to shed in thy path. Cause it to water and nourish the seed of thy faith. Endow it with thy celestial potency, that this infant seed of God may soon germinate in the hearts of men, that it may thrive and prosper, that it may grow to become a mighty tree, beneath the shadow of which all the peoples and kindreds of the earth may gather. Answer thou my prayer, O God, and fulfill my most cherished desire. Thou art verily the Almighty, the All-Bountiful. His stay in Bushehr. The days which the Bab devoted to commercial pursuits were mostly spent in Bushehr. The oppressive heat of the summer did not deter him from devoting each Friday several hours to continuous worship upon the roof of his house. Though exposed to the fierce rays of the noontide sun, he, turning his heart to his beloved, continued to commune with him, unmindful of the intensity of the heat and oblivious of the world around him. From early dawn until sunrise, and from midday till late in the afternoon, he dedicated his time to meditation and pious worship. Turning his gaze towards the north, in the direction of Tehran, he, at every break of day, greeted with a heart overflowing with love and joy the rising sun, which to him was a sign and symbol of that day-star of truth that was soon to dawn upon the world. As a lover who beholds the face of his beloved, he gazed upon the rising orb with steadfastness and longing. He seemed to be addressing in mystic language that shining luminary, and to be entrusting it with his message of yearning and love to his concealed beloved. With such transports of delight he greeted its beaming rays, that the heedless and ignorant around him thought him to be enamored with the sun itself. I have heard Haji Sayyid Jawad Karbelai recount the following. Whilst journeying to India, I passed through Bushehr. As I was already acquainted with Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, I was enabled to meet the Bab on several occasions. Every time I met him, I found him in such a state of humility and lowliness as words fail me to describe. His downcast eyes, his extreme courtesy, and the serene expression of his face made an indelible impression upon my soul. I often heard those who were closely associated with him testify to the purity of his character, to the charm of his manners, to his self-effacement, to his high integrity, and to his extreme devotion to God. A certain man confided to his care a trust, requesting him to dispose of it at a fixed price. When the Bab sent him the value of that article, the man found that the sum which he had been offered considerably exceeded the limit which he had fixed. He immediately wrote to the Bab, requesting him to explain the reason. The Bab replied, "What I have sent you is entirely your due. There is not a single farthing in excess of what is your right. There was a time when the trust you had delivered to me had attained this value. Failing to sell it at that price, I now feel it my duty to offer you the whole of that sum." However much the Bab's client entreated him to receive back the sum in excess, the Bab persisted in refusing. With what assiduous care he attended those gatherings at which the virtues of the Sayyid al-Shuhada, the Imam Hussein, were being extolled. With what attention he listened to the chanting of the eulogies. What tenderness and devotion he showed at such scenes of lamentation and prayer. Tears rained from his eyes as his trembling lips murmured words of prayer and praise. How compelling was his dignity, how tender the sentiments which his countenance inspired. Letters of the Living. As to those whose supreme privilege it was to be enrolled by the Bab in the book of his revelation as his chosen letters of the living, their names are as follows: Mullah Hussein Bushrui, Muhammad Hassan, his brother, Muhammad Baqir, his nephew, Mullah Ali Bastami, Mullah Khudabakhsh Quchani, later named Mullah Ali, Mullah Hassan Bajistani, Sayyid Hussein Yazdi, Mirza Muhammad Roze Khan Yazdi, Saeed Hindi, Mullah Mahmud Khoui, Mullah Jalil Urumi, Mullah Ahmad Ibdal Maraqani, Mullah Baqir Tabrizi, Mullah Yusuf Ardebili, Mirza Hadi, son of Mullah Abdul Wahhab Qazvini, Mirza Muhammad Ali Qazvini. Tahir Quddus. Reference to Tahir. These all, with a single exception of Tahir, attained the presence of the Bab and were personally invested by him with the distinction of this rank. It was she who, having learned of the intended departure of her sister's husband, Mirza Muhammad Ali from Qazvin, entrusted him with a sealed letter, requesting that he deliver it to that promised one whom she said he was sure to meet in the course of his journey. "Say to him from me," she added, "the effulgence of thy face flashed forth, and the rays of thy visage arose on high. Then speak the word, 'Am I not your Lord?' And 'Thou art,' we will all reply." Mirza Muhammad Ali eventually met and recognized the Bab and conveyed to him both the letter and the message of Tahir. The Bab forthwith declared her one of the letters of the living. Her father, Haji Mullah Saleh Qazvini, and his brother, Mullah Taqi, were both mujtahids of great renown, were skilled in the traditions of Muslim law, and were universally respected by the people of Tehran, Qazvin, and other leading cities of Persia. She was married to Mullah Muhammad, son of Mullah Taqi, her uncle, whom the Shias styled Shahid Sales. Although her family belonged to the Balasari, Tahir alone showed from the very beginning a marked sympathy and devotion to Sayyid Kazem. As an evidence of her personal admiration for him, she wrote an apology in defense and justification of the teachings of Shaykh Ahmad and presented it to him. To this, she soon received a reply couched in the most affectionate terms, in the opening passages of which the Sayyid thus addressed her: "O thou who art the solace of mine eyes, Ya Qurratul Ayn, and the joy of my heart." Ever since that time, she has been known as Qurratul Ayn. After the historic gathering of Badasht, a number of those who attended were so amazed at the fearlessness and outspoken language of that heroine that they felt it their duty to acquaint the Bab with the character of her startling and unprecedented behaviour. They strove to tarnish the purity of her name. To their accusations, the Bab replied, "What am I to say regarding her whom the tongue of power and glory has named Tahireh, the Pure One?" These words proved sufficient to silence those who had endeavoured to undermine her position. From that time onwards, she was designated by the believers as Tahireh. Explanation of the term Bolosari. A word should now be said in explanation of the term Bolosari. Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim, as well as their followers, when visiting the shrine of the Imam Hussein in Karbala, invariably occupied, as a mark of reverence, the lower end of the sepulchre. They never advanced beyond it, whereas other worshippers, the Bolosari, recited their prayers in the upper section of that shrine. The Shaykhis, believing as they did that every true believer lives both in this world and in the next, felt it unseemly and improper to step beyond the limits of the lower sections of the shrine of the Imam Hussein, who in their eyes was the very incarnation of the most perfect believer. Dismissal of Mullah Hussein. Mullah Hussein, who anticipated being the chosen companion of the Bab during his pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, was, as soon as the latter decided to depart from Shiraz, summoned to the presence of his master, who gave him the following instructions. "The days of our companionship are approaching their end. My covenant with you is now accomplished. Gird up the loins of endeavour, and arise to diffuse my cause. Be not dismayed at the sight of the degeneracy and perversity of this generation, for the Lord of the Covenant shall assuredly assist you. Verily, he shall surround you with his loving protection, and shall lead you from victory to victory. Even as the cloud that rains its bounty upon the earth, traverse the land from end to end, and shower upon its people the blessings which the Almighty in his mercy has deigned to confer upon you. Forbear with the ulamas, and resign yourself to the will of God. Raise the cry, awake, awake, for lo, the gate of God is open, and the morning light is shedding its radiance upon all mankind. The promised one is made manifest. Prepare the way for him, O people of the earth. Deprive not yourselves of its redeeming grace, nor close your eyes to its effulgent glory. Those whom you find receptive to your call, share with them the epistles and tablets we have revealed for you, that perchance these wondrous words may cause them to turn away from the slough of heedlessness and soar into the realm of the divine presence. In this pilgrimage upon which we are soon to embark, we have chosen Quddus as our companion. We have left you behind to face the onslaught of a fierce and relentless enemy. Rest assured, however, that a bounty unspeakably glorious shall be conferred upon you. Follow the course of your journey towards the north, and visit on your way Esfahan, Kashan, Qom, and Tehran. Beseech Almighty Providence that He may graciously enable you to attain in that capital the seat of true sovereignty, and to enter the mansion of the Beloved. A secret lies hidden in that city. When made manifest, it shall turn the earth into paradise. My hope is that you may partake of its grace and recognize its splendor. From Tehran proceed to Khurasan, and there proclaim anew the call. From thence return to Najaf and Karbala, and there await the summons of your Lord. Be assured that the high mission for which you have been created will in its entirety be accomplished by you. Until you have consummated your work, if all the darts of an unbelieving world be directed against you, they will be powerless to hurt a single hair of your head. All things are imprisoned within His mighty grasp. He verily is the Almighty, the All-Subduing. Departure of Mullah Ali Bastami from Shiraz. The Bab then summoned to his presence Mullah Ali Bastami and addressed to him words of cheer and loving kindness. He instructed him to proceed directly to Najaf and Karbala, alluded to the severe trials and afflictions that would befall him, and enjoined him to be steadfast till the end. Your faith, he told him, must be immovable as the rock, must weather every storm and survive every calamity. Suffer not the denunciations of the foolish and the calumnies of the clergy to afflict you or to turn you from your purpose. For you are called to partake of the celestial banquet prepared for you in the immortal realm. You are the first to leave the house of God and to suffer for His sake. If you be slain in His path, remember that great will be your reward, and goodly the gift which will be bestowed upon you. Story of Abdul Wahhab. No sooner were these words uttered than Mullah Ali arose from his seat and set out to prosecute his mission. At about a farsang's distance from Shiraz, he was overtaken by a youth who, flushed with excitement, impatiently asked to speak to him. His name was Abdul Wahhab. I beseech you, he tearfully entreated Mullah Ali, to allow me to accompany you on your journey. Perplexities oppress my heart. I pray you to guide my steps in the way of truth. Last night, in my dream, I heard the crier announce in the market street of Shiraz the appearance of the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful. He called to the multitude, "Arise and seek him. Behold, he plucks out of the burning fire charters of liberty and is distributing them to the people. Hasten to him, for whoever receives them from his hands will be secure from penal suffering, and whoever fails to obtain them from him will be bereft of the blessings of paradise." Immediately I heard the voice of the crier. I arose and, abandoning my shop, ran across the market street of Vakil to a place where my eyes beheld you standing and distributing those same charters to the people. To everyone who approached to receive them from your hands, you would whisper in his ear a few words, which instantly caused him to flee in consternation and exclaim, "Woe betide me, for I am deprived of the blessings of Ali and his kindred." Ah, miserable me, that I am accounted among the outcast and fallen. I awoke from my dream, and immersed in an ocean of thought, regained my shop. Suddenly, I saw you pass, accompanied by a man who wore a turban and who was conversing with you. I sprang from my seat and, impelled by a power which I could not repress, ran to overtake you. To my utter amazement, I found you standing upon the very site which I had witnessed in my dream, engaged in the recital of traditions and verses. Standing aside at a distance, I kept watching you, wholly unobserved by you and your friend. I heard the man whom you were addressing impetuously protest, "Easier is it for me to be devoured by the flames of hell than to acknowledge the truth of your words, the weight of which mountains are unable to sustain." To his contemptuous rejection, you returned this answer: "Were all the universe to repudiate his truth, it could never tarnish the unsullied purity of his robe of grandeur." Departing from him, you directed your steps towards the gate of KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ. I continued to follow you until I reached this place. Mullah Ali tried to appease his troubled heart and to persuade him to return to his shop and resume his daily work. "Your association with me," he urged, "would involve me in difficulties. Return to Shíráz and rest assured, for you are accounted of the people of salvation. Far be it from the justice of God to withhold from so ardent and devoted a seeker the cup of his grace, or to deprive a soul so athirst from the billowing ocean of his revelation." The words of Mullah Ali proved of no avail. The more he insisted upon the return of Abdul Wahhab, the louder grew his lamentation and weeping. Mullah Ali finally felt compelled to comply with his wish, resigning himself to the will of God. Haji Abdul Majid, the father of Abdul Wahhab, has often been heard to recount, with eyes filled with tears, this story. "How deeply," he said, "I regret the deed I committed. Pray that God may grant me the remission of my sin. I was one among the favoured in the court of the sons of the Farman-Farma, the governor of the province of Fars. Such was my position that none dared to oppose or harm me. No one questioned my authority or ventured to interfere with my freedom. Immediately I heard that my son Abdul Wahhab had forsaken his shop and left the city. I ran out in the direction of the Qaziran gate to overtake him. Armed with a club with which I intended to beat him, I inquired as to the road he had taken. I was told that a man wearing a turban had just crossed the street, and that my son was seen following him. They seemed to have agreed to leave the city together. This excited my anger and indignation. How could I tolerate, I thought to myself, such unseemly behaviour on the part of my son? I, who already hold so privileged a position in the court of the sons of the Farman-Farma. Nothing but the severest chastisement, I felt, could wipe away the effect of my son's disgraceful conduct. I continued my search until I reached them. Seized with a savage fury, I inflicted upon Mullah Ali unspeakable injuries. To the strokes that fell heavily upon him, he with extraordinary serenity returned this answer: "Stay your hand, O Abdul Majid, for the eye of God is observing you. I take him as my witness that I am in no wise responsible for the conduct of your son. I mind not the tortures you inflict upon me, for I stand prepared for the most grievous afflictions in the path I have chosen to follow." Your injuries compared to what is destined to befall me in future are as a drop compared to the ocean. Verily, I say, you shall survive me, and will come to recognize my innocence. Great will then be your remorse, and deep your sorrow." Scorning his remarks and heedless of his appeal, I continued to beat him until I was exhausted. Silently and heroically, he endured this most undeserved chastisement at my hands. Finally, I ordered my son to follow me and left Mullah Ali to himself. On our way back to Shiraz, my son related to me the dream he had dreamt. A feeling of profound regret gradually seized me. The blamelessness of Mullah Ali was vindicated in my eyes, and the memory of my cruelty to him continued long to oppress my soul. Its bitterness lingered in my heart until the time when I felt obliged to transfer my residence from Shiraz to Baghdad. From Baghdad I moved to KÁZIM-I, where Abdul Wahhab established his business. A strange mystery brooded over his youthful face. He seemed to be concealing from me a secret which appeared to have transformed his life. And when, in the year 1267 AH, Baha'u'lláh journeyed to Iraq and visited KÁZIM-I, Abdul Wahhab fell immediately under the spell of his charm and pledged his undying devotion to him. A few years later, when my son had suffered martyrdom in Tehran, and Baha'u'lláh had been exiled to Baghdad, he with infinite loving kindness and mercy awakened me from the sleep of heedlessness, and himself taught me the message of the new day, washing away with the waters of divine forgiveness the stains of that cruel act. Sufferings of Mullah Ali Bastami. This episode marks the first affliction which befell a disciple of the Bab after the declaration of his mission. Mullah Ali realized from this experience how steep and thorny was the path leading to his eventual attainment of the promise given him by his master. Wholly resigned to his will and prepared to shed his lifeblood for his cause, he resumed his journey until he arrived at Najaf. In the presence of Sheikh Muhammad Hassan, one of the most celebrated ecclesiastics of Shia Islam, and in the face of a distinguished company of his disciples, Mullah Ali announced fearlessly the manifestation of the Bab, the gate whose advent they were eagerly awaiting. His proof, he declared, is his word, his testimony, none other than the testimony with which Islam seeks to vindicate its truth. From the pen of this unschooled Hashemite youth of Persia, there have streamed within the space of 48 hours as great a number of verses, of prayers, of homilies and scientific treatises as would equal in volume the whole of the Quran, which it took Muhammad, the Prophet of God, 23 years to reveal. That proud and fanatic leader, instead of welcoming in an age of darkness and prejudice these life-giving evidences of a newborn revelation, forthwith pronounced Mullah Ali a heretic and expelled him from the assembly. His disciples and followers, even the Shaykhis, who already testified to Mullah Ali's piety, sincerity, and learning, endorsed unhesitatingly the judgment against him. The disciples of Sheikh Muhammad Hassan, joining hands with their adversaries, heaped upon him untold indignities. They eventually delivered him, his hands bound in chains, to an official of the Ottoman government, arraigning him as a wrecker of Islam, a calumniator of the Prophet, an instigator of mischief, a disgrace to the faith, and worthy of the penalty of death. He was taken to Baghdad under the escort of government officials and was cast into prison by the governor of that city. Haji Hashem, surnamed Attar, a prominent merchant who was well versed in the scriptures of Islam, recounted the following. I was present at Government House on one occasion, when Mullah Ali was summoned to the presence of the assembled notables and government officials of that city. He was publicly accused of being an infidel, an abrogator of the laws of Islam, and a repudiator of its rituals and accepted standards. When his alleged offences and misdeeds had been enumerated, the Mufti, the chief exponent of the law of Islam in that city, turned to him and said, "O enemy of God!" As I was occupying a seat beside the Mufti, I whispered in his ear, "You are as yet unacquainted with this unfortunate stranger. Why address him in such terms? Do you not realize that such words as you have addressed to him will excite the anger of the populace against him? It behoves you to disregard the unsupported charges these busybodies have brought against him, to question him yourself, and to judge him according to the accepted standards of justice inculcated by the faith of Islam." The Mufti was sore displeased, arose from his seat, and left the gathering. Mullah Ali was again thrown into prison. A few days later, I inquired about him, hoping to achieve his deliverance. I was informed that on the night of that same day he had been deported to Constantinople. I made further inquiries and endeavoured to find out what eventually befell him. I could not, however, ascertain the truth. A few believed that on his way to Constantinople he had fallen ill and died. Others maintained that he had suffered martyrdom. Whatever his end, Mullah Ali had, by his life and death, earned the immortal distinction of having been the first sufferer in the path of this new faith of God, the first to have laid down his life as an offering on the altar of sacrifice. The Báb's farewell address to the letters of the living. Having sent forth Mullah Ali on his mission, the Báb summoned to his presence the remaining letters of the living, and to each severally he gave a special command and appointed a special task. He addressed to them these parting words. O my beloved friends, you are the bearers of the name of God in this day. You have been chosen as the repositories of his mystery. It behoves each one of you to manifest the attributes of God and to exemplify by your deeds and words the signs of his righteousness, his power and glory. The very members of your body must bear witness to the loftiness of your purpose, the integrity of your life, the reality of your faith, and the exalted character of your devotion. For verily I say, this is the day spoken of by God in his book. On that day will we set a seal upon their mouths, yet shall their hands speak unto us, and their feet shall bear witness to that which they shall have done. Ponder the words of Jesus addressed to his disciples as he sent them forth to propagate the cause of God. In words such as these, he bade them arise and fulfill their mission. Ye are even as the fire which in the darkness of the night has been kindled upon the mountain top. Let your light shine before the eyes of men. Such must be the purity of your character and the degree of your renunciation, that the people of the earth may through you recognize and be drawn closer to the Heavenly Father, who is the source of purity and grace. For none has seen the Father who is in heaven. You, who are his spiritual children, must by your deeds exemplify his virtues and witness to his glory. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt have lost its savour, wherewith shall it be salted? Such must be the degree of your detachment, that into whatever city you enter to proclaim and teach the cause of God, you should in no wise expect either meat or reward from its people. Nay, when you depart out of that city, you should shake the dust from off your feet. As you have entered it pure and undefiled, so must you depart from that city. For verily I say, the heavenly Father is ever with you and keeps watch over you. If you be faithful to him, he will assuredly deliver into your hands all the treasures of the earth, and will exalt you above all the rulers and kings of the world. O my letters, verily I say, immensely exalted is this day above the days of the apostles of old. Nay, immeasurable is the difference. You are the witnesses of the dawn of the promised day of God. You are the partakers of the mystic chalice of his revelation. Gird up the loins of endeavour, and be mindful of the words of God as revealed in his book. Lo, the Lord thy God is come, and with him is the company of his angels arrayed before him. Purge your hearts of worldly desires, and let angelic virtues be your adorning. Strive that by your deeds you may bear witness to the truth of these words of God, and beware lest by turning back he may change you for another people, who shall not be your like, and who shall take from you the kingdom of God. The days when idol worship was deemed sufficient are ended. The time is come when naught but the purest motive, supported by deeds of stainless purity, can ascend to the throne of the Most High and be acceptable unto him. The good word riseth up unto him, and the righteous deed will cause it to be exalted before him. You are the lowly, of whom God has thus spoken in his book, and we desire to show favour to those who were brought low in the land, and to make them spiritual leaders among men, and to make them our heirs. You have been called to this station. You will attain to it only if you arise to trample beneath your feet every earthly desire, and endeavour to become those honoured servants of his, who speak not till he hath spoken, and who do his bidding. You are the first letters that have been generated from the primal point, the first springs that have welled out from the source of this revelation. Beseech the Lord your God to grant that no earthly entanglements, no worldly affections, no ephemeral pursuits may tarnish the purity or embitter the sweetness of that grace which flows through you. I am preparing you for the advent of a mighty day. Exert your utmost endeavour that in the world to come I, who am now instructing you, may before the mercy seat of God rejoice in your deeds and glory in your achievements. The secret of the day that is to come is now concealed. It can neither be divulged nor estimated. The newly born babe of that day excels the wisest and most venerable men of this time, and the lowliest and most unlearned of that period shall surpass in understanding the most erudite and accomplished divines of this age. Scatter throughout the length and breadth of this land, and with steadfast feet and sanctified hearts prepare the way for his coming. Heed not your weaknesses and frailty. Fix your gaze upon the invincible power of the Lord your God, the Almighty. Has he not in past days caused Abraham, in spite of his seeming helplessness, to triumph over the forces of Nimrod? Has he not enabled Moses, whose staff was his only companion, to vanquish Pharaoh and his hosts? Has he not established the ascendancy of Jesus, poor and lowly as he was in the eyes of men, over the combined forces of the Jewish people? Has he not subjected the barbarous and militant tribes of Arabia to the holy and transforming discipline of Mohammed, his prophet? Arise in his name, put your trust wholly in him, and be assured of ultimate victory. With such words, the Bab quickened the faith of his disciples and launched them upon their mission. To each he assigned his own native province as the field of his labours. He directed them, each and all, to refrain from specific references to his own name and person. He instructed them to raise the call that the gate to the Promised One has been opened, that his proof is irrefutable, and that his testimony is complete. He bade them declare that whoever believes in him has believed in all the prophets of God, and that whoever denies him has denied all his saints and his chosen ones. With these instructions, he dismissed them from his presence and committed them to the care of God. Of these letters of the living whom he thus addressed, there remained with him in Shiraz Mullah Hussein, the first of these letters, and Quddus, the last. The rest, 14 in number, set out at the hour of dawn from Shiraz, each resolved to carry out in its entirety the task with which he had been entrusted. The Bab's parting words to Mullah Hussein. To Mullah Hussein, as the hour of his departure approached, the Bab addressed these words. Grieve not that you have not been chosen to accompany me on my pilgrimage to Hejaz. I shall instead direct your steps to that city which enshrines a mystery of such transcendent holiness as neither Hejaz nor Shiraz can hope to rival. My hope is that you may, by the aid of God, be enabled to remove the veils from the eyes of the wayward and to cleanse the minds of the malevolent. Visit on your way Esfahan, Kashan, Tehran, and Khurasan. Proceed thence to Iraq, and there await the summons of your Lord, who will keep watch over you and will direct you to whatsoever is his will and desire. As to myself, I shall, accompanied by Quddus and my Ethiopian servant, proceed on my pilgrimage to Hejaz. I shall join the company of the pilgrims of Fars, who will shortly be sailing for that land. I shall visit Mecca and Medina, and there fulfill the mission with which God has entrusted me. God willing, I shall return hither by the way of Kufa, in which place I hope to meet you. If it be decreed otherwise, I shall ask you to join me in Shiraz. The hosts of the invisible kingdom be assured, will sustain and reinforce your efforts. The essence of power is now dwelling in you, and the company of his chosen angels revolves around you. His almighty arms will surround you, and his unfailing spirit will ever continue to guide your steps. He that loves you loves God. And whoever opposes you has opposed God. Whoso befriends you, him will God befriend, and whoso rejects you, him will God reject. Chapter 4. Mullah Husayn's journey to Tehran. Visit of Mullah Husayn to Esfahan. His relations with the disciples of Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir. With these noble words ringing in his ears, Mullah Husayn embarked upon his perilous enterprise. Wherever he went, to whatever class of people he addressed himself, he delivered fearlessly and without reserve the message with which his beloved master had entrusted him. Arriving in Esfahan, he established himself in the madrasa of Nimavard. Around him gathered those who on his previous visit to that city had known him as the favoured messenger of Sayyid KÁZIM to the eminent Mujtahid Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir. He, now being dead, had been succeeded by his son, who had just returned from Najaf and was now established upon the seat of his father. Haji Muhammad Ibrahim Kalbasi had also fallen seriously ill and was on the verge of death. The disciples of the late Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir, now freed from the restraining influence of their departed teacher and alarmed at the strange doctrines which Mullah Husayn was propounding, vehemently denounced him to Haji Sayyid Asadullah, the son of the late Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir. Mullah Husayn, they complained, was able in the course of his last visit to win the support of your illustrious father to the cause of Shaykh Ahmad. No one among the Sayyid's helpless disciples dared to oppose him. He now comes as the upholder of a still more formidable opponent and is pleading his cause with still greater vehemence and vigour. He is persistently claiming that he whose cause he now champions is the revealer of a book which is divinely inspired and which bears a striking resemblance to the tone and language of the Qur'an. In the face of the people of this city, he has flung these challenging words: "Produce one like it, if you are men of truth." The day is fast approaching when the whole of Esfahan will have embraced his cause. Haji Sayyid Asadullah returned evasive answers to their complaints. "What am I to say?" he was at last forced to reply. "Do you not yourselves admit that Mullah Husayn has, by his eloquence and the cogency of his argument, silenced a man no less great than my illustrious father? How can I, then, who am so inferior to him in merit and knowledge, presume to challenge what he has already approved? Let each man dispassionately examine these claims. If he be satisfied, well and good. If not, let him observe silence, and not incur the risk of discrediting the fair name of our faith." Finding that their efforts had failed to influence Haji Sayyid Asadullah, his disciples referred the matter to Haji Muhammad Ibrahim Kalbasi. "Woe betide us," they loudly protested, "for the enemy has risen to disrupt the holy faith of Islam." In lurid and exaggerated language, they stressed the challenging character of the ideas propounded by Mullah Husayn. "Hold your peace," replied Haji Muhammad Ibrahim. "Mullah Husayn is not the person to be duped by anyone, nor can he fall a victim to dangerous heresies. If your contention be true, if Mullah Husayn has indeed espoused a new faith, it is unquestionably your first obligation to inquire dispassionately into the character of his teachings,
and to refrain from denouncing him without previous and careful scrutiny. If my health and strength be restored, it is my intention, God willing, to investigate the matter myself and to ascertain the truth." This severe rebuke, pronounced by Haji Kalbasi, greatly disconcerted the disciples of Haji Sayyid Asadullah. In their dismay, they appealed to Manucher Khan, the Mu'tamid-ud-Dawleh, the governor of the city. That wise and judicious ruler refused to interfere in these matters, which he said fell exclusively within the jurisdiction of the ulamas. He warned them to abstain from mischief and to cease disturbing the peace and tranquility of the messenger. His trenchant words shattered the hopes of the mischief-makers. Mullah Hussein was thereby relieved from the machinations of his enemies and, for a time, pursued untrammeled the course of his labours. Story of the Sifter of Wheat. The first to embrace the cause of the Bab in that city was a man, a sifter of wheat, who as soon as the call reached his ears, unreservedly accepted the message. With marvellous devotion, he served Mullah Hussein, and through his close association with him, became a zealous advocate of the new revelation. A few years later, when the soul-stirring details of the siege of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi were being recounted to him, he felt an irresistible impulse to throw in his lot with those heroic companions of the Bab who had risen for the defense of their faith. Carrying his sieve in his hand, he immediately arose and set out to reach the scene of that memorable encounter. "Why leave so hurriedly?" his friends asked him as they saw him running in a state of intense excitement through the bazaars of Esfahan. "I have risen," he replied, "to join the glorious company of the defenders of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. With this sieve which I carry with me, I intend to sift the people in every city through which I pass. Whomsoever I find ready to espouse the cause I have embraced, I will ask to join me and hasten forthwith to the field of martyrdom." Such was the devotion of this youth, that the Bab in the Persian Bayan refers to him in such terms. Esfahan, that outstanding city, is distinguished by the religious fervour of its Shia inhabitants, by the learning of its divines, and by the keen expectation shared by high and low alike of the imminent coming of the Sahib-uz-Zaman. In every quarter of that city, religious institutions have been established, and yet, when the messenger of God had been made manifest, they who claimed to be the repositories of learning and the expounders of the mysteries of the faith of God rejected his message. Of all the inhabitants of that seat of learning, only one person, a sifter of wheat, was found to recognize the truth and was invested with the robe of divine virtue. Conversion of Mullah Sadiq Khurasani. Among the Sayyids of Esfahan, a few, such as Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri, whose daughter was subsequently joined in wedlock with the Most Great Branch, Mirza Hadi, the brother of Mirza Muhammad Ali, and Mirza Muhammad Rezaye Pak al-Ai, recognized the truth of the cause. Mullah Sadiq Khurasani, formerly known as Muqaddas, and surnamed by Baha'u'lláh as Mullāhul-Astaq, who, according to the instructions of Sayyid KÁZIM, had during the last 5 years been residing in Esfahan and had been preparing the way for the advent of the new revelation, was also among the first believers who identified themselves with the message proclaimed by the Bab. As soon as he learned of the arrival of Mullah Hussein in Esfahan, he hastened to meet him. He gives the following account of his first interview, which took place at night in the home of Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri. I asked Mullah Hussain to divulge the name of him who claimed to be the promised manifestation. He replied, "To inquire about that name and to divulge it are alike forbidden." Would it then be possible, I asked, for me, even as the letters of the living, to seek independently the grace of the All-Merciful, and through prayer to discover his identity? "The door of his grace," he replied, "is never closed before the face of him who seeks to find him." I immediately retired from his presence and requested his host to allow me the privacy of a room in his house where, alone and undisturbed, I could commune with God. In the midst of my contemplation, I suddenly remembered the face of a youth whom I had often observed while in Karbala, standing in an attitude of prayer with his face bathed in tears at the entrance of the shrine of the Imam Hussein. That same countenance now reappeared before my eyes. In my vision, I seemed to behold that same face, those same features expressive of such joy as I could never describe. He smiled as he gazed at me. I went towards him, ready to throw myself at his feet. I was bending towards the ground when, lo, that radiant figure vanished from before me. Overpowered with joy and gladness, I ran out to meet Mullah Hussain, who with transport received me and assured me that I had at last attained the object of my desire. He bade me, however, repress my feelings. "Declare not your vision to anyone," he urged me. "The time for it has not yet arrived. You have reaped the fruit of your patient waiting in Esfahan. You should now proceed to Kerman, and there acquaint Haji Mirza Karim Khan with this message. From that place you should travel to Shiraz and endeavour to arouse the people of that city from their heedlessness. I hope to join you in Shiraz and share with you the blessings of a joyous reunion with our beloved." His stay in Kashan and Qum. From Esfahan, Mullah Hussain proceeded to Kashan. The first to be enrolled in that city among the company of the faithful was a certain Haji Mirza Jani, surnamed Parpa, who was a merchant of note. Among the friends of Mullah Hussain was a well-known divine, Sayyid Abdul Baqi, a resident of Kashan and a member of the Shaykhi community. Although intimately associated with Mullah Hussain during his stay in Najaf and Karbala, the Sayyid felt unable to sacrifice rank and leadership for the message which his friend had brought him. Arriving in Qum, Mullah Hussain found its people utterly unprepared to heed his call. The seeds he had sowed among them did not germinate until the time when Baha'u'lláh was exiled to Baghdad. In those days, Haji Mirza Musa, a native of Qum, embraced the faith, journeyed to Baghdad, and there met Baha'u'lláh. He eventually quaffed the cup of martyrdom in his path. His experiences in Tehran. His relations with Haji Mirza Muhammad Khurasani. From Qum, Mullah Hussain proceeded directly to Tehran. He lived, during his stay in the capital, in one of the rooms which belonged to the Madraseh of Mirza Saleh, better known as the Madraseh of Paye Menar. Haji Mirza Muhammad Khurasani, the leader of the Shaykhi community of Tehran, who acted as an instructor in that institution, was approached by Mullah Hussain, but failed to respond to his motivation to accept the message. "We had cherished the hope," he said to Mullah Hussein, that after the death of Sayyid Kazim, you would strive to promote the best interests of the Shaykhi community and would deliver it from the obscurity into which it has sunk. You seem, however, to have betrayed its cause. You have shattered our fondest expectations. If you persist in disseminating these subversive doctrines, you will eventually extinguish the remnants of the Shaykhis in this city. Mullah Hussein assured him that he had no intention of prolonging his stay in Tehran, that his aim was in no wise to abase or suppress the teachings inculcated by Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim. His meeting with Mullah Muhammad Nuri and his message to Baha'u'lláh. During his stay in Tehran, Mullah Hussein each day would leave his room early in the morning and would return to it only an hour after sunset. Upon his return, he would quietly and alone re-enter his room, close the door behind him, and remain in the privacy of his cell until the next day. Mirza Musa, Aghay Kalim, the brother of Baha'u'lláh, recounted to me the following. I have heard Mullah Muhammad Mu'allem, a native of Nur in the province of Mazandaran, who was a fervent admirer of both Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazim, relate this story. I was in those days recognized as one of the favored disciples of Haji Mirza Muhammad and lived in the same school in which he taught. My room adjoined his room, and we were closely associated together. On the day that he was engaged in discussion with Mullah Hussein, I overheard their conversation from beginning to end, and was deeply affected by the ardour, the fluency, and learning of that youthful stranger. I was surprised at the evasive answers, the arrogance and contemptuous behaviour of Haji Mirza Muhammad. That day I felt strongly attracted by the charm of that youth, and deeply resented the unseemly conduct of my teacher towards him. I concealed my feelings, however, and pretended to ignore his discussions with Mullah Hussein. I was seized with a passionate desire to meet the latter, and ventured, at the hour of midnight, to visit him. He did not expect me, but I knocked at his door, and found him awake, seated beside his lamp. He received me affectionately, and spoke to me with extreme courtesy and tenderness. I unburdened my heart to him, and as I was addressing him, tears which I could not repress flowed from my eyes. I can now see, he said, the reason why I have chosen to dwell in this place. Your teacher has contemptuously rejected this message and despised its author. My hope is that his pupil may, unlike his master, recognize its truth. What is your name, and which city is your home? My name, I replied, is Mullah Muhammad, and my surname Mu'allem. My home is Nur, in the province of Mazandaran. Tell me, further inquired Mullah Hussein, is there today among the family of the late Mirza Buzurg Nuri, who was so renowned for his character, his charm, and artistic and intellectual attainments, anyone who has proved himself capable of maintaining the high traditions of that illustrious house? Yea, I replied, among his sons now living, one has distinguished himself by the very traits which characterized his father, by his virtuous life, his high attainments, his loving kindness and liberality. He has proved himself a noble descendant of a noble father. What is his occupation? He asked me. He cheers the disconsolate and feeds the hungry, I replied.
What of his rank and position? He has none, I said, apart from befriending the poor and the stranger. What is his name? Hussein Ali. In which of the scripts of his father does he excel? His favourite script is Shikaste Nastaliq. How does he spend his time? He roams the woods and delights in the beauties of the countryside. What is his age? 28. The eagerness with which Mullah Hussein questioned me, and the sense of delight with which he welcomed every particular I gave him, greatly surprised me. Turning to me with his face beaming with satisfaction and joy, he once more inquired, "I presume you often meet him?" "I frequently visit his home," I replied. "Will you," he said, "deliver into his hands a trust from me?" "Most assuredly," was my reply. He then gave me a scroll wrapped in a piece of cloth and requested me to hand it to him the next day at the hour of dawn. "Should he deign to answer me," he added, "will you be kind enough to acquaint me with his reply?" I received the scroll from him, and at break of day arose to carry out his desire. As I approached the house of Baha'u'lláh, I recognized his brother Mirza Musa, who was standing at the gate, and to whom I communicated the object of my visit. He went into the house and soon reappeared, bearing a message of welcome. I was ushered into his presence and presented the scroll to Mirza Musa, who laid it before Baha'u'lláh. He bade us both be seated. Unfolding the scroll, he glanced at its contents and began to read aloud to us certain of its passages. I sat enraptured as I listened to the sound of his voice and the sweetness of its melody. He had read a page of the scroll when, turning to his brother, he said, "Musa, what have you to say? Verily, I say, whoso believes in the Qur'an and recognizes its divine origin, and yet hesitates, though it be for a moment, to admit that these soul-stirring words are endowed with the same regenerating power, has most assuredly erred in his judgment and has strayed far from the path of justice." He spoke no more. Dismissing me from his presence, he charged me to take to Mullah Hussein as a gift from him a loaf of Russian sugar and a package of tea, and to convey to him the expression of his appreciation and love. I arose and, filled with joy, hastened back to Mullah Hussein and delivered to him the gift and message of Baha'u'lláh. With what joy and exaltation he received them from me. Words fail me to describe the intensity of his emotion. He started to his feet, received with bowed head the gift from my hand, and fervently kissed it. He then took me in his arms, kissed my eyes, and said, "My dearly beloved friend, I pray that even as you have rejoiced my heart, God may grant you eternal felicity and fill your heart with imperishable gladness." I was amazed at the behaviour of Mullah Hussein. What could be, I thought to myself, the nature of the bond that unites these two souls? What could have kindled so fervid a fellowship in their hearts? Why should Mullah Hussein, in whose sight the pomp and circumstance of royalty were the merest trifle, have evinced such gladness at the sight of so inconsiderable a gift from the hands of Baha'u'lláh? I was puzzled by this thought, and could not unravel its mystery. A few days later, Mullah Hussein left for Khurasan. As he bade me farewell, he said, "Breathe not to anyone what you have heard and witnessed. Let this be a secret hidden within your breast. Divulge not his name, for they who envy his position will arise to harm him. In your moments of meditation, pray that the Almighty may protect him, that through him he may exalt the downtrodden, enrich the poor, and redeem the fallen. The secret of things is concealed from our eyes. Ours is the duty to raise the call of the new day and to proclaim this divine message unto all people. Many a soul will in this city shed his blood in this path. That blood will water the tree of God, will cause it to flourish and to overshadow all mankind. Chapter 5. Baha'u'llah's journey to Mazindaran. His reference to Mirza Bozorg. The first journey Baha'u'llah undertook for the purpose of promoting the revelation announced by the Bab was to his ancestral home in Nur, in the province of Mazindaran. He set out for the village of Taqur, the personal estate of his father, where he owned a vast mansion royally furnished and superbly situated. It was my privilege to hear Baha'u'llah himself one day recount the following. The late Vizier, my father, enjoyed a most enviable position among his countrymen. His vast wealth, his noble ancestry, his artistic attainments, his unrivaled prestige and exalted rank made him the object of the admiration of all who knew him. For a period of over 20 years, no one among the wide circle of his family and kindred, which extended over Nur and Tehran, suffered distress, injury, or illness. They enjoyed during a long and uninterrupted period rich and manifold blessings. Quite suddenly, however, this prosperity and glory gave way to a series of calamities which severely shook the foundations of his material prosperity. The first loss he suffered was occasioned by a great flood which, rising in the mountains of Mazindaran, swept with great violence over the village of Taqur and utterly destroyed half the mansion of the Vizier, situated above the fortress of that village. The best part of that house, which had been known for the solidity of its foundations, was utterly wiped away by the fury of the roaring torrent. Its precious articles of furniture were destroyed, and its elaborate ornamentation irretrievably ruined. This was shortly followed by the loss of various state positions which the Vizier occupied, and by the repeated assaults directed against him by his envious adversaries. Despite this sudden change of fortune, the Vizier maintained his dignity and calm, and continued within the restricted limits of his means his acts of benevolence and charity. He continued to exercise towards his faithless associates that same courtesy and kindness that had characterized his dealings with his fellow men. With splendid fortitude he grappled until the last hour of his life with the adversities that weighed so heavily upon him. His visit to Nur prior to Mullah Husayn's arrival in Tehran. His meeting with Mirza Muhammad Taqi Nuri. Baha'u'llah had already, prior to the declaration of the Bab, visited the district of Nur at a time when the celebrated mujtahid Mirza Muhammad Taqi Nuri was at the height of his authority and influence. Such was the eminence of his position that they who sat at his feet regarded themselves each as the authorized exponent of the faith and law of Islam. The mujtahid was addressing a company of over 200 such disciples, and was expatiating upon a dark passage of the reported utterance of the Imams, when Baha'u'llah, followed by a number of his companions,
passed by that place and paused for a while to listen to his discourse. The Mujtahid asked his disciples to elucidate an abstruse theory relating to the metaphysical aspects of the Islamic teachings. As they all confessed their inability to explain it, Baha'u'lláh was moved to give in brief but convincing language a lucid exposition of that theory. The Mujtahid was greatly annoyed at the incompetence of his disciples. "For years I have been instructing you," he angrily exclaimed, "and have patiently striven to instill into your minds the profoundest truths and the noblest principles of the faith. And yet you allow, after all these years of persistent study, this youth, aware of the Qur'an, who has had no share in scholarly training and who is entirely unfamiliar with your academic learning, to demonstrate his superiority over you." The Two Dreams of Mirza Muhammad Taqi Nuri. Later on, when Baha'u'lláh had departed, the Mujtahid related to his disciples two of his recent dreams, the circumstances of which he believed were of the utmost significance. "In my first dream," he said, "I was standing in the midst of a vast concourse of people, all of whom seemed to be pointing to a certain house in which, they said, the Sahib-uz-Zaman dwelt. Frantic with joy, I hastened in my dream to attain his presence. When I reached the house, I was, to my great surprise, refused admittance. The promised Qa'im, I was informed, is engaged in private conversation with another person. Access to them is strictly forbidden. From the guards who were standing beside the door, I gathered that that person was none other than Baha'u'lláh. In my second dream," the Mujtahid continued, "I found myself in a place where I beheld around me a number of coffers, each of which, it was stated, belonged to Baha'u'lláh. As I opened them, I found them to be filled with books. Every word and letter recorded in these books was set with the most exquisite jewels. Their radiance dazzled me. I was so overpowered by their brilliance that I awoke suddenly from my dream." His visit to Nur after Mullah Husayn's arrival in Tehran. When in the year 60 Baha'u'lláh arrived in Nur, he discovered that the celebrated Mujtahid, who on his previous visit had wielded such immense power, had passed away. The vast number of his devotees had shrunk into a mere handful of dejected disciples, who under the leadership of his successor, Mullah Muhammad, were striving to uphold the traditions of their departed leader. The enthusiasm which greeted Baha'u'llah's arrival sharply contrasted with the gloom that had settled upon the remnants of that once flourishing community. A large number of the officials and notables in that neighbourhood called upon him, and with every mark of affection and respect accorded him a befitting welcome. They were eager, in view of the social position he occupied, to learn from him all the news regarding the life of the Shah, the activities of his ministers, and the affairs of his government. To their inquiries, Baha'u'lláh replied with extreme indifference, and seemed to reveal very little interest or concern. With persuasive eloquence, he pleaded the cause of the new revelation, and directed their attention to the immeasurable benefits which it was destined to confer upon their country. Those who heard him marvelled at the keen interest which a man of his position and age evinced for truths which primarily concerned the divines and theologians of Islam. They felt powerless to challenge the soundness of his arguments, or to belittle the cause which he so ably expounded. They admired the loftiness of his enthusiasm and the profundity of his thoughts, and were deeply impressed by his detachment and self-effacement.
His relations with his uncle Aziz. None dared to contend with his views except his uncle Aziz, who ventured to oppose him, challenging his statements and aspersing their truth. When those who heard him sought to silence this opponent and to injure him, Baha'u'llah intervened in his behalf and advised them to leave him in the hands of God. Alarmed, he sought the aid of the Mujtahid of Nur, Mullah Muhammad, and appealed to him to lend him immediate assistance. "O vicegerent of the Prophet of God," he said, "behold what has befallen the faith. A youth, a layman, attired in the garb of nobility, has come to Nur, has invaded the strongholds of orthodoxy and disrupted the holy faith of Islam. Arise and resist his onslaught. Whoever attains his presence falls immediately under his spell and is enthralled by the power of his utterance. I know not whether he's a sorcerer or whether he mixes with his tea some mysterious substance that makes every man who drinks the tea fall a victim to its charm." The Mujtahid, notwithstanding his own lack of comprehension, was able to realize the folly of such remarks. Jestingly he observed, "Have you not partaken of his tea or heard him address his companions?" "I have," he replied, "but thanks to your loving protection, I have remained immune from the effect of his mysterious power." The Mujtahid, finding himself unequal to the task of arousing the populace against Baha'u'llah and of combating directly the ideas which so powerful an opponent was fearlessly spreading, contented himself with a written statement in which he declared, "O Aziz, be not afraid. No one will dare molest you." In writing this, the Mujtahid had, through a grammatical error, so perverted the purport of his statement that those who read it among the notables of the village of Tarkur were scandalized by its meaning, and vilified both the bearer and the author of that statement. Those who attained the presence of Baha'u'llah and heard him expound the message proclaimed by the Bab were so much impressed by the earnestness of his appeal that they forthwith arose to disseminate that same message among the people of Nur and to extol the virtues of its distinguished promoter. The disciples of Mullah Muhammad, meanwhile, endeavored to persuade their teacher to proceed to Tarkur, to visit Baha'u'llah in person, to ascertain from him the nature of this new revelation, and to enlighten his followers regarding its character and purpose. To their earnest entreaty, the Mujtahid returned an evasive answer. His disciples, however, refused to admit the validity of the objections he raised. They urged that the first obligation imposed upon a man of his position, whose function was to preserve the integrity of Shia Islam, was to inquire into the nature of every movement that tended to affect the interests of their faith. Mullah Muhammad eventually decided to delegate two of his eminent lieutenants, Mullah Abbas and Mirza Abul Qasim, both sons-in-law and trusted disciples of the late Mujtahid Mirza Muhammad Taqi, to visit Baha'u'llah and to determine the true character of the message he had brought. He pledged himself to endorse unreservedly whatever conclusions they might arrive at, and to recognize their decision in such matters as final. On being informed upon their arrival in Tarkur that Baha'u'llah had departed for his winter resort, the representatives of Mullah Muhammad decided to leave for that place. When they arrived, they found Baha'u'llah engaged in revealing a commentary on the opening surah of the Quran entitled "The 7 Verses of Repetition." As they sat and listened to his discourse, the loftiness of the theme, the persuasive eloquence which characterized its presentation, as well as the extraordinary manner of its delivery, profoundly impressed them. Mullah Abbas, unable to contain himself, arose from his seat and, urged by an impulse he could not resist, walked back and stood still beside the door in an attitude of reverent submissiveness. The charm of the discourse to which he was listening had fascinated him. "You behold my condition," he told his companion as he stood trembling with emotion and with eyes full of tears. "I am powerless to question Baha'u'lláh. The questions I had planned to ask him have vanished suddenly from my memory. You are free either to proceed with your inquiry or to return alone to our teacher and inform him of the state in which I find myself. Tell him from me that Abbas can never again return to him. He can no longer forsake this threshold." Mirza Abul Qasim was likewise moved to follow the example of his companion. "I have ceased to recognize my teacher," was his reply. "This very moment, I have vowed to God to dedicate the remaining days of my life to the service of Baha'u'lláh, my true and only master." The news of the sudden conversion of the chosen envoys of the Mujtahid of Nur spread with bewildering rapidity throughout the district. It roused the people from their lethargy. Ecclesiastical dignitaries, state officials, traders, and peasants all flocked to the residence of Baha'u'lláh. A considerable number among them willingly espoused his cause. In their admiration for him, a number of the most distinguished among them remarked, "We see how the people of Nur have risen and rallied round you. We witness on every side evidences of their exaltation." If Mullah Muhammad were also to join them, the triumph of this faith would be completely assured. "I am come to Nur," Baha'u'lláh replied, "solely for the purpose of proclaiming the cause of God. I cherish no other intention. If I were told that at a distance of 100 leagues a seeker yearned for the truth and was unable to meet me, I would gladly and unhesitatingly hasten to his abode and would myself satisfy his hunger. Mullah Muhammad, I am told, lives in Sa'adat-Abad, a village not far distant from this place. It is my purpose to visit him and deliver to him the message of God." His meeting with Mullah Muhammad. Desirous of giving effect to his words, Baha'u'lláh, accompanied by a number of his companions, proceeded immediately to that village. Mullah Muhammad most ceremoniously received him. "I have not come to this place," Baha'u'lláh observed, "to pay you an official or formal visit. My purpose is to enlighten you regarding a new and wondrous message, divinely inspired and fulfilling the promise given to Islam. Whosoever has inclined his ear to this message has felt its irresistible power and has been transformed by the potency of its grace. Tell me whatsoever perplexes your mind or hinders you from recognizing the truth." Mullah Muhammad disparagingly remarked, "I undertake no action unless I first consult the Quran. I have invariably, on such occasions, followed the practice of invoking the aid of God and his blessings, of opening at random his sacred book, and of consulting the first verse of the particular page upon which my eyes chance to fall. From the nature of that verse, I can judge the wisdom and the advisability of my contemplated course of action." Finding that Baha'u'lláh was not inclined to refuse him his request, the Mujtahid called for a copy of the Quran, opened, and closed it again, refusing to reveal the nature of the verse to those who were present. All he said was this: "I have consulted the Book of God and deem it inadvisable to proceed further with this matter." A few agreed with him. The rest, for the most part, did not fail to recognize the fear which those words implied. Baha'u'lláh, disinclined to cause him further embarrassment, arose and, asking to be excused, bade him a cordial farewell. His conversation with the dervish. One day, in the course of one of his riding excursions into the country, Baha'u'lláh, accompanied by his companions, saw seated by the roadside a lonely youth. His hair was dishevelled, and he wore the dress of a dervish. By the side of a brook he had kindled a fire and was cooking his food and eating it. Approaching him, Baha'u'lláh most lovingly inquired, "Tell me, Darvish, what is it that you are doing?" "I'm engaged in eating God," he bluntly replied. "I'm cooking God and burning him." The unaffected simplicity of his manners and the candour of his reply pleased Baha'u'lláh extremely. He smiled at his remark and began to converse with him with unrestrained tenderness and freedom. Within a short space of time, Baha'u'lláh had changed him completely. Enlightened as to the true nature of God, and with a mind purged from the idle fancy of his own people, he immediately recognized the light which that loving stranger had so unexpectedly brought him. That dervish, whose name was Mustafa, became so enamored with the teachings which had been instilled into his mind that, leaving his cooking utensils behind, he straightway arose and followed Baha'u'lláh. On foot, behind his horse, and inflamed with the fire of his love, he chanted merrily verses of a love song which he had composed on the spur of the moment and had dedicated to his beloved. "Thou art the day-star of guidance," rang its glad refrain. "Thou art the light of truth. Unveil thyself to men, O revealer of the truth." Although, in later years, that poem obtained wide circulation among his people, and it became known that a certain dervish surnamed Majzub, and whose name was Mustafa Beg Sanandaji, had, without premonition, composed it in praise of his beloved, none seemed to be aware to whom it actually referred, nor did anyone suspect, at a time when Baha'u'lláh was still veiled from the eyes of men, that this dervish alone had recognized his station and discovered his glory. The effects of Baha'u'llah's visit to Nur. Baha'u'llah's visit to Nur had produced the most far-reaching results and had lent a remarkable impetus to the spread of the newborn revelation. By his magnetic eloquence, by the purity of his life, by the dignity of his bearing, by the unanswerable logic of his argument, and by the many evidences of his loving kindness, Baha'u'lláh had won the hearts of the people of Nur, had stirred their souls, and had enrolled them under the standard of the faith. Such was the effect of words and deeds as he went about preaching the cause and revealing its glory to his countrymen in Nur, that the very stones and trees of that district seemed to have been quickened by the waves of spiritual power which emanated from his person. All things seemed to be endowed with a new and more abundant life. All things seemed to be proclaiming aloud, "Behold, the beauty of God has been made manifest. Arise, for he has come in all his glory." The people of Nur, when Baha'u'lláh had departed from out their midst, continued to propagate the cause and to consolidate its foundations. A number of them endured the severest afflictions for his sake. Others quaffed with gladness the cup of martyrdom in his path. Mazandaran in general, and Nur in particular, were thus distinguished from the other provinces and districts of Persia as being the first to have eagerly embraced the divine message. The district of Nur, literally meaning light, which lay embedded within the mountains of Mazandaran, was the first to catch the rays of the sun that had arisen in Shiraz, the first to proclaim to the rest of Persia, which still lay enveloped in the shadow of the veil of heedlessness, that the day-star of heavenly guidance had at length arisen to warm and illuminate the whole land. The Vazir's dream of Baha'u'llah. When Baha'u'llah was still a child, the Vazir, his father, dreamed a dream. Baha'u'llah appeared to him swimming in a vast, limitless ocean. His body shone upon the waters with a radiance that illumined the sea. Around his head, which could distinctly be seen above the waters, there radiated in all directions his long, jet-black locks, floating in great profusion above the waves. As he dreamed, a multitude of fishes gathered round him, each holding fast to the extremity of one hair. Fascinated by the effulgence of his face, they followed him in whatever direction he swam. Great as was their number, and however firmly they clung to his locks, not one single hair seemed to have been detached from his head, nor did the least injury affect his person. Free and unrestrained, he moved above the waters, and they all followed him. The Vazir, greatly impressed by this dream, summoned a soothsayer who had achieved fame in that region, and asked him to interpret it for him. This man, as if inspired by a premonition of the future glory of Baha'u'llah, declared, "The limitless ocean that you have seen in your dream, O Vazir, is none other than the world of being. Single-handed and alone, your son will achieve supreme ascendancy over it. Wherever he may please, he will proceed unhindered. No one will resist his march. No one will hinder his progress. The multitude of fishes signifies the turmoil which he will arouse amidst the peoples and kindreds of the earth. Around him will they gather, and to him will they cling. Assured of the unfailing protection of the Almighty, this tumult will never harm his person, nor will his loneliness upon the sea of life endanger his safety." The soothsayer was subsequently taken to see Baha'u'llah. He looked intently upon his face and examined carefully his features. He was charmed by his appearance and extolled every trait of his countenance. Every expression in that face revealed to his eyes a sign of his concealed glory. So great was his admiration and so profuse his praise of Baha'u'llah that the Vazir from that day became even more passionately devoted to his son. The words spoken by that soothsayer served to fortify his hopes and confidence in him. Like Jacob, he desired only to ensure the welfare of his beloved Joseph and to surround him with his loving protection. The relations of Baha'u'llah with Haji Mirza Aghassi. Haji Mirza Aghassi, the Grand Vazir of Muhammad Shah, though completely alienated from Baha'u'llah's father, showed his son every mark of consideration and favour. So great was the esteem which the Haji professed for him, that Mirza Agha Khan Noori, the AʿMAD-I-AʿSÁ'Í, who afterwards succeeded Haji Mirza Aghassi, felt envious. He resented the superiority which Baha'u'llah as a mere youth was accorded over him. The seeds of jealousy were, from that time, implanted in his breast. Though still a youth, and while his father is yet alive, he thought, he is given precedence in the presence of the Grand Vazir. What will, I wonder, happen to me when this young man shall have succeeded his father? After the death of the Vazir, Haji Mirza Aghassi continued to show the utmost consideration to Baha'u'lláh. He would visit him in his home and would address him as though he were his own son. The sincerity of his devotion, however, was very soon put to the test. One day, as he was passing through the village of Quch Hezar, which belonged to Baha'u'lláh, he was so impressed by the charm and beauty of that place and the abundance of its water that he conceived the idea of becoming its owner. Baha'u'lláh, whom he had summoned to effect the immediate purchase of that village, observed, "Had this property been exclusively mine own, I would willingly have complied with your desire. This transitory life, with all its sordid possessions, is worthy of no attachment in my eyes, how much less this small and insignificant estate." As a number of other people, both rich and poor, some of full age and some still minors, share with me the ownership of this property, I would request you to refer this matter to them and to seek their consent. Unsatisfied with this reply, Haji Mirza Aghassi sought through fraudulent means to achieve his purpose. So soon as Baha'u'lláh was informed of his evil designs, he, with the consent of all concerned, immediately transferred the title of the property to the name of the sister of Muhammad Shah, who had already repeatedly expressed her desire to become its owner. The Haji, furious at this transaction, ordered that the estate should be forcibly seized, claiming that he already had purchased it from its original possessor. The representatives of Haji Mirza Aghassi were severely rebuked by the agents of the sister of the Shah, and were requested to inform their master of the determination of that lady to assert her rights. The Haji referred the case to Muhammad Shah and complained of the unjust treatment to which he had been subjected. That very night, the Shah's sister had acquainted him with the nature of the transaction. "Many a time," she said to her brother, "Your Imperial Majesty has graciously signified your desire that I should dispose of the jewels with which I am wont to adorn myself in your presence, and with the proceeds purchase some property. I have at last succeeded in fulfilling your desire. Haji Mirza Aghassi, however, is now fully determined to seize it forcibly from me." The Shah reassured his sister and commanded the Haji to forego his claim. The latter, in his despair, summoned Baha'u'lláh to his presence, and by every artifice strove to discredit his name. To the charges he brought against him, Baha'u'lláh vigorously replied and succeeded in establishing his innocence. In his impotent rage, the Grand Vizier exclaimed, "What is the purpose of all this feasting and banqueting in which you seem to delight? I, who am the Prime Minister of the Shahinshah of Persia, never receive the number and variety of guests that crowd around your table every night. Why all this extravagance and vanity? You surely must be meditating a plot against me." "Gracious God," Baha'u'lláh replied, "is the man who out of the abundance of his heart shares his bread with his fellow men to be accused of harbouring criminal intentions?" Haji Mirza Aghassi was utterly confounded. He dared no reply. Though supported by the combined ecclesiastical and civil powers of Persia, he eventually found himself, in every contest he ventured against Baha'u'lláh, completely defeated. On a number of other occasions, Baha'u'llah's ascendancy over his opponents was likewise vindicated and recognized. These personal triumphs achieved by him served to enhance his position and spread abroad his fame. All classes of men marveled at his miraculous success in emerging unscathed from the most perilous encounters. Nothing short of divine protection, they thought, could have ensured his safety on such occasions. Not once did Baha'u'lláh, beset though he was by the gravest perils, submit to the arrogance, the greed, and the treachery of those around him. In his constant association during those days with the highest dignitaries of the realm, whether ecclesiastical or state officials, he was never content simply to accede to the views they expressed or the claims they advanced. He would, at their gatherings, fearlessly champion the cause of truth, would assert the rights of the downtrodden, defending the weak and protecting the innocent. Chapter 6. Mullah Husayn's Journey to Khurasan. The instructions of the Bab to the letters of the living. As the Bab bade farewell to the letters of the living, he instructed them each and all to record separately the name of every believer who embraced the faith and identified himself with its teachings. The list of these believers he bade them enclose in sealed letters and address them to his maternal uncle, Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, in Shiraz, who would in turn deliver them to him. I shall classify these lists, he told them, into 18 sets of 19 names each. Each set will constitute one Varhed. All these names in these 18 sets will, together with the first Varhed, consisting of my own name and those of the 18 letters of the living, constitute the number of Kull Shay. Of all these believers, I shall make mention in the tablet of God, so that upon each one of them the beloved of our hearts may, in the day when he shall have ascended the throne of glory, confer his inestimable blessings and declare them the dwellers of his paradise. To Mullah Husayn more particularly, the Bab gave definite injunctions to send him a written report on the nature and progress of his activities in Esfahan, in Tehran, and in Khurasan. He urged him to inform him of those who accepted and submitted to the faith, as well as of those who rejected and repudiated its truth. Not until I receive your letter from Khurasan, he said, shall I be ready to set out from this city on my pilgrimage to Hejaz. The first believers of Khurasan. Mullah Husayn, refreshed and fortified by the experience of his intercourse with Baha'u'lláh, set out on his journey to Khurasan. During his visit to that province, he exhibited in an astonishing manner the effects of that regenerating power with which the parting words of the Bab had invested him. The first to embrace the faith in Khurasan was Mirza Ahmad-I-Azghandi, the most learned, the wisest, and the most eminent among the ulamas of that province. In whatever gathering he appeared, no matter how great the number or representative the character of the divines who were present, he alone was invariably the chief speaker. The high traits of his character, as well as his extreme devoutness, had ennobled the reputation which he had already acquired through his erudition, his ability, and wisdom. The next to embrace the faith among the Shaykhis of Khurasan was Mullah Ahmad-I-Mu'allim, who, while in Karbala, had been the instructor of the children of Sayyid KÁZIM. Next to him came Mullah Shaykh Ali, whom the Bab surnamed Azim, and then Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi, whose learning was unsurpassed except by that of Mirza Ahmad. No one apart from these outstanding figures among the ecclesiastical leaders of Khurasan exercised sufficient authority or possessed the necessary knowledge to challenge the arguments of Mullah Hussein. Mirza Muhammad Baqir Qa'ini, who for the remaining years of his life had established his residence in Mashhad, was the next to embrace the message. The love of the Bab inflamed his soul with such a consuming passion that no one could resist its force or could belittle its influence. His fearlessness, his unsparing energy, his unswerving loyalty, and the integrity of his life all combined to make him the terror of his enemies and a source of inspiration to his friends. He placed his home at the disposal of Mullah Hussein, arranged for separate interviews between him and the ulamas of Mashhad, and continued to endeavour to the utmost of his power to remove every obstacle that might impede the progress of the faith. He was untiring in his efforts, undeviating in his purpose, and inexhaustible in his energy. He continued to labour indefatigably for his beloved cause until the last hour of his life, when he fell a martyr at the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. In his last days, he was bidden by Quddus, after the tragic death of Mullah Hussein, to assume the leadership of the heroic defenders of that fort. He acquitted himself gloriously of his task. His home, situated in Bala Khiyaban in the city of Mashhad, is up to the present time known by the name Babiye. Whoever enters it can never escape the accusation of being a Babi. May his soul rest in peace. Mullah Hussein's letter to the Bab. Mullah Hussein, as soon as he had won to the cause such able and devoted supporters, decided to address a written report concerning his activities to the Bab. In his communication, he referred at length to his sojourn in Esfahan and Kashan, described the account of his experience with Baha'u'lláh, referred to the departure of the latter for Mazandaran, related the events of Nur, and informed him of the success which had attended his own efforts in Khurasan. In it he enclosed a list of the names of those who had responded to his call, and of whose steadfastness and sincerity he was assured. He sent his letter by way of Yazd, through the trustworthy partners of the Bab's maternal uncle, who were at that time residing in Tabbas. That letter reached the Bab on the night preceding the 27th day of Ramazan, a night held in great reverence by all the sects of Islam, and regarded by many as rivaling in sacredness the Laylatul Qadr itself, the night which, in the words of the Quran, excelleth 1,000 months. The only companion of the Bab when that letter reached him that night was Quddus, with whom he shared a number of its passages. I have heard Mirza Ahmad relate the following. The Bab's maternal uncle himself described to me the circumstances attending the receipt of Mullah Hussein's letter by the Bab. That night I saw such evidences of joy and gladness on the faces of the Bab and of Quddus as I am unable to describe. I often heard the Bab in those days exultingly repeat the words, "How marvellous, how exceedingly marvellous is that which has occurred between the months of Jamadi and Rajab." As he was reading the communication addressed to him by Mullah Hussein, he turned to Quddus and, showing him certain passages of that letter, explained the reason for his joyous expressions of surprise. I, for my part, remained completely unaware of the nature of that explanation. Mirza Ahmad, upon whom the account of this incident had produced a profound impression, was determined to fathom its mystery. Not until I met Mullah Hussein in Shiraz, he told me, was I able to satisfy my curiosity. When I repeated to him the account described to me by the Báb's uncle, he smiled and said how well he remembered that between the months of Jamadi and Rajab he chanced to be in Tehran. He gave no further explanation and contented himself with this brief remark. This was sufficient, however, to convince me that in the city of Tehran there lay hidden a mystery which, when revealed to the world, would bring unspeakable joy to the hearts of both the Báb and Quddus. The references in Mullah Hussein's letter to Baha'u'llah's immediate response to the divine message, to the vigorous campaign which he had boldly initiated in Nur, and to the marvelous success which had attended his efforts, cheered and gladdened the Báb and reinforced his confidence in the ultimate victory of his cause. He felt assured that if now he were to fall suddenly a victim to the tyranny of his foes and depart from this world, the cause which he had revealed would live, would, under the direction of Baha'u'llah, continue to develop and flourish, and would yield eventually its choicest fruit. The master hand of Baha'u'llah would steer its course, and the pervading influence of his love would establish it in the hearts of men. Such a conviction fortified his spirit and filled him with hope. From that moment, his fears of the imminence of peril or danger entirely forsook him. Phoenix-like he welcomed with joy the fire of adversity and gloried in the glow and heat of its flame. Chapter 7. The Báb's Pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. The letter of Mullah Hussein decided the Báb to undertake his contemplated pilgrimage to Hejaz. Entrusting his wife to his mother and committing them both to the care and protection of his maternal uncle, he joined the company of the pilgrims of Fars, who were preparing to leave Shiraz for Mecca and Medina. Quddus was his only companion, and the Ethiopian servant his personal attendant. He first proceeded to Bushehr, the seat of his uncle's business, where, in former days, he, in close association with him, had lived the life of a humble merchant. Having there completed the preliminary arrangements for his long and arduous voyage, he embarked on a sailing vessel, which after 2 months of slow, stormy, and unsteady sailing, landed him upon the shores of that sacred land. High seas and the complete absence of comfort could neither interfere with the regularity of his devotions nor perturb the peacefulness of his meditations and prayers. Oblivious of the storm that raged about him, and undeterred by the sickness which had seized his fellow pilgrims, he continued to occupy his time in dictating to Quddus such prayers and epistles as he felt inspired to reveal. Incident related by Haji Abul Hasan Shirazi. I have heard Haji Abul Hasan Shirazi, who was travelling in the same vessel as the Báb, describe the circumstances of that memorable voyage. During the entire period of approximately 2 months, he asserted, from the day we embarked at Bushehr to the day when we landed at Jaddeh, the port of Hejaz. Whenever by day or night I chanced to meet either the Bab or Quddus, I invariably found them together, both absorbed in their work. The Bab seemed to be dictating, and Quddus was busily engaged in taking down whatever fell from his lips. Even at a time when panic seemed to have seized the passengers of that storm-tossed vessel, they would be seen pursuing their labours with unperturbed confidence and calm. Neither the violence of the elements nor the tumult of the people around them could either ruffle the serenity of their countenance or turn them from their purpose. Reference to the journey in the Persian Bayan. The Bab himself in the Persian Bayan refers to the hardships of that voyage. "For days," he wrote, "we suffered from the scarcity of water. I had to content myself with the juice of the sweet lemon." Because of this experience, he supplicated the Almighty to grant that the means of ocean travel might soon be speedily improved, that its hardships might be reduced, and its perils be entirely eliminated. Within a short space of time since that prayer was offered, the evidences of a remarkable improvement in all forms of maritime transport have greatly multiplied, and the Persian Gulf, which in those days hardly possessed a single steam-driven vessel, now boasts a fleet of ocean liners that can, within the range of a few days and in the utmost comfort, carry the people of Fars on their annual pilgrimage to Hejaz. The peoples of the West, among whom the first evidences of this great industrial revolution have appeared, are alas as yet wholly unaware of the source whence this mighty stream, this great motive power proceeds, a force that has revolutionized every aspect of their material life. Their own history testifies to the fact that in the year which witnessed the dawn of this glorious revelation, there suddenly appeared evidences of an industrial and economic revolution that the people themselves declare to have been unprecedented in the history of mankind. In their concern for the details of the working and adjustments of this newly conceived machinery, they have gradually lost sight of the source and object of this tremendous power which the Almighty has committed to their charge. They seem to have sorely misused this power and misunderstood its function. Designed to confer upon the people of the West the blessings of peace and of happiness, it has been utilized by them to promote the interests of destruction and war. Arrival at Jaddeh and an incident on the way to Mecca. Upon his arrival in Jaddeh, the Bab donned the pilgrim's garb, mounted a camel, and set out on his journey to Mecca. Quddus, however, notwithstanding the repeatedly expressed desire of his master, preferred to accompany him on foot all the way from Jaddeh to that holy city. Holding in his hand the bridle of the camel upon which the Bab was riding, he walked along joyously and prayerfully, ministering to his master's needs, wholly indifferent to the fatigues of his arduous march. Every night, from eventide until the break of day, Quddus, sacrificing comfort and sleep, would continue with unrelaxing vigilance to watch beside his beloved, ready to provide for his wants and to ensure the means of his protection and safety. One day, when the Bab had dismounted close to a well in order to offer his morning prayer, a roving Bedouin suddenly appeared on the horizon, drew near to him, and, snatching the saddlebag that had been lying on the ground beside him, and which contained his writings and papers, vanished into the unknown desert. His Ethiopian servant set out to pursue him, but was prevented by his master, who, as he was praying, motioned to him with his hand to give up his pursuit. "Had I allowed you," the Bab later on affectionately assured him, "you would surely have overtaken and punished him." But this was not to be. The papers and writings which that bag contained are destined to reach, through the instrumentality of this Arab, such places as we could never have succeeded in attaining. Grieve not, therefore, at his action, for this was decreed by God, the Ordainer, the Almighty. Many a time afterwards did the Bab on similar occasions seek to comfort his friends by such reflections. By words such as these, he turned the bitterness of regret and of resentment into radiant acquiescence in the divine purpose and into joyous submission to God's will. The circumambulation of the Ka'bah by the Bab. On the day of Arafat, the Bab, seeking the quiet seclusion of his cell, devoted his whole time to meditation and worship. On the following day, the day of Nahr, after he had offered the feast day prayer, he proceeded to Munllā, where, according to ancient custom, he purchased 19 lambs of the choicest breed, of which he sacrificed 9 in his own name, 7 in the name of Quddus, and 3 in the name of his Ethiopian servant. He refused to partake of the meat of this consecrated sacrifice, preferring instead to distribute it freely among the poor and needy of that neighborhood. His declaration to Mirza Mohita Kermani. Although the month of Zul-Hijjah, the month of pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, coincided in that year with the first month of the winter season, yet so intense was the heat in that region that the pilgrims who made the circuit of the sacred shrine were unable to perform that rite in their usual garments. Draped in a light, loose-fitting tunic, they joined in the celebration of the festival. The Bab, however, refused, as a mark of deference, to discard either his turban or cloak. Dressed in his usual attire, he, with the utmost dignity and calm, and with extreme simplicity and reverence, compassed the Ka'bah and performed all the prescribed rites of worship. On the last day of his pilgrimage to Mecca, the Bab met Mirza Mohita Kermani. He stood facing the black stone when the Bab approached him, and taking his hand in his, addressed him in these words: "O Mohit, you regard yourself as one of the most outstanding figures of the Shaykhi community and a distinguished exponent of its teachings. In your heart, you even claim to be one of the direct successors and rightful inheritors of those twin great lights, those stars that have heralded the morn of divine guidance. Behold, we are both now standing within this most sacred shrine. Within its hallowed precincts, he whose spirit dwells in this place can cause truth immediately to be known and distinguished from falsehood, and righteousness from error. Verily, I declare, none besides me in this day, whether in the east or in the west, can claim to be the gate that leads men to the knowledge of God. My proof is none other than that proof whereby the truth of the Prophet Muhammad was established. Ask me whatsoever you please. Now, at this very moment, I pledge myself to reveal such verses as can demonstrate the truth of my mission. You must choose either to submit yourself unreservedly to my cause, or to repudiate it entirely. You have no other alternative. If you choose to reject my message, I will not let go your hand until you pledge your word to declare publicly your repudiation of the truth which I have proclaimed. Thus shall he who speaks the truth be made known, and he that speaks falsely shall be condemned to eternal misery and shame. Then shall the way of truth be revealed and made manifest to all men. This peremptory challenge, thrust so unexpectedly by the Bab upon Mirza Mohit Kermani, profoundly distressed him. He was overpowered by its directness, its compelling majesty and force. In the presence of that youth, he, notwithstanding his age, his authority and learning, felt as a helpless bird prisoned in the grasp of a mighty eagle. Confused and full of fear, he replied, "My lord, my master, ever since the day on which my eyes beheld you in Karbala, I seemed at last to have found and recognized him who had been the object of my quest. I renounce whosoever has failed to recognize you, and despise him in whose heart may yet linger the faintest misgivings as to your purity and holiness. I pray you to overlook my weakness, and entreat you to answer me in my perplexity. Please God, I may at this very place, within the precincts of this hallowed shrine, swear my fealty to you, and arise for the triumph of your cause. If I be insincere in what I declare, if in my heart I should disbelieve what my lips proclaim, I would deem myself utterly unworthy of the grace of the Prophet of God, and regard my action as an act of manifest disloyalty to Ali, his chosen successor." The Bab, who listened attentively to his words, and who was well aware of his helplessness and poverty of soul, answered and said, "Verily I say, the truth is even now known and distinguished from falsehood. O shrine of the Prophet of God, and you, O Quddus, who have believed in me, I take you both in this hour as my witnesses. You have seen and heard that which has come to pass between me and him. I call upon you to testify thereunto, and God verily is beyond and above you my sure and ultimate witness. He is the all-seeing, the all-knowing, the all-wise. O Mohit, set forth whatsoever perplexes your mind, and I will, by the aid of God, unloose my tongue and undertake to resolve your problems, so that you may testify to the excellence of my utterance, and realize that no one besides me is able to manifest my wisdom." Mirza Mohit responded to the invitation of the Bab and submitted to him his questions. Pleading the necessity of his immediate departure for Medina, he expressed the hope of receiving, ere his departure from that city, the text of the promised reply. "I will grant your request," the Bab assured him. "On my way to Medina, I shall, with the assistance of God, reveal my answer to your questions. If I meet you not in that city, my reply will surely reach you immediately after your arrival at Karbala. Whatever justice and fairness may dictate, the same shall I expect you to fulfill. If ye do well, to your own behoof will ye do well, and if ye do evil, against yourselves will ye do it. God is verily independent of all his creatures." Mirza Mohit, ere his departure, again expressed his firm resolve to redeem his solemn pledge. "I shall never depart from Medina," he assured the Bab, whatever may betide, until I have fulfilled my covenant with you." As the moat which is driven before the gale, he, unable to withstand the sweeping majesty of the revelation proclaimed by the Bab, fled in terror from before his face. He tarried a while in Medina, and faithless to his pledge and disregardful of the admonitions of his conscience, left for Karbala. The Bab, faithful to his promise, revealed on his way from Mecca to Medina his written reply to the questions that had perplexed the mind of Mirza Mohit, and gave it the name of Zaifeh Bainul Haramain. Mirza Mohit, who received it in the early days of his arrival in Karbala, remained unmoved by its tone and refused to recognize the precepts which it inculcated. His attitude towards the faith was one of concealed and persistent opposition. At times he professed to be a follower and supporter of that notorious adversary of the Bab, Haji Mirza Karim Khan, and occasionally claimed for himself the station of an independent leader. Nearing the end of his days, whilst residing in Iraq, he, feigning submission to Baha'u'lláh, expressed through one of the Persian princes who dwelt in Baghdad a desire to meet him. He requested that his proposed interview be regarded as strictly confidential. "Tell him," was Baha'u'llah's reply, "that in the days of my retirement in the mountains of Sulaymaniyeh, I, in a certain ode which I composed, set forth the essential requirements from every wayfarer who treads the path of search in his quest for truth. Share with him this verse from that ode. If thine aim be to cherish thy life, approach not our court. But if sacrifice be thy heart's desire, come, and let others come with thee. For such is the way of faith, if in thy heart thou seekest reunion with Baha. Shouldst thou refuse to tread this path, why trouble us? Be gone. If he be willing, he will openly and unreservedly hasten to meet me. If not, I refuse to see him." Baha'u'llah's unequivocal answer disconcerted Mirza Mohit. Unable to resist and unwilling to comply, he departed for his home in Karbala the very day he received that message. As soon as he arrived, he sickened, and 3 days later, he died. His message to the Sharif of Mecca and the account related by Haji Niyaz-e-Baghdadi. No sooner had the Bab performed the last of the observances in connection with his pilgrimage to Mecca than he addressed an epistle to the Sharif of that holy city, wherein he set forth in clear and unmistakable terms the distinguishing features of his mission, and called upon him to arise and embrace his cause. This epistle, together with selections from his other writings, he delivered to Quddus and instructed him to present them to the Sharif. The latter, however, too absorbed in his own material pursuits to incline his ear to the words which had been addressed to him by the Bab, failed to respond to the call of the divine message. Haji Niyaz-e-Baghdadi has been heard to relate the following. In the year 1267 AH, I undertook a pilgrimage to that holy city, where I was privileged to meet the Sharif. In the course of his conversation with me, he said, "I recollect that in the year 60, during the season of pilgrimage, a youth came to visit me. He presented to me a sealed book, which I readily accepted but was too much occupied at that time to read. A few days later I met again that same youth, who asked me whether I had any reply to make to his offer. Pressure of work had again detained me from considering the contents of that book. I was therefore unable to give him a satisfactory reply. When the season of pilgrimage was over, one day as I was sorting out my letters, my eyes fell accidentally upon that book. I opened it and found in its introductory pages a moving and exquisitely written homily, which was followed by verses the tone and language of which bore a striking resemblance to the Koran. All that I gathered from the perusal of the book was that among the people of Persia, a man of the seed of Fatimeh and descendant of the family of Hashem had raised a new call and was announcing to all people the appearance of the promised Qa'im. I remained, however, ignorant of the name of the author of that book, nor was I informed of the circumstances attending that call. A great commotion, I remarked, has indeed seized that land during the last few years. A youth, a descendant of the Prophet, and a merchant by profession, has claimed that his utterance was the voice of divine inspiration. He has publicly asserted that within the space of a few days there could stream from his tongue verses of such number and excellence as would surpass in volume and beauty the Quran itself, a work which it took Muhammad no less than 23 years to reveal. A multitude of people, both high and low, civil and ecclesiastical, among the inhabitants of Persia, have rallied round his standard and have willingly sacrificed themselves in his path. That youth has, during the past year, in the last days of the month of Sha'ban, suffered martyrdom in Tabriz, in the province of Azerbaijan. They who persecuted him sought by this means to extinguish the light which he kindled in that land. Since his martyrdom, however, his influence has pervaded all classes of people. The Sharif, who was listening attentively, expressed his indignation at the behavior of those who had persecuted the Bab. "The malediction of God be upon these evil people," he exclaimed, "a people who in days past treated in the same manner our holy and illustrious ancestors." With these words, the Sharif concluded his conversation with me. His visit to Medina. From Mecca, the Bab proceeded to Medina. It was the first day of the month of Muharram in the year 1261 AH, when he found himself on the way to that holy city. As he approached it, he called to mind the stirring events that had immortalized the name of him who had lived and died within its walls. Those scenes which bore eloquent testimony to the creative power of that immortal genius seemed to be reenacted with undiminished splendor before his eyes. He prayed as he drew nigh unto that holy sepulchre which enshrined the mortal remains of the Prophet of God. He also remembered, as he trod that holy ground, that shining herald of his own dispensation. He knew that in the cemetery of Bahá'í, in a place not far distant from the shrine of Muhammad, there had been laid to rest Shaykh AʿMAD-I-AʿSÁ'Í, the harbinger of his own revelation, who after a life of onerous service had decided to spend the evening of his days within the precincts of that hallowed shrine. There came to him also the vision of those holy men, those pioneers and martyrs of the faith, who had fallen gloriously on the field of battle, and who with their lifeblood had sealed the triumph of the cause of God. Their sacred dust, seemed as if reanimated by the gentle tread of his feet. Their shades seemed to have been stirred by the reviving breath of his presence. They looked to him as if they had arisen at his approach, were hastening towards him, and were voicing their welcome. They seemed to be addressing to him this fervent plea: "Repair not unto thy native land, we beseech thee, O thou beloved of our hearts. Abide thou in our midst, for here, far from the tumult of thine enemies, who are lying in wait for thee, thou shalt be safe and secure. We are fearful for thee. We dread the plottings and machinations of thy foes. We tremble at the thought that their deeds might bring eternal damnation to their souls." "Fear not," the Barb's indomitable spirit replied. "I am come into this world to bear witness to the glory of sacrifice. You are aware of the intensity of my longing. You realize the degree of my renunciation. Nay, beseech the Lord your God to hasten the hour of my martyrdom and to accept my sacrifice. Rejoice, for both I and Quddus will be slain on the altar of our devotion to the King of Glory. The blood which we are destined to shed in his path will water and revive the garden of our immortal felicity. The drops of this consecrated blood will be the seed out of which will arise the mighty tree of God, the tree that will gather beneath its all-embracing shadow the peoples and kindreds of the earth. Grieve not, therefore, if I depart from this land, for I am hastening to fulfill my destiny." Chapter 8. The Barb's stay in Shiraz after the pilgrimage. The Barb's return to Bushehr and farewell to Quddus. The visit of the Barb to Medina marked the concluding stage of his pilgrimage to Hejaz. From thence he returned to Jadde, and by way of the sea regained his native land. He landed at Bushehr 9 lunar months after he had embarked on his pilgrimage from that port. In the same khan which he had previously occupied, he received his friends and relatives who had come to greet and welcome him. While still in Bushehr, he summoned Quddus to his presence, and with the utmost kindness bade him depart for Shiraz. "The days of your companionship with me," he told him, "are drawing to a close. The hour of separation has struck, a separation which no reunion will follow except in the kingdom of God, in the presence of the King of Glory. In this world of dust, no more than 9 fleeting months of association with me have been allotted to you. On the shores of the great beyond, however, in the realm of immortality, joy of eternal reunion awaits us. The hand of destiny will ere long plunge you into an ocean of tribulation for his sake. I too will follow you. I too will be immersed beneath its depths. Rejoice with exceeding gladness, for you have been chosen as the standard-bearer of the host of affliction, and are standing in the vanguard of the noble army that will suffer martyrdom in his name. In the streets of Shiraz, indignities will be heaped upon you, and the severest injuries will afflict your body. You will survive the ignominious behavior of your foes, and will attain the presence of him who is the one object of our adoration and love. In his presence you will forget all the harm and disgrace that shall have befallen you. The hosts of the unseen will hasten forth to assist you and will proclaim to all the world your heroism and glory. Yours will be the ineffable joy of quaffing the cup of martyrdom for his sake. I too shall tread the path of sacrifice and will join you in the realm of eternity. The Bab then delivered into his hands a letter he had written to Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, his maternal uncle, in which he had informed him of his safe return to Bushehr. He also entrusted him with a copy of the ʿUSAYN'S, a treatise in which he had set forth the essential requirements from those who had attained to the knowledge of the new revelation and had recognized its claim. As he bade Quddus his last farewell, he asked him to convey his greetings to each of his loved ones in Shiraz. Visit of Quddus to the Bab's maternal uncle in Shiraz. Quddus, with feelings of unshakable determination to carry out the expressed wishes of his master, set out from Bushehr. Arriving at Shiraz, he was affectionately welcomed by Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, who received him in his own home and eagerly inquired after the health and doings of his beloved kinsman. Finding him receptive to the call of the new message, Quddus acquainted him with the nature of the revelation with which that youth had already fired his soul. The Bab's maternal uncle, as a result of the endeavours exerted by Quddus, was the first after the letters of the living to embrace the cause in Shiraz. As the full significance of the newborn faith had remained as yet undivulged, he was unaware of the full extent of its implications and glory. His conversation with Quddus, however, removed the veil from his eyes. So steadfast became his faith, and so profound grew his love for the Bab, that he consecrated his whole life to his service. With unrelaxing vigilance he arose to defend his cause and to shield his person. In his sustained endeavours he scorned fatigue and was disdainful of death. Though recognized as an outstanding figure among the businessmen of that city, he never allowed material considerations to interfere with his spiritual responsibility of safeguarding the person and advancing the cause of his beloved kinsman. He persevered in his task until the hour when, joining the company of the 7 martyrs of Tehran, he, in circumstances of exceptional heroism, laid down his life for him. Meeting of Quddus with Mullah Sadegh Khurasani. The next person whom Quddus met in Shiraz was Esmullahul Astaq Mullah Sadegh Khurasani, to whom he entrusted the copy of the ʿUSAYN'S and stressed the necessity of putting into effect immediately all its provisions. Among its precepts was the emphatic injunction of the Bab to every loyal believer to add the following words to the traditional formula of the Azan. I bear witness that he whose name is Ali Qable Muhammad is the servant of the Baqiyatullah. Mullah Sadegh, who in those days had been extolling from the pulpit top to large audiences the virtues of the Imams of the faith, was so enraptured by the theme and language of that treatise that he unhesitatingly resolved to carry out all the observances it ordained. Driven by the impelling force inherent in that tablet, he, one day, as he was leading his congregation in prayer in the masjid in Noor, suddenly proclaimed, as he was sounding the azan, the additional words prescribed by the Bab. The multitude that heard him was astounded by his cry. Dismay and consternation seized the entire congregation. The distinguished divines who occupied the front seats and who were greatly revered for their pious orthodoxy raised a clamour, loudly protesting. Woe betide us, the guardians and protectors of the faith of God! Behold, this man has hoisted the standard of heresy. Down with this infamous traitor! He has spoken blasphemy. Arrest him, for he is a disgrace to our faith. Who, they angrily exclaimed, dared authorize such grave departure from the established precepts of Islam? Who has presumed to arrogate to himself this supreme prerogative? Afflictions which befell Quddus and Mullah Sadegh. The populace re-echoed the protestations of these divines and arose to reinforce their clamour. The whole city had been aroused, and public order was, as a result, seriously threatened. The governor of the province of Fars, Husayn Khan-i-Iravani, surnamed Ajudan-Bashi, and generally designated in those days as Sahib-Ikhtiyar, found it necessary to intervene and to inquire into the cause of this sudden commotion. He was informed that a disciple of a young man named Sayyid Bab, who had just returned from his pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina and was now living in Bushehr, had arrived in Shiraz and was propagating the teachings of his master. This disciple, Husayn Khan was further informed, claims that his teacher is the author of a new revelation and is the revealer of a book which he asserts is divinely inspired. Mullah Sadegh Khurasani has embraced that faith and is fearlessly summoning the multitude to the acceptance of that message. He declares its recognition to be the first obligation of every loyal and pious follower of Shia Islam. Interrogation by Husayn Khan of Mullah Sadegh. Husayn Khan ordered the arrest of both Quddus and Mullah Sadegh. The police authorities to whom they were delivered were instructed to bring them handcuffed into the presence of the governor. The police also delivered into the hands of Husayn Khan the copy of the Qayyum-ul-Asma, which they had seized from Mullah Sadegh while he was reading aloud its passages to an excited congregation. Quddus, owing to his youthful appearance and unconventional dress, was at first ignored by Husayn Khan, who preferred to direct his remarks to his more dignified and elderly companion. "Tell me," angrily asked the governor as he turned to Mullah Sadegh, "if you are aware of the opening passage of the Qayyum-ul-Asma wherein the Sayyid Bab addresses the rulers and kings of the earth in these terms: Divest yourselves of the robe of sovereignty, for he who is the king in truth hath been made manifest. The kingdom is God's, the most exalted. Thus hath the pen of the Most High decreed. If this be true, it must necessarily apply to my sovereign, Muhammad Shah of the Qajar dynasty, whom I represent as the chief magistrate of this province. Must Muhammad Shah, according to this behest, lay down his crown and abandon his sovereignty? Must I, too, abdicate my power and relinquish my position?" Mullah Sadegh unhesitatingly replied, "When once the truth of the revelation announced by the author of these words, shall have been definitely established, the truth of whatsoever has fallen from his lips will likewise be vindicated. If these words be the word of God, the abdication of Muhammad Shah and his like can matter but little. It can in no wise turn aside the divine purpose, nor alter the sovereignty of the Almighty and Eternal King. That cruel and impious ruler was sorely displeased with such an answer. He reviled and cursed him, ordered his attendants to strip him of his garments and to scourge him with 1,000 lashes. He then commanded that the beards of both Qudus and Mullah Sadegh should be burned, their noses be pierced, that through this incision a cord should be passed, and with this halter they should be led through the streets of the city. "It will be an object lesson to the people of Shiraz," Husayn Khan declared, "who will know what the penalty of heresy will be." Mullah Sadegh, calm and self-possessed, and with eyes upraised to heaven, was heard reciting this prayer. O Lord, our God, we have indeed heard the voice of one that called. He called us to the faith. Believe ye on the Lord your God, and we have believed. O God, our God, forgive us then our sins, and hide away from us our evil deeds, and cause us to die with the righteous. With magnificent fortitude, both resigned themselves to their fate. Those who had been instructed to inflict this savage punishment performed their task with alacrity and vigour. None intervened in behalf of these sufferers. None was inclined to plead their cause. Soon after this, they were both expelled from Shiraz. Before their expulsion, they were warned that if they ever attempted to return to the city, they would both be crucified. By their sufferings, they earned the immortal distinction of having been the first to be persecuted on Persian soil for the sake of their faith. Mullah Ali Bastami, though the first to fall a victim to the relentless hate of the enemy, underwent his persecution in Iraq, which lay beyond the confines of Persia. Nor did his sufferings, intense as they were, compare with the hideousness and the barbaric cruelty which characterized the torture inflicted upon Qudus and Mullah Sadegh. Account of an eyewitness regarding the persecution. An eyewitness of this revolting episode, an unbeliever residing in Shiraz, related to me the following. I was present when Mullah Sadegh was being scourged. I watched his persecutors, each in turn, apply the lash to his bleeding shoulders and continue the strokes until he became exhausted. No one believed that Mullah Sadegh, so advanced in age and so frail in body, could possibly survive 50 such savage strokes. We marvelled at his fortitude when we found that, although the number of the strokes of the scourge he had received had already exceeded 900, his face still retained its original serenity and calm. A smile was upon his face as he held his hand before his mouth. He seemed utterly indifferent to the blows that were being showered upon him. When he was being expelled from the city, I succeeded in approaching him and asked why he held his hand before his mouth. I expressed surprise at the smile upon his countenance. He emphatically replied, "The first 7 strokes were severely painful. To the rest, I seemed to have grown indifferent. I was wondering whether the strokes that followed were being actually applied to my own body. A feeling of joyous exultation had invaded my soul. I was trying to repress my feelings and to restrain my laughter. I can now realize how the Almighty Deliverer is able, in the twinkling of an eye, to turn pain into ease and sorrow into gladness. Immensely exalted is his power above and beyond the idle fancy of his mortal creatures. Mullah Sadegh, whom I met years after, confirmed every detail of this moving episode. Return of the Bab to Shiraz. Incident related by leader of the Bab's escort. Hussein Khan's anger was not appeased by this atrocious and most undeserved chastisement. His wanton and capricious cruelty found further vent in the assault which he now directed against the person of the Bab. He dispatched to Bushehr a mounted escort of his own trusted guard, with emphatic instructions to arrest the Bab and to bring him in chains to Shiraz. The leader of that escort, a member of the Nusayri community, better known as the sect of Ali'ullahi, related the following. Having completed the third stage of our journey to Bushehr, we encountered in the midst of the wilderness a youth who wore a green sash and a small turban after the manner of the Sayyids who were in the trading profession. He was on horseback and was followed by an Ethiopian servant who was in charge of his belongings. As we approached him, he saluted us and inquired as to our destination. I thought it best to conceal from him the truth, and replied that in this vicinity we had been commanded by the governor of Fars to conduct a certain inquiry. He smilingly observed, "The governor has sent you to arrest me. Here am I. Do with me as you please. By coming out to meet you, I have curtailed the length of your march and have made it easier for you to find me." I was startled by his remarks and marvelled at his candour and straightforwardness. I could not explain, however, his readiness to subject himself of his own accord to the severe discipline of government officials and to risk thereby his own life and safety. I tried to ignore him and was preparing to leave when he approached me and said, "I swear by the righteousness of him who created man, distinguished him from among the rest of his creatures, and caused his heart to be made the seat of his sovereignty and knowledge, that all my life I have uttered no word but the truth, and had no other desire except the welfare and advancement of my fellow men. I have disdained my own ease, and have avoided being the cause of pain or sorrow to anyone. I know that you are seeking me. I prefer to deliver myself into your hands, rather than subject you and your companions to unnecessary annoyance for my sake." These words moved me profoundly. I instinctively dismounted from my horse, and kissing his stirrups, addressed him in these words, "O light of the eyes of the Prophet of God, I adjure you, by him who has created you and endowed you with such loftiness and power, to grant my request and answer my prayer. I beseech you to escape from this place and to flee from before the face of Hussein Khan, the ruthless and despicable governor of this province. I dread his machinations against you. I rebel at the idea of being made the instrument of his malignant designs against so innocent and noble a descendant of the Prophet of God. My companions are all honourable men. Their word is their bond. They will pledge themselves not to betray your flight. I pray you, betake yourself to the city of Mashhad in Khurasan, and avoid falling a victim to the brutality of this remorseless wolf." To my earnest entreaty, he gave this answer: May the Lord your God requite you for your magnanimity and noble intention. No one knows the mystery of my cause. No one can fathom its secrets. Never will I turn my face away from the decree of God. He alone is my sure stronghold, my stay and my refuge. Until my last hour is at hand, none dare assail me, none can frustrate the plan of the Almighty. And when my hour is come, how great will be my joy to quaff the cup of martyrdom in his name. Here am I. Deliver me into the hands of your master. Be not afraid, for no one will blame you. I bowed my consent and carried out his desire. The Báb's meeting with Husayn Khan. The Báb straightway resumed his journey to Shiraz. Free and unfettered, he went before his escort, which followed him in an attitude of respectful devotion. By the magic of his words, he had disarmed the hostility of his guards and transmuted their proud arrogance into humility and love. Reaching the city, they proceeded directly to the seat of the government. Whosoever observed the cavalcade marching through the streets could not help but marvel at this most unusual spectacle. Immediately Husayn Khan was informed of the arrival of the Báb, he summoned him to his presence. He received him with the utmost insolence and bade him occupy a seat facing him in the centre of the room. He publicly rebuked him and in abusive language denounced his conduct. "Do you realize," he angrily protested, "what a great mischief you have kindled? Are you aware what a disgrace you have become to the holy faith of Islam and to the august person of our sovereign? Are you not the man who claims to be the author of a new revelation which annuls the sacred precepts of the Quran?" The Báb calmly replied, "If any bad man come unto you with news, clear up the matter at once, lest through ignorance ye harm others, and be speedily constrained to repent of what ye have done." These words inflamed the wrath of Husayn Khan. "What?" he exclaimed. "Dare you ascribe to us evil, ignorance, and folly?" Turning to his attendant, he bade him strike the Báb in the face. So violent was the blow that the Báb's turban fell to the ground. Shaykh Abu Turab, the Imam Jum'eh of Shiraz, who was present at that meeting and who strongly disapproved of the conduct of Husayn Khan, ordered that the Báb's turban be replaced upon his head and invited him to be seated by his side. Turning to the governor, the Imam Jum'eh explained to him the circumstances connected with the revelation of the verse of the Quran which the Báb had quoted, and sought by this means to calm his fury. "This verse which this youth has quoted," he told him, "has made a profound impression upon me. The wise course, I feel, is to inquire into this matter with great care, and to judge him according to the precepts of the Holy Book." Husayn Khan readily consented. Whereupon Shaykh Abu Turab questioned the Báb regarding the nature and character of his revelation. The Báb denied the claim of being either the representative of the promised Qa'im or the intermediary between him and the faithful. "We are completely satisfied," replied the Imam Jum'eh. "We shall request you to present yourself on Friday in the Masjid Vakil and to proclaim publicly your denial." As Sheikh Abu Turab arose to depart, in the hope of terminating the proceedings, Hussein Khan intervened and said, "We shall require a person of recognized standing to give bail and surety for him, and to pledge his word in writing that if ever in future this youth should attempt by word or deed to prejudice the interests either of the faith of Islam or of the government of this land, he would straightway deliver him into our hands and regard himself under all circumstances responsible for his behavior." Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, the Bab's maternal uncle, who was present at that meeting, consented to act as the sponsor of his nephew. In his own handwriting he wrote the pledge, affixed to it his seal, confirmed it by the signature of a number of witnesses, and delivered it to the governor. Whereupon Hussein Khan ordered that the Bab be entrusted to the care of his uncle, with the condition that at whatever time the governor should deem it advisable, Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali would at once deliver the Bab into his hands. Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, his heart filled with gratitude to God, conducted the Bab to his home and committed him to the loving care of his revered mother. He rejoiced at this family reunion and was greatly relieved by the deliverance of his dear and precious kinsman from the grasp of that malignant tyrant. In the quiet of his own home, the Bab led for a time a life of undisturbed retirement. No one, except his wife, his mother, and his uncles, had any intercourse with him. Meanwhile, the mischief-makers were busily pressing Sheikh Abu Turab to summon the Bab to the Masjid Vakil and to call upon him to fulfill his pledge. Sheikh Abu Turab was known to be a man of kindly disposition and of a temperament and nature which bore a striking resemblance to the character of the late Mirza Abul Qasim, the Imam Jum'eh of Tehran. He was extremely reluctant to treat with contumely persons of recognized standing, particularly if these were residents of Shiraz. Instinctively, he felt this to be his duty, observed it conscientiously, and was, as a result, universally esteemed by the people of that city. He therefore sought, through evasive answers and repeated postponements, to appease the indignation of the multitude. He found, however, that the stirrers-up of mischief and sedition were bending every effort further to inflame the feelings of general resentment which had seized the masses. He at length felt compelled to address a confidential message to Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, requesting him to bring the Bab with him on Friday to the Masjid of Vakil, that he might fulfill the pledge he had given. "My hope," he added, "is that by the aid of God, the statements of your nephew may ease the tenseness of the situation and may lead to your tranquillity as well as to our own." Declaration of the Bab in the Masjid of Vakil. The Bab, accompanied by Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, arrived at the masjid at a time when the Imam Jum'eh had just ascended the pulpit and was preparing to deliver his sermon. As soon as his eyes fell upon the Bab, he publicly welcomed him, requested him to ascend the pulpit, and called upon him to address the congregation. The Bab, responding to his invitation, advanced towards him, and standing on the first step of the staircase, prepared to address the people. "Come up higher," interjected the Imam Jum'eh. Complying with his wish, the Bab ascended 2 more steps. As he was standing, his head hid the breast of Sheikh Abu Turab, who was occupying the pulpit top. He began by prefacing his public declaration with an introductory discourse. No sooner had he uttered the opening words of "Praise be to God who hath in truth created the heavens and the earth," than a certain Sayyid, known as Sayyid Sheshpari, whose function was to carry the mace before the Imam Jum'eh, insolently shouted, "Enough of this idle chatter. Declare now and immediately the thing you intend to say." The Imam Jum'eh greatly resented the rudeness of the Sayyid's remark. "Hold your peace," he rebuked him, "and be ashamed of your impertinence." He then, turning to the Bab, asked him to be brief, as this, he said, would allay the excitement of the people. The Bab, as he faced the congregation, declared, "The condemnation of God be upon him who regards me either as a representative of the Imam or the gate thereof. The condemnation of God be also upon whosoever imputes to me the charge of having denied the unity of God, of having repudiated the prophethood of Muhammad, the seal of the prophets, of having rejected the truth of any of the messengers of old, or of having refused to recognize the guardianship of Ali, the commander of the faithful, or of any of the Imams who have succeeded him." He then ascended to the top of the staircase, embraced the Imam Jum'eh, and descending to the floor of the masjid, joined the congregation for the observance of the Friday prayer. The Imam Jum'eh intervened and requested him to retire. "Your family," he said, "is anxiously awaiting your return. All are apprehensive lest any harm befall you. Repair to your house, and there offer your prayer. Of greater merit shall this deed be in the sight of God." Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali also was, at the request of the Imam Jum'eh, asked to accompany his nephew to his home. This precautionary measure, which Sheikh Abu Turab thought it wise to observe, was actuated by the fear lest, after the dispersion of the congregation, a few of the evil-minded among the crowd might still attempt to injure the person of the Bab or endanger his life. But for the sagacity, the sympathy, and the careful attention which the Imam Jum'eh so strikingly displayed on a number of such occasions, the infuriated mob would doubtless have been led to gratify its savage desire, and would have committed the most abominable of excesses. He seemed to have been the instrument of the invisible hand appointed to protect both the person and the mission of that youth. The Bab regained his home, and for some time was able to lead in the privacy of his house and in close association with his family and kinsmen a life of comparative tranquillity. In those days, he celebrated the advent of the first Nowruz since he had declared his mission. That festival fell in that year on the 10th day of the month of Rabiul Awwal, 1261 AH. Reference to those who embraced the faith in Shiraz. A few among those who were present on that memorable occasion in the Masjid-e-Vakil and had listened to the statements of the Bab were greatly impressed by the masterly manner in which that youth had, by his unaided efforts, succeeded in silencing his formidable opponents. Soon after this event, they were each led to apprehend the reality of his mission and to recognize its glory. Among them was Sheikh Ali Mirza, the nephew of this same Imam Jum'eh, a young man who had just attained the age of maturity. The seed implanted in his heart grew and developed, until in the year 1267 AH, he was privileged to meet Baha'u'lláh in Iraq. That visit filled him with enthusiasm and joy. Returning greatly refreshed to his native land, he resumed with redoubled energy his labours for the cause. From that year until the present time, he has persevered in his task and has achieved distinction by the uprightness of his character and wholehearted devotion to his government and country. Recently, a letter addressed by him to Baha'u'lláh has reached the Holy Land, in which he expresses his keen satisfaction at the progress of the cause in Persia. "I am mute with wonder," he writes, "when I behold the evidences of God's unconquerable power manifested among the people of my country. In a land which has for years so savagely persecuted the faith, a man who for 40 years has been known throughout Persia as a Báb'Í has been made the sole arbitrator in a case of dispute which involves, on the one hand, the zealous Sultan, the tyrannical son of the Shah and a sworn enemy of the cause, and on the other, Mirza Fath Ali Khan, the Sahib-e-Divan. It has been publicly announced that whatsoever be the verdict of this Báb'Í, the same should be unreservedly accepted by both parties and should be unhesitatingly enforced." A certain Muhammad Karim, who was among the congregation that Friday, was likewise attracted by the Báb's remarkable behaviour on that occasion. What he saw and heard on that day brought about his immediate conversion. Persecution drove him out of Persia to Iraq, where in the presence of Baha'u'lláh he continually deepened his understanding and faith. Later on, he was bidden by him to return to Shíráz and to endeavour to the best of his ability to propagate the cause. There he remained and laboured to the end of his life. Still another was Mirza Ághái Rekab Saz. He became so enamoured of the Báb on that day that no persecution, however severe and prolonged, was able either to shake his convictions or to obscure the radiance of his love. He too attained the presence of Baha'u'lláh in Iraq. In answer to the questions which he asked regarding the interpretation of the disconnected letters of the Qur'an and the meaning of the verse of Nur, he was favoured with an expressly written tablet revealed by the pen of Baha'u'lláh. In his path, he eventually suffered martyrdom. Among them also was Mirza Rahim Khabbaz, who distinguished himself by his fearlessness and fiery ardour. He relaxed not in his efforts until the hour of his death. Haji Abu Hassan Bazzaz, who as a fellow traveller of the Báb during his pilgrimage to Hejaz had but dimly recognized the overpowering majesty of his mission, was on that memorable Friday profoundly shaken and completely transformed. He bore the Báb such love that tears of an overpowering devotion continually flowed from his eyes. All who knew him admired the uprightness of his conduct and praised his benevolence and candour. He, as well as his two sons, has proved by his deeds the tenacity of his faith and has won the esteem of his fellow believers. And yet another of those who felt the fascination of the Báb on that day was the late Haji Muhammad Besat, a man well versed in the metaphysical teachings of Islam and a great admirer of both Shaykh Ahmad and Sayyid KÁZIM. He was of a kindly disposition and was gifted with a keen sense of humour. He had won the friendship of the Imam Jum'eh, was intimately associated with him, and was a faithful attendant at the Friday congregational prayer. The Báb's communication to the believers in Karbala. The Nowruz of that year, which heralded the advent of a new springtime, was also symbolic of that spiritual rebirth, the first stirrings of which could already be discerned throughout the length and breadth of the land. A number of the most eminent and learned among the people of that country emerged from the wintry desolation of heedlessness, and were quickened by the reviving breath of the new-born revelation. The seeds which the hand of omnipotence had implanted in their hearts germinated into blossoms of the purest and loveliest fragrance. As the breeze of his loving kindness and tender mercy wafted over these blossoms, the penetrating power of their perfume spread far and wide over the face of all that land. It diffused itself even beyond the confines of Persia. It reached Karbala and reanimated the souls of those who were waiting in expectation for the return of the Báb to their city. Soon after Nowruz, an epistle reached them by way of Basra, in which the Báb, who had intended to return from Hejaz to Persia by way of Karbala, informed them of the change in his plan and of his consequent inability to fulfill his promise. He directed them to proceed to Esfahan and remain there until the receipt of further instructions. "Should it be deemed advisable," he added, "we shall request you to proceed to Shiraz. If not, tarry in Esfahan until such time as God may make known to you his will and guidance." The receipt of this unexpected intelligence created a considerable stir among those who had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Báb at Karbala. It agitated their minds and tested their loyalty. "What of his promise to us?" whispered a few of the discontented among them. "Does he regard the breaking of his pledge as the interposition of the will of God?" The others, unlike these waverers, became more steadfast in their faith and clung with added determination to the cause. Faithful to their master, they joyously responded to his invitation, ignoring entirely the criticisms and protestations of those who had faltered in their faith. They set out for Esfahan, determined to abide by whatsoever might be the will and desire of their beloved. They were joined by a few of their companions who, though gravely shaken in their belief, concealed their feelings. Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri, whose daughter was subsequently joined in wedlock with the Most Great Branch, and Mirza Hadi, the brother of Mirza Muhammad Ali, both residents of Esfahan, were among those companions whose vision of the glory and sublimity of the faith the expressed misgivings of the evil whisperers had failed to obscure. Among them, too, was a certain Mohammad Hanna Sab, also a resident of Esfahan, who is now serving in the home of Baha'u'lláh. A number of these staunch companions of the Báb participated in the great struggle of Shaykh Tabarsi and miraculously escaped the tragic fate of their fallen brethren. Arrival of the believers at Kangarvar and their meeting with Mullah Hussein. On their way to Esfahan, they met in the city of Kangarvar Mullah Hussein with his brother and nephew, who were his companions on his previous visit to Shiraz and who were proceeding to Karbala. They were greatly delighted by this unexpected encounter and requested Mullah Hussein to prolong his stay in Kangavar, with which request he readily complied. Mullah Hussein, who while in that city led the companions of the Bab in the Friday congregational prayer, was held in such esteem and reverence by his fellow disciples that a number of those present who, later on in Shiraz, revealed their disloyalty to the faith, were moved with envy. Among them were Mullah Jawad Baraqani and Mullah Abdul Ali Harrati, both of whom feigned submission to the revelation of the Bab in the hope of satisfying their ambition for leadership. They both strove secretly to undermine the enviable position achieved by Mullah Hussein. Through their hints and insinuations, they persistently endeavored to challenge his authority and disgrace his name. I have heard Mirza Ahmad-Khatib, better known in those days as Mullah Abdul Karim, who had been the travelling companion of Mullah Jawad from Qazvin, relate the following. Mullah Jawad often alluded in his conversation with me to Mullah Hussein. His repeated and disparaging remarks, couched in artful language, impelled me to cease my association with him. Every time I determined to sever my intercourse with Mullah Jawad, I was prevented by Mullah Hussein, who, discovering my intention, counselled me to exercise forbearance towards him. Mullah Hussein's association with the loyal companions of the Bab greatly added to their zeal and enthusiasm. They were edified by his example and were lost in admiration for the brilliant qualities of mind and heart which distinguished so eminent a fellow disciple. Their departure with Mullah Hussein for Esfahan. Mullah Hussein decided to join the company of his friends and to proceed with them to Esfahan. Travelling alone at about a farsakh's distance in advance of his companions, he, as soon as he paused at nightfall to offer his prayer, would be overtaken by them and would, in their company, complete his devotions. He would be the first to resume the journey and would again be joined by that devoted band at the hour of dawn, when he once more would break his march to offer his prayer. Only when pressed by his friends would he consent to observe the congregational form of worship. On such occasions, he would sometimes follow the lead of one of his companions. Such was the devotion which he had kindled in those hearts that a number of his fellow travellers would dismount from their steeds, and offering them to those who were journeying on foot, would themselves follow him, utterly indifferent to the strain and fatigues of the march. Departure of Mullah Hussein for Shiraz. As they approached the outskirts of Esfahan, Mullah Hussein, fearing that the sudden entry of so large a group of people might excite the curiosity and suspicion of its inhabitants, advised those who were travelling with him to disperse and to enter the gates in small and inconspicuous numbers. A few days after their arrival, there reached them the news that Shiraz was in a state of violent agitation, that all manner of intercourse with the Bab had been forbidden, and that their projected visit to that city would be fraught with the gravest danger. Mullah Hussein, quite undaunted by this sudden intelligence, decided to proceed to Shiraz. He acquainted only a few of his trusted companions with his intention. Discarding his robes and turban, and wearing the jub'e and collar of the people of Khurasan, he, disguising himself as a horseman of Hezare and Quchan, and accompanied by his brother and nephew, set out at an unexpected hour for the city of his beloved. As he approached its gate, he instructed his brother to proceed in the dead of night to the house of the Báb's maternal uncle and to request him to inform the Báb of his arrival. Mullah Hussein received the next day the welcome news that Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali was expecting him an hour after sunset outside the gate of the city. Mullah Hussein met him at the appointed hour and was conducted to his home. Several times at night did the Báb honor that house with his presence and continue in close association with Mullah Hussein until the break of day. Soon after this, he gave permission to his companions who had gathered in Esfahan to leave gradually for Shiraz, and there to wait until it should be feasible for him to meet them. He cautioned them to exercise the utmost vigilance, instructed them to enter, a few at a time, the gate of the city, and bade them disperse immediately upon their arrival into such quarters as were reserved for travellers, and accept whatever employment they could find. Arrival of 6 believers at Shiraz. The first group to reach the city and meet the Báb a few days after the arrival of Mullah Hussein consisted of Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri, Mirza Hadi, his brother, Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini, Mullah Jawad Baraqani, Mullah Abdul Ali Harrati, and Mirza Ibrahim Shirazi. In the course of their association with him, the last 3 of the group gradually betrayed their blindness of heart and demonstrated the baseness of their character. The manifold evidences of the Báb's increasing favour towards Mullah Hussein aroused their anger and excited the smouldering fire of their jealousy. In their impotent rage, they resorted to the abject weapons of fraud and of calumny. Unable at first to manifest openly their hostility to Mullah Hussein, they sought by every crafty device to beguile the minds and damp the affections of his devoted admirers. Their unseemly behaviour alienated the sympathy of the believers and precipitated their separation from the company of the faithful. Expelled by their very acts from the bosom of the faith, they leagued themselves with its avowed enemies and proclaimed their utter rejection of its claims and principles. So great was the mischief which they stirred up among the people of that city that they were eventually expelled by the civil authorities, who alike despised and feared their plottings. The Báb has in a tablet in which he expatiates upon their machinations and misdeeds, compared them to the calf of the Samiri, the calf that had neither voice nor soul, which was both the abject handiwork and the object of the adoration of a wayward people. May thy condemnation, O God, he wrote, with reference to Mullah Jawad and Mullah Abdul Ali, rest upon the Jebt and Taghut, the twin idols of this perverse people. All 3 subsequently proceeded to Kerman and joined forces with Haji Mirza Muhammad Karim Khan, whose designs they furthered and the vehemence of whose denunciations they strove to reinforce. Account related by Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini. One night, after their expulsion from Shiraz, the Báb, who was visiting the home of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, where he had summoned to meet him Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri, Mirza Hadi, and Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini, turned suddenly to the last named and said, "Abdul Karim, are you seeking the manifestation?" These words, uttered with calm and extreme gentleness, had a startling effect upon him. He paled at this sudden interrogation and burst into tears. He threw himself at the feet of the Bab in a state of profound agitation. The Bab took him lovingly in his arms, kissed his forehead, and invited him to be seated by his side. In a tone of tender affection, he succeeded in appeasing the tumult of his heart. As soon as they had regained their home, Mirza Muhammad Ali and his brother inquired of Mullah Abdul Karim the reason for the violent perturbation which had suddenly seized him. "Hear me," he answered. "I will relate to you the tale of a strange experience, a tale which I have shared with no one until now. When I attained the age of maturity, I felt, while I lived in Qazvin, a profound yearning to unravel the mystery of God and to apprehend the nature of His saints and prophets. Nothing short of the acquisition of learning, I realized, could enable me to achieve my goal. I succeeded in obtaining the consent of my father and uncles to the abandonment of my business, and plunged immediately into study and research. I occupied a room in one of the madrasas of Qazvin and concentrated my efforts on the acquisition of every available branch of human learning. I often discussed the knowledge which I acquired with my fellow disciples and sought by this means to enrich my experience. At night I would retire to my home and in the seclusion of my library would devote many an hour to undisturbed study. I was so immersed in my labours that I grew indifferent to both sleep and hunger. Within 2 years, I had resolved to master the intricacies of Moslem jurisprudence and theology. I was a faithful attendant at the lectures given by Mullah Abdul Karim-I-Ravani, who in those days ranked as the most outstanding divine of Qazvin. I greatly admired his vast erudition, his piety, and virtue. Every night, during the period that I was his disciple, I devoted my time to the writing of a treatise which I submitted to him and which he revised with care and interest. He seemed to be greatly pleased with my progress and often extolled my high attainments. One day, in the presence of his assembled disciples, he declared, "The learned and sagacious Mullah Abdul Karim has qualified himself to expound authoritatively the sacred scriptures of Islam. He no longer needs to attend either my classes or those of my equals. I shall, please God, celebrate his elevation to the rank of a mujtahid on the morning of the coming Friday, and will deliver his certificate to him after the congregational prayer." No sooner had Mullah Abdul Karim spoken these words and departed than his disciples came forward and heartily congratulated me on my accomplishments. I returned greatly elated to my home. Upon my arrival, I discovered that both my father and my elder uncle, Haji Hussain Ali, both of whom were greatly esteemed throughout Qazvin, were preparing a feast in my honour, with which they intended to celebrate the completion of my studies. I requested them to postpone the invitation they had extended to the notables of Qazvin until further notice from me. They gladly consented, believing that in my eagerness for such a festival, I would not unduly postpone it. That night, I repaired to my library, and in the privacy of my cell, pondered the following thoughts in my heart. Had you not fondly imagined, I said to myself, that only the sanctified in spirit could ever hope to attain the station of an authoritative expounder of the sacred scriptures of Islam? Was it not your belief that whoso attained this station would be immune from error? Are you not already accounted among those who enjoy that rank? Has not Qazvin's most distinguished divine recognized and declared you to be such? Be fair. Do you, in your own heart, regard yourself as having attained that state of purity and sublime detachment which you in days past considered the requisites for one who aspires to reach that exalted position? Think you yourself to be free from every taint of selfish desire? As I sat musing, a feeling of my own unworthiness gradually overpowered me. I recognized myself as still a victim of cares and perplexities, of temptations and doubts. I was oppressed by such thoughts as to how I should conduct my classes, how to lead my congregation in prayer, how to enforce the laws and precepts of the faith. I felt continually anxious as to how I should discharge my duties, how to ensure the superiority of my achievements over those who had preceded me. I was overcome with such a sense of humiliation that I felt impelled to seek forgiveness from God. Your aim in acquiring all this learning, I thought to myself, has been to unravel the mystery of God and to attain the state of certitude. Be fair. Are you sure of your own interpretation of the Quran? Are you certain that the laws which you promulgate reflect the will of God? The consciousness of error suddenly dawned upon me. I realized for the first time how the rust of learning had corroded my soul and had obscured my vision. I lamented my past and deplored the futility of my endeavours. I knew that the people of my own rank were subject to the same afflictions. As soon as they had acquired this so-called learning, they would claim to be the exponents of the law of Islam, and would arrogate to themselves the exclusive privilege of pronouncing upon its doctrine. I remained absorbed in my thoughts until dawn. That night I neither ate nor slept. At times I would commune with God. Thou seest me, O my Lord, and thou beholdest my plight. Thou knowest that I cherish no other desire except thy holy will and pleasure. I am lost in bewilderment at the thought of the multitude of sects into which thy holy faith hath fallen. I am deeply perplexed when I behold the schisms that have torn the religions of the past. Wilt thou guide me in my perplexities and relieve me of my doubts? Whither am I to turn for consolation and guidance? I wept so bitterly that night that I seemed to have lost consciousness. There suddenly came to me the vision of a great gathering of people, the expression of whose shining faces greatly impressed me. A noble figure, attired in the garb of a Sayyid, occupied a seat on the pulpit facing the congregation. He was expounding the meaning of this sacred verse of the Quran: "Whoso maketh efforts for us, in our ways will we guide them." I was fascinated by his face. I arose, advanced towards him, and was on the point of throwing myself at his feet when that vision suddenly vanished. My heart was flooded with light. My joy was indescribable. I immediately decided to consult Haji Allah Vardi, father of Muhammad Jawad Farhadi, a man known throughout Qazvin for his deep spiritual insight. When I related to him my vision, he smiled, and with extraordinary precision described to me the distinguishing features of the Sayyid who had appeared to me. That noble figure, he added, was none other than Haji Sayyid KÁZIM-I-RASHTÍ, who is now in Karbala and who may be seen expounding every day to his disciples the sacred teachings of Islam. Those who listen to his discourse are refreshed and edified by his utterance. I can never describe the impression which his words exert upon his hearers. I joyously arose, and expressing to him my feelings of profound appreciation, retired to my home and started forthwith on my journey to Karbala. My old fellow disciples came and entreated me either to call in person on the learned Mullah Abdul Karim, who had expressed a desire to meet me, or to allow him to come to my house. I feel the impulse, I replied, to visit the shrine of the Imam Hussein at Karbala. I have vowed to start immediately on that pilgrimage. I cannot postpone my departure. I will, if possible, visit him for a few moments when I start to leave the city. If I cannot, I would beg him to excuse me and to pray in my behalf that I may be guided on the straight path. I confidentially acquainted my relatives with the nature of my vision and its interpretation. I informed them of my projected visit to Karbala. My words to them that very day instilled the love of Sayyid Kazem in their hearts. They felt greatly drawn to Haji Allah-Vardi, freely associated with him, and became his fervent admirers. My brother, Abdul Hamid, who later quaffed the cup of martyrdom in Tehran, accompanied me on my journey to Karbala. There I met Sayyid Kazem and was amazed to hear him discourse to his assembled disciples under exactly the same circumstances as he had appeared to me in my vision. I was astounded when I discovered upon my arrival that he was expounding the meaning of the same verse which he, when he appeared to me, was explaining to his disciples. As I sat and listened to him, I was greatly impressed by the force of his argument and the profundity of his thoughts. He graciously received me and showed me the utmost kindness. My brother and I both felt an inner joy we had never before experienced. At the hour of dawn, we would hasten to his home and would accompany him on his visit to the shrine of the Imam Hussein. I spent the entire winter in close companionship with him. During the whole of that period, I faithfully attended his classes. Every time I listened to his speech, I heard him describe a particular aspect of the manifestation of the promised Qa'im. This theme constituted the sole subject of his discourses. Whichever verse or tradition he happened to be expounding, he would invariably conclude his commentary on it with a particular reference to the advent of the promised revelation. The promised one, he would openly and repeatedly declare, lives in the midst of this people. The appointed time for his appearance is fast approaching. Prepare the way for him and purify yourselves so that you may recognize his beauty. Not until I depart from this world will the day star of his countenance be revealed. It behoves you, after my departure, to arise and seek him. You should not rest for one moment until you find him. After the celebration of Nowruz, Sayyid Kazem bade me depart from Karbala. Rest assured, O Abdul Karim, he told me as he bade me farewell. You are of those who, in the day of his revelation, will arise for the triumph of his cause. You will, I hope, remember me on that blessed day. I besought him to allow me to remain in Karbala, pleading that my return to Qazvin would arouse the enmity of the mullahs of that city. Let your trust be wholly in God, was his reply. Ignore entirely their machinations. Engage in trade and rest assured that their protestations will never succeed in harming you. I followed his advice and together with my brother set out for Qazvin. Immediately upon my arrival, I undertook to carry out the counsel of Sayyid Kazem. With the instructions he had given me, I was able to silence every malicious opposer. I devoted my days to the transaction of my business. At night, I would regain my home, and in the quiet of my chamber would consecrate my time to meditation and prayer. With tearful eyes I would commune with God and would beseech him, saying, Thou hast by the mouth of thine inspired servant promised that I shall attain unto thy day, and shall behold thy revelation. Thou hast through him assured me that I shall be among those who will arise for the triumph of thy cause. How long wilt thou withhold from me thy promise? When will the hand of thy loving kindness unlock to me the door of thy grace, and confer upon me thy everlasting bounty? Every night I would renew this prayer, and would continue in my supplications until the break of day. One night, on the eve of the day of Arafah in the year 1255 AH, I was so wrapped in prayer that I seemed to have fallen into a trance. There appeared before me a bird, white as the snow, which hovered above my head and alighted upon the twig of a tree beside me. In accents of indescribable sweetness, that bird voiced these words, Are you seeking the manifestation, O Abdul Karim? Lo, the year 60. Immediately after, the bird flew away and vanished. The mystery of those words greatly agitated me. The memory of the beauty of that vision lingered long in my mind. I seemed to have tasted all the delights of paradise. My joy was irrepressible. The mystic message of that bird had penetrated my soul and was continually on my lips. I revolved it constantly in my mind. I shared it with no one, fearing lest its sweetness forsake me. A few years later, the call from Shiraz reached my ears. The day I heard it, I hastened to that city. On my way, I met in Tehran Mullah Muhammad-Mu'allim, who acquainted me with the nature of this call and informed me that those who had acknowledged it had gathered in Karbala and were awaiting the return of their leader from Hijaz. I immediately departed for that city. From Hamadan, Mullah Jawad Baraghani, to my great distress, accompanied me to Karbala, where I was privileged to meet you as well as the rest of the believers. I continued to treasure within my heart the strange message conveyed to me by that bird. When I subsequently attained the presence of the Bab and heard from his lips those same words, spoken in the same tone and language as I had heard them, I realized their significance. I was so overwhelmed by their power and glory that I instinctively fell at his feet and magnified his name. Meeting of Nabíl with Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini. In the early days of the year 1265 AH, I set out at the age of 18 from my native village of Zarand for Qom, where I chanced to meet Sayyid Ismail Zaware'i, surnamed Zabi, who later on, while in Baghdad, offered up his life as a sacrifice in the path of Baha'u'lláh. Through him, I was led to recognize the new revelation. He was then preparing to leave for Mazandaran and had determined to join the heroic defenders of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. He had intended to take me with him, together with Mirza Fatullah Haqqaq, a lad of my age who was a resident of Qom. As circumstances interfered with his plan, he promised before his departure that he would communicate with us from Tehran and would ask us to join him. In the course of his conversation with Mirza Fatullah and me, he related to us the account of Mullah Abdul Karim's marvelous experience. I was seized with an ardent desire to meet him. When I subsequently arrived at Tehran and met Sayyid Ismail in the Madrasa Darush-Shafaiya Masjid-e-Shah, I was introduced by him to this same Mullah Abdul Karim, who was then living in that same madrasa. In those days, we were informed that the struggle of Shaykh Tabarsi had come to an end, and that those companions of the Bab who had gathered in Tehran and were contemplating joining their brethren had each returned to his own province, unable to achieve his goal. Mullah Abdul Karim remained in the capital, where he devoted his time to transcribing the Persian Bayan. My close association with him at that time served to deepen my love and admiration for him. I still feel, after the lapse of 38 years since our first interview in Tehran, the warmth of his friendship and the fervour of his faith. My feelings of affectionate regard for him prompted me to dwell at length upon the circumstances of his early life, culminating in what may be regarded as the turning point of his whole career. May it in turn serve to awaken the reader to the glory of this momentous revelation.